Coming up on Sports Desk, the NHL playoffs are underway. The Canucks hit a snag. Candy Maldonado helps the Jays hang on to a victory at Fenway. And the Expos get tough at home. Welcome to Sports Desk. I'm Gino Retta. It is nice to have you here. Well, a number of deadlines came and went. 3 final offers also fell by the wayside. And now the strike is just an ugly memory. It's 10 days late. But the postseason is finally here in the NHL. The Campbell Conference opened things up this year. First up, the Smythe Division. The Kings at home to play L.A. and the Canucks at home to play the Jets. Vancouver proved they were the best in the Smythe over the regular season. But the momentum edge has to go to the Jets. Winnipeg unbeaten in 8 games leading up to the playoffs. The first time in history these two teams have met in postseason play. First Canuck home ice advantage since 1982. Rick Tabaracci, the starting goal for Winnipeg, and the Canucks hit to him midway through the first. Great play by Greg Adams, who centers to Igor Larionov. Larionov beats Tabaracci. Tabaracci thinks he may have stopped it, but he did not. 1-0 Vancouver. Later in the period, Jets on the power play. Frederick Olofsson lets the shot go through the screen, tied at 1 after 20 minutes. The second period, Canucks with a great opportunity. Greg Adams with much of the net to shoot at, but stopped by Tabaracci. Still 1-1. Later, Canucks, 3 men in the penalty box. Penalty killing unit does a great job. So does Kurt McLean as he robs Phil Housley. A little later on, still playing shorthanded, McLean comes up big again. Troy Murray from just outside the crease, stoned. Still in the second. Jets on a 2-on-1. Troy Murray shoots it wide. The puck goes the other way. Fergus and Bure play a little give and go. Fergus to Bure, who will just tip it in. 2-1 Vancouver. Third period now, game's tied at 2. Canucks cough up the puck, and Eddie Olchuk makes him pay for it. In all alone, Olchuk slides it in. It is the game winner as Winnipeg hangs on to thump the Canucks in Vancouver by a score of 3-2 in Game 1. The Jets lead the series 1-0. This is the Jets' first win at Vancouver in 5 games this season. Nice timing. Olofsson, Olchuk, Davidoff for Winnipeg, for Vancouver, Larionov, and Pavel Bure. On now to the other Smythe Division semifinal. This, the Great Western Forum in L.A. Oilers counting on Bill Ranford to come up with a Conn Smythe performance similar to 1990. First period, Oilers leading 1-0. Vincent Danfus puts it across to Brian Glenn. He puts it in, and the Oilers take a 2-0 lead. Later in the period, Larry Robinson catches Craig Simpson with his head down and makes him pay for it. Robinson puts him on the seat of his pants. Second period, Oilers on the power play. Glynn shot from the point goes in off of John McIntyre, and the Oilers lead it 3-0 on the road. Later in the period, Kings ruin Ranford's shutout. Rob Blake knocks in the loose puck. L.A. trails 3-1, but that's as close as L.A. would get. In the end, Edmonton over L.A. by a score of 3-1. Danfus and Glynn with a pair for Edmonton. For L.A., Rob Blake, the only one for the Kings. The Oilers take a 1-0 lead in this series. Playoff action kicked off in the Norris on Saturday night as well. Minnesota and Detroit opened at Joe Louis, and the Blues opened at the league's noisiest building, the Chicago Stadium. The break was great news for St. Louis, giving Brett Hull and Curtis Joseph enough time to heal their wounds. Season series almost dead even. Slight edge to the Hawks, but that doesn't matter to Sutter and his troops. 3.5 minutes into the game, Dave Christian sets up in the slot, takes the feed from Rick Zombo over Belfour's shoulder, hits the crossbar and in. 1-0 St. Louis. Blues netminder Curtis Joseph, fresh back from his injury, gets a little lucky early on. Steve Larmer, wide open net. Stefan Quintel sticks out the stick, goes off the stick, off the crossbar, and out. Eddie Belfour just as impressive. Brett Hull feeds Brendan Shanahan. Shanahan thinks he's got him beat top corner, but Belfour squeezes it. Late in the second period, Jeff Brown gets caught off ice. Mike Hudson feeds Brian Noonan. Noonan ties the game at 1. Jocelyn Lemieux put the Hawks up 2-1 late in the second. Then early in the third, Noonan will slip in the loose puck. He's left all alone at the side of the net. Puts in his second of the game, giving Chicago a 3-1 lead. The Blackhawks hang on to win at home, 3-1. Noonan with a pair, Lemieux with the third goal for Chicago. For St. Louis, it's 1 goal. It was Dave Christian. Blackhawks lead the series 1-0 now. And the other Norris Division semifinal in Detroit, Minnesota visiting. Sergei Fedorov, big part of this game. Short-handed early on, beats Casey on the breakaway. 1-0 for the Wings. Rugged first period of play. Sean Burr gets a minor after taking Todd Ellick into the boards hard. physical affair. Second period, game tied at 1. Bobby Smith has Steve Chase all over him. Still puts it in, beating Cheveldae. 2-1 North Stars. Late in the second period, John Casey, big mistake. Tries to keep the play alive, tries to stick handle it. Big mistake. Fedorov makes him pay for it with the second of the game. Game is tied at 2. Then 15 seconds left in the period. Steve Yzerman with a great move. Takes his time, puts in a backhand, a gaping open net. Detroit leads 3-2 after 2. Third period, game tied at 3. North Stars looking to take the lead. Brian Bellows puts it in. Cheveldae throws up his arms in despair. Can't believe it went in. Never saw it. Minnesota off to another great start in the Stanley Cup playoffs with a 4-3 victory on the road over the Red Wings. Shaw, Smith, Johnson, and Bellows for the North Stars. For Detroit, it was Fedorov for the pair and Stevie Yzerman. So the Stars take a 1-0 lead in the series. This marks the 5th straight series that the North Stars have won Game 1 on the road. Of course, that dates back to last year. We're going to take a short break here on Sports Desk, but when we come back, more hockey. The New York Rangers will begin play on Sunday night. This year, as they hoisted the President's Trophy, it was their first league championship in 50 years. And now the big question is, can they go on to win their first Stanley Cup in 52 years? We'll also check in with the Canadians, who decided to get away from it all. But this was no vacation.
Today, Pepsi announced a new slogan. Mere words? Or is the taste of Pepsi so big, America's really got to have it?
Gotta have it. It's something I felt for years, but never had the words to express.
If it's so popular, how come everybody's drinking it?
Henry's only regret is that he started drinking Pepsi this late in life.
The phrase "gotta have it" strikes a chord deep in the human psyche.
Now that everybody's gotta have it, Pepsi's not gonna need celebrity endorsers anymore.
And that's what I've been saying all along.
"62 teams from across the country joined to compete in the Canadian Unity Hockey Tournament at Maple Leaf Gardens. TSN documents the minor league hockey experience. Saturday, 1 Eastern, here on Real TV, TSN.
Playoffs will continue on Sunday night with games in Boston, Montreal, New York, and Washington. The Adams will see the Canadians welcome the Whalers to the Forum. Hartford has never made it by Montreal in the playoffs. The only time they made it to the second round was in 1986. Then they faced Montreal in the second round and lost. The Sabres have been just as frustrated by the Boston Bruins. Buffalo has never beaten Boston in a playoff series. The last time the Sabres made it to the second round was in 1983. You know, on one hand, the Canadians have reason to be confident. They've proven they're the strongest team in the Adams. But at the same time, confidence has dwindled lately thanks to an 8-game winless stretch to end the season. Pat Burns took drastic action to shake up the team out of their slump. He actually took them into seclusion.
This is Bromont, Quebec, a mountain retreat about 80 kilometers east of Montreal. It's here in this rustic setting that the Canadians have been holed up for their upcoming series against the Hartford Whalers. The local arena was a busy place for the last 3 days as Pat Burns put his players through 2-a-day workouts plus videos into the night.
It's not really a situation where it's all serious either. A lot of the guys, we have pool tables and pinball machines and whatnot set up, a giant screen with a satellite dish, and the guys relax a lot, and that's what we want. We just want to keep them together right now and make them relax a bit and make sure that their heads are screwed on straight for the start of the playoffs.
It's all well and good to get the players away from the city and the distractions and out into the country here and concentrating on hockey. But Pat Burns has a bigger task at hand, and that's reminding his players how to win, something they haven't done in a while. The Canadians haven't won in their last 8. In fact, they haven't played a game that's meant anything for the last month.
We know we haven't played that well, and we're a little bit worried about it, but I think that's how a team should be entering the playoffs. They should be a little bit worried. They shouldn't be too relaxed, and we're not.
The main thing is to be ready when the playoffs come, and we've got a lot of guys who have a lot of experience in playoffs, so I think that's going to help us.
Postseason play may be old hat to some of these players, but there are a couple of rookies on this club who are just dying to see their first playoff action.
Pretty lucky to be in the Montreal organization because they always, make the playoffs in a way. In some way, I don't know how they do it, but now that I'm in it, it's just great.
Russ Courtnall is yet to catch fire this season. He's been injured much of the year and has played in only 28 games. Courtnall was one of Montreal's best players in last year's playoffs. Shane Corson has also been in and out of the lineup all year long, and like Courtnall, has yet to find his rhythm. Both players will be needed in top form if the Canadiens hope to survive round one. Michael Whalen, TSN in Bromont, Quebec.
You know, Boston used to be known as the Big Bad Bruins, but that label no longer applies. Short and hard-working may be a little more appropriate lately. They had some really low times during this past season. What they needed was some young, fresh legs in time for the playoffs, and that's exactly what they got when the Olympics were over. Gordon Miller has more.
Try these names on for size: Donatelli, Murray, Hines, Hughes, Hines, Juno, and Donato. If you haven't checked in on the Boston Bruins lately, you're in for a surprise. Rookies abound, most of them coming over to the Bees from the U.S. and Canadian Olympic programs.
A lot of young legs, and I think that, you know, in the short time they've been around, they've played really well and have brought a lot of emotion, and I think they're going to make a difference.
Steve Hines, for instance, has shown the Bruins that he has the capability to score goals. And since joining the team in early March, Joe Juno has done the same. These guys are busy changing the perception of the Big Bad Bruins.
We still play a real hard-nosed style, but I don't think there's as many, like you said, there's some more skating, there's not as many big bruises on the team, but we can play either situation if we have to, I think.
For Clark Donatelli, playing for Boston is a dream come true. The former captain of Team USA grew up in Providence, Rhode Island, and attended Boston University.
You know, I watched Boston growing up my whole life, and they were always my favorite team. And, you know, it's an honor to get an opportunity to play for Boston and wear the sweater and get out there and play. So I'm just going to try to make the best of it and go out there and work as hard as I can.
Not only has there been a youth movement of late, but Boston has made a number of changes throughout the season. But with all the changes that have happened so far, who knows if this bunch can do the same.
It's going to have to happen. I mean, we don't have all that much time, but, you know, we're going to have to really gel quick as a team here and go out and play well. It's just a matter of playing hard and playing together, you know, and I think we're going to do that.
The Patriot Division semifinals also get underway on Sunday night. The Penguins earned the right to play the Capitals by finishing with one more win than the Devils. That's how close it was. Washington and Pittsburgh have only met in postseason play in one series. The Pens won that series 4-1. And the Devils with the unenviable task of facing the Rangers in the first round of the playoffs. Las Vegas odds makers have made the Rangers the favorites to add their Stanley Cup to the President's Trophy. If they can do that, it'll mean the end of a very long drought in the Big Apple.
Award money.
This year's New York Rangers have done something no Rangers team has done in 50 years. Finished first overall.
We had a pretty good team back in the late 70s here in Toronto with Darryl Sittler, and we had another pretty good one in Buffalo, but with Gilles Perreault. But this is definitely the best team. We have more balance. We have two really good goalkeepers, and we have Mark Messier.
The influence of a man whose teammates call Messiah cannot be overestimated. He joined this club less than 1 year ago, but has unmistakably led the charge to the top. And like all great leaders, credits those around him.
You know, I think our commitment and our to the game and our approach to the game has really been a major factor in the success we've had this year. We've gone into every game feeling we could win. We've come to the rink to play every night for the 80-game schedule, and I think that's certainly one of the reasons why we're able to achieve that goal.
The Rangers were unquestionably the best this year, but their record within their own division was only marginally better than .500, and getting out of the Patrick Division could mean dethroning the Stanley Cup champions.
Focusing on a situation at hand which is Pittsburgh, it's going to be a very difficult task, and we don't push anybody aside. Every game we played against every team, it didn't matter who it was, we focused on that individual game, and I think that's what it takes.
Within our division, we got 3 teams besides ourselves that I think believe they have an equal shot at the Cup as we do. So we got a lot of work in our first round and then the rounds following that to get to the Cup.
Staying healthy is something Ranger teams have had a lot of trouble doing every time they're in position to contend. But for now, at least, everyone's healthy. And in that respect, the 10-day strike layoff was a positive.
If anything, it'll help everyone, and I think it'll improve the hockey in the playoffs because everyone's rested, and everyone's feeling good, and all the injuries are healed up, and you'll see a lot better playoff, I think, because of it.
With a cast that features MVP frontrunner Mark Messier, Norris Trophy favorite Brian Leach, Rookie of the Year hopeful Tony Amonte, and perhaps the best goaltending tandem in hockey in Richter and Van Beesbroek, this could be the team that breaks the 52-year jinx.
I think that going into this playoffs right now, you know, you don't want to say you feel comfortable, but I feel confident.
Essie Zinos, TSN, Toronto.
All right, time for one more break here on Sports Desk. When we come back, coming up on Sports Desk, Mark Messier leads the top-ranked Rangers into the playoffs. The Blue Jays hit a stumbling block in Boston. And the Lakers may miss the playoffs for the first time in 16 years.
Sports Desk, brought to you by Le Mans, offering European styling at an affordable price. Available at your Pontiac Buick GMC dealership.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to Sports Desk on the second night of the NHL playoffs. I'm Gino Reda. It's nice to have you here. The Campbell Conference kicked things off on Saturday night. 3 upsets on opening night. Sunday, the Whales got underway. We'll begin our night's recap in the Patrick. And other than the cash bonus that goes along with the President's Trophy, the Rangers got very little for their first-place finish during the regular season. Their playoff reward, a first-round matchup with the New Jersey Devils, a team that has given them trouble all season long. You know, there's not much doubt that Mark Messier has led this team to the playoffs. New York gets off to a quick start. Darren Turcotte has a couple of chances. Great stop by Terreri. And then while he's sprawled, Turcotte puts it in. 1-0 Rangers. Devils try to even the score in the second. Randy McKay will let the shot go. The puck gets behind John Van Beesbroek, but he turns and bats it just before across the goal line. Late in the second, Rangers almost go up by a pair. Paul Broughton lets the shot go, and look, it stops on the goal line before it's batted away. Still 1-0 New York. Then Mike Gardner picks up the puck. Chris Terreri knocked out of the crease. Gardner with the wraparound, 2-0 Rangers. Devils get back into the game. Peter Stastny drops to Zdeno Segar. Great wrist shot past Van Beesbroek, but not enough. That's as close as the Devils get on this night. The Rangers take a 1-0 series lead with a 2-1 victory. Segar the only goal for the Devils. For the Rangers, it was Turcotte and Gardner. Van Beesbroek stopped 37 of 38 shots. The defending Stanley Cup champions are in deep against the Capitals, especially when you consider the fact that Lemieux was a scratch in Game 1. He has a sore right shoulder. That makes it almost impossible for him to pass or shoot the puck. With him out, and that in mind, the Pens knew they'd have to get a little physical, and they do. Bob Airy, big run at Don Beaupre, knocks him into the net. Beaupre gives him a shot in the head. A little later on, Phil Bohr clips Dino Ciccarelli. He's going for 5 in the high stick. Ciccarelli lips off a little to the referee. Fraser said, I knew the call, and now you've gone for 2 as well. Some great goaltending as Barrasso stops John Druce. Then Don Beaupre stops Ron Francis. Lots of action, but no scoring after 20 minutes. Second period, the goals finally come. Peter Bondra on the breakaway beats Barrasso 1-0 Washington. Later in the period, game tied at 1. Past playoff hero John Druce lets the shot go, his first of the postseason. Great blast to the corner, 2-1 Caps after 40 minutes. Third period now, still 2-1. Washington puts the game away. Peter Bondra gets his second of the game, left all alone. 3-1 Washington. After the game decided, things get a little physical. Rick Tocchet, despite the broken jaw, goes toe-to-toe with Kevin Hatcher. Things get a little ugly. The rubber chicken goes down for the count. Washington beats Pittsburgh by a score of 3-1. Incidentally, Mario Lemieux is expected to play in Game 2. Troy Loney, the only goal for Pittsburgh in this game. It was Bondra with a pair and John Druce running the scoring for the Capitals. If momentum means anything, the Habs could be in serious trouble. They were on an 8-game winless streak to end the regular season. Pat Burns was so worried he took the team away to a secluded resort in an effort to refocus. The only good news is Montreal is facing the Whalers in the first round. That should buy them enough time to get back on track. They say you've got to be good to be lucky. Patrick Roy was both in the early going of this game. Midway through the first, glorious chance for the Whalers. Roy is down, but Ivan Korolev misses the open net. Seconds later, scramble out in front. Patrick Poulin, the shot off the post. Whalers denied again. Late in the first, Montreal with the man advantage. Gilbert Dion picks up the puck behind the Whaler net. Dion, the wraparound, scores. beats Frank Pietrangelo, and it's 1-0 for the Canadians. Midway through the second, why is Pat Burns smiling? Because Azarli Zalapsky drops to Murray Craven. Craven lets the shot go, beats Waugh, but hits the post again. Late in the second, still 1-0 Habs. Loose puck in front of the net. Waugh stops it off the shoulder, robbing Steve Conroy. 1-0 Montreal after 2. Third period, great chance for Montreal. Dion hits the post. At the other end, Patrick Waugh still sharp. Bobby Holik the shot, and Waugh throws at the glove, makes a stop. Late in the third period, 3-on-1 Montreal. Savard goes to Dion. Dion goes to the back of the net. Scores his second of the game. Montreal shuts out Hartford in game 1 of the series, leading 1-0 now with a 2-0 victory. Gilbert Dion, both goals. Patrick Waugh turned aside. 32 shots, recorded his 5th career playoff shutout. On now to the Sabres and Bruins. Tom Draper, a surprise start, his first ever playoff start. Draper certainly surprised the Bruins. Big stop here on Ted Donato. Later in the first, Buffalo playing shorthanded. Peter Svoboda, Christian Rutu, 2-on-1. Svoboda hangs on and lets the shot go, beats Moog, and it's 1-0 for the Sabres. Second period, Buffalo adds to the lead. Dave Andrechuk lets the shot go. The shot beats Moog but doesn't go in. The rebound goes to Pat LaFontaine while Moog's looking for the puck. LaFontaine puts it in. Sabres lead 2-0. As expected, it's a very physical game. Steve Leach gives Keith Carney a ride into the glass. Now the third, 3-0 Sabres, but the Bruins fought back. Vladimir Ruzicka to Adam Oates. Boston trails by 2. Late in the third, Boston trailing by 1, desperately trying to tie. Steve Leach with the shot. Beats the goaltender, but it goes wide of the net. And the Sabres hold on to beat the Bruins at the Garden 3-2. The final score, they take a 1-0 lead in the series. Svoboda, LaFontaine, and Bodger for the Sabres. For the Bruins, it was Oates and Vladimir Ruzicka. The Sabres won despite being outshot 38-30. As I mentioned a little earlier, 3 road teams were winners on Saturday night. Great situation to be in. At worst, they head home for Game 3 of the series, tied at a game apiece. Each of the teams has different reasons for their upsets. As far as the Jets are concerned, they say it wasn't anything fancy, just hard work.
The Winnipeg Jets could very well be the dark horse in these 1992 playoffs. The Jets took the opening game in their series with Vancouver 3-2. In typical Jets fashion, the victory had a very blue-collar style to it.
I think that's what playoffs is. That's the way we've played all year because we haven't had much choice. Kind of team we have for now and the players that are the lineup. And I think that's what playoffs is, and I think Vancouver is a blue-collar hockey team too.
The way we're going to win is by defensive hockey. We were 16th or 17th overall in National Hockey League for goals for. Goals against, we were 3rd. So we know that when it comes playoff time, that you have to keep the goals out of your net in order to win. And we come to work every night. That's from the top scorers right down to the muckers and grinders that are supposedly expected to do that.
As for the Canucks, suddenly their dream season can turn into a nightmare if they do not turn things around Monday in Vancouver.
We'll have to regroup. I mean, games have never been won, to my knowledge, with a win in the first game. We did it last year down in Los Angeles, and it became a longer series.
As Quinn has suggested, it is far too early for the Canucks and their organization to start to panic. But their job now is clear. They must even up things on Monday before this series heads back to Winnipeg. David Pratt, TSN, Vancouver.
Time for a break on Sports Desk, but when we come back, we'll turn our attention.
Coming up on Sports Desk, take a deep breath. We have all the NHL playoff action. A couple of Boston marathons, one at Fenway Park between the Jays and the Red Sox, and another winding its way through the streets of Boston.
Sports Desk, brought to you by Le Mans, offering European styling at an affordable price. Available at your Pontiac Buick GMC dealership.
Hello there, I'm Paul Romanek. 4 hockey playoff games, 10 baseball games, and the plays of the week all coming up in a fast-moving 30 minutes. Starting off with the hockey and the Vancouver Canucks, a team that should shoot a lot more often than they do. The Canucks with decent talent up front, Trevor Linden, Pavel Bure, Igor Larionov, but they only managed 5 shots on goal in the third period in Game 1 of their series, only 19 overall. It was different on this night, although you see an early example in tonight's game. Jyrki Lumme in a great position to shoot, and he passed it off. Kirk McLean in goal for Vancouver. He was razor sharp as he was in the opening game. A few minutes later, Vancouver opens the scoring. Tom Fergus.
There's Linden in front.
From the side of the net, Linden set him up. It's 1-0 Vancouver. Early second period, the Jets will tie it up. Keith Tkachuk comes in.
The goaltender makes the first move.
And McLean makes the first move. Tkachuk makes the final move. 1-1 midway through the second. It's Trevor Linden picking it up in front. And he beats Tabarachi. It's 2-1 for Vancouver. Now to the third period. Game tied at 2. Igor Larionov will get it in front to Lumme.
Looking for the go-ahead goal. Larionov in front. Lumme scores!
And he puts it in past Tabarachi, and it's 3-2 in favor of the Canucks. They win it by that score, and the series is now tied at 1 game apiece. Tkachuk and Aaron Broughton scoring for Winnipeg. Tom Fergus, Trevor Linden, and Jyrki Lumme scoring for the Vancouver Canucks. All knotted up. Vancouver shot more, and it paid off. The Edmonton Oilers couldn't do much against the LA Kings all season long. 1 win in 7 games. But in Game 1 of the Smythe semifinal, the Oilers did things they hadn't been able to do all year, like kill penalties. The Oilers were second worst in the NHL in penalty killing this season. Second worst. But they killed off all 9 LA power plays in Game 1. And early in this game, it was LA going on the power play again. And it was Wayne Gretzky, who was behind the net, going to work for the LA Kings, as he so often does, on the man advantage. And the Oilers couldn't kill this one off. Gretzky gets it in front. Paul Coffey scores it. It's 1-0 LA with a power play goal. David Maley gets in front here, and he will backhand it in behind Kelly Rudy, and it's 2-1. The Oilers lead the game. Just when the Oilers thought they had a stranglehold on the Kings, back they came. Luc Robitaille, great pass to Tony Granato. Beats Ranford, and then takes a cheap shot of a cross-check from Greg Hoggood. It's 2-2. Hoggood gets tossed from the game as well. He should have after that cheap shot. Kings in the power play. Coffey fires it in. Gretzky with the assist. LA leads by 1. Power plays killing the Oilers on this night. Midway through the second, Rob Blake. Look at this. What a rush. 5-4 for LA. And then in the third, 6-4 Kings, and here's Yari Curry.
Curry, he shoots, he scores!
Blasting it home from the point to beat Ron Tugnut. 7-4 for the Kings. Tugnut came in the third period. Didn't matter, though. Old Oilers never die. Indeed, they don't. It was the old Oilers doing some damage to the new Oilers in this game. Listen to the LA scoring. Paul Coffey with 2 goals. Marty McSorley with a goal. Charlie Huddy with a goal. And Yari Curry with a goal. All former Oilers. Tony Granato, Rob Blake, Mike Donnelly scored the other LA goals. Bernie Nichols with a pair. David Maley, Joe Murphy, and Martin Gélina scoring for Edmonton. Great expectations of the Detroit Red Wings in this postseason from their fans, and I mean great expectations. This year's team finishing with the highest point total for a Detroit team in 40 years. But they wobbled a little bit under the weight of those expectations in games 1 and 2. They didn't look good tonight either. Stars in the power play, Tenorti to Modano. Beats Chevrolet. It's 1-0 Minnesota. Doesn't take long for things to get tough in this one either. Yves Racine roughing up Mike Craig. And then Kevin Miller comes up with the big open ice hit on the veteran Bobby Smith. Late in the period, the score tied at 1. Modano to Bellows to Gagne. 2-1 for the North Stars. Then in the second period, the return of the Smith and Smith show. It's Bobby to Derek.
Centering pass, they score!
Minnesota leads at 3-1. Then 41 seconds into the third period, Alan Kerr with a shot from the slot and surprises Casey. Wings trail 3-2. After that goal, Casey shuts the door on the Red Wings. He's unbeatable. He's fantastic. Fedorov will fire a blast in from the slot. And look at Casey, just follows him across. Nice stop there. And then time running out. Nicholas Lidstrom, big cannonading shot from the point to cop a phrase from the great Danny Gallivan. And it was Casey with the great stop. And Minnesota defeats Detroit 4-2. The North Stars are up 2-0. Fate whispering in their ear once again, saying, upset. It's like last year in the playoffs. The St. Louis Blues look forward to playing in Chicago Stadium about as much as Al Capone used to look forward to tax audits. The Blues way in the red in the ledger in Chicago. 1 win in the last 10 games they have played at the stadium, including a loss in Game 1 of their series against the Blackhawks on Saturday night. They are trying to shake off those shackles in this game. He'll drink to that. That's Norm sitting behind the Chicago bench. He's everywhere in Chicago. The Bulls, the Bears, the Hawks, and the hit early in this game draws some blood from Chris Chelios. Nelson Emerson got 5 in a game for that. Seconds later, Hawks power play, and Chelios beats Joseph. The score is tied at 1. Then in the same power play, Chelios with his second of the period beats Joseph. It's 2-1 Chicago. Late in the first, Brian Marchment and Darren Kimball go at it. What a scrap. And ice all around on the knuckles after that. St. Louis battles back in the second. Brett Hull moves in and beats Belfort. The game's tied at 3. Then late in the period, Bob Basson to Jeff Brown. And Brown puts the Blues in front 4-3. Belfort goes to the smelling salts. He can't believe it. Chicago losing to St. Louis on home ice. That is unusual. St. Louis wins at 5-3, however, come up with a big win. Their record in playoff games in Chicago, going back, let's say 18 games or so, is 4-14 in the postseason in Chicago, but they pick up the win tonight. To say the Pittsburgh Penguins are only as good as Mario Lemieux is really to do a bit of a disservice to everyone else in the Penguins. But then again, it is absolutely true nonetheless. Lemieux missing the opening game of the Penn series against Washington on Sunday in Pittsburgh, losing that game. Looks as though he will play in Game 2, however.
Feels pretty good, a lot better than it did yesterday, and there's improvement every day, so should be ready to go by tomorrow.
Should or will?
Probably will play tomorrow. You know, from the practice today, and I was able to shoot the puck a little better and make some passes, so I will play tomorrow.
You really get the feeling that players not in the Stanley Cup playoffs are just dreading that phone call from
Tonight on Sports Desk, Mario Lemieux is back for the Pittsburgh Penguins. At Olympic Stadium, the Expos have the fans thinking hockey. And Canada's national soccer team continues its World Cup qualifying round.
Sports Desk is brought to you by Right Guard Deodorant. Anything else would be uncivilized. And by Chrysler Canada. All you have to do is drive one.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to Sports Desk. Teresa Hergert along with Paul Romanuk this evening. Also ahead on the show, it was a big night for Canadian pitchers in the major leagues. 3 of them got their start for the respective clubs. We've got the highlights.
And we'll also talk a little bit about Dave Steve. He's going to make his return to the mound tomorrow for the Jays. We will hear from Steve. We talked to him during batting practice today.
But first to the Wales Conference, Paul, and the Penguins welcoming back Lemieux this evening.
And happy to do so, no doubt, because without Mario Lemieux, the Pittsburgh Penguins' arms just a little too short to box with fate at times. They lost Game 1 of their Patrick Division semifinal against Washington without Lemieux in the lineup. They missed his punch for sure. And whether it was just window dressing or not, Lemieux was adamant yesterday at practice that he would play in tonight's game. His shoulder would be just fine. And Lemieux did suit up for this game in the lineup for the Penguins and looked okay, at least during the warm-up. First period, Penguins in the power play, and Lemieux strikes, assists on Larry Murphy's goal, and it's 1-0 for Pittsburgh. Moments later, Lemieux strikes again. This time he sets up Kevin Stevens. Great start for number 66, and for the Penguins, they're up 2-0. They're up 2-1, and watch this effort by Bondra. He gets his third in 2 games, and we're tied at 2. Less than a minute. The Capitals get a power play marker. Michael Pavanka with the goal. That is less than a minute to go in the first period. It's 3-2 Washington. Second period. Here's Cicerelli. Great effort. 5-2 Caps after 2. In the third period, Capitals put it on ice. Kelly Miller from back of the net comes out to beat Barrasso. 6-2 Washington. Go figure. So Pittsburgh Penguins, even with Lemieux in the lineup and even with Lemieux helping out on a couple of those goals, not able to come through and beat Washington. Capitals have a darn good team. Kristich, Bondra, Vivaka, Cote, Stevens for Pittsburgh, Lemieux with assists on both of those goals.
Sunday night's game between New Jersey and the Rangers was a close, tight-checking affair with the Devils in it right till the end. But it was the Rangers who took the early lead in the series, and if New Jersey was hoping to tie it up tonight, then they'd have to find some way to get past Ranger goalie John Van Beesbroek. He's got a goals against average of just 1 in his last 9 games. Early in the first, Messier goes to work for New York. Up the side. And he goes in, picks the top corner. Beautiful goal as the Rangers go ahead 1-0. Now late in the first, game tied up at 1, a 2-on-0 for the Devils, but Van Beesbroek stops Randy McKay. On to the second period, Rangers down at this point 2-1. Ryan Leach's shot goes off the bar, but Graves pokes in the loose puck and ties it up at 2. But the Devils answered back with 3 straight goals. First, Claude Lemieux. He eludes Messier, and then he one-times at home, puts Jersey ahead 3-2. Early in the third, rookie Bill Guerin, he blows this one past Van Beesbroek. Look at this one. And New Jersey grabs a 5-2 lead in the game. Messier's second goal of the game made it 5-3, but Claude Lemieux adds some insurance with his second of the night. And New Jersey evens up the series with a 7-3 win. Scoring for New Jersey, Todd, Stasny, Lemieux with a pair, Boschman, Guerin, and Weinrich. For the Rangers, Mark Messier with 2 goals, Adam Graves recording his first of this playoff season, and a big win for the Devils. They even this Pac Division semi at 1 game apiece.
The Hartford Whalers' game plan against Montreal, a tried and proven one for weaker teams against much stronger opponents. Conservative, take no chances, sit back and wait for your stronger opponent to make a couple of mistakes. On the old excitement scale, this style of hockey ranks right up there with watching someone drive the Zamboni around the ice. But then again, that style of hockey won a Stanley Cup for Montreal back in 1986. And it worked pretty well for Hartford in the first game, despite the fact that they lost. Hartford taking it to Montreal a little bit more in this game, at least early, with a couple of big hits. Midway through the first, Montreal power play, and Denny Savard setting up Brent Gilchrist. It's 1-0. Hartford catching a break late in the first. John Cullen's shot goes off of Daigneault's stick and in past Patrick Roy. It's 1-1. Cheap shot of the night. Shane Corson, wicked elbow on Doug Huda. Midway through the second, Savard carries it in to Gilchrist for his second of the night. 2-1 Montreal. And still in the second, Montreal up 3-1, but Randy Cunneyworth, look at this. One-times it past Roy. Hartford trails 3-2. Late in the period, Savard to Patrice Brisebois, and his shot is tipped by Guy Carbonneau. It's 4-2 Montreal. And Montreal shutting down the Whale in the third, but Hartford going down fighting in this one. Hartford playing a little bit more aggressively, but actually they weren't quite as successful as they were in the first game. They only lost the first one 2-0. They lose this one by a score of 5-2. John Cullen and Randy Cunneyworth scoring for Hartford. Brent Gilchrist had a couple for Montreal. Kirk Muller, Guy Carbonneau, Eric Desjardins also scoring. Denny Savard, though, huge night. He assisted on each of Montreal's first 6 goals in the series. The only one he didn't was Desjardins' empty netter. That came at the end of tonight's game. Buffalo playing Boston. Great game here. You just saw the end of it moments ago. We'll bring you right up to date and show you the complete highlights. Dave Poulin, breakaway, and Draper, huge stop. Bruins open the scoring later on. Bork to Joe Juneau on the power play. And he beats Draper. That's his first NHL playoff goal, 1-0 Boston. Moments later, Dave Reed with a wrist shot. And it's 2-0 Boston after 1. Second period, Sabres get one back. Dale Hawerchuk with a shot here. LaFontaine tips it home, 2-1, Buffalo trails. Third period, now the game is tied at 2, and Ray Bork from his own blue line catches Draper getting a new stick, and Draper with those cat-like reflexes. Look at the shots on goal in overtime. The Bruins with a huge advantage, and they scored right off the faceoff. Now that happened so quickly, we'll show it to you again. Off the draw, the puck is dropped, and look at Oates. One-times it against LaFontaine right off the faceoff. I think he hit that puck even before it hit the ice, and he totally caught Draper and the Buffalo centerman, Pat LaFontaine, napping. Boston win it in OT. The final is 3-2. LaFontaine and Presley scoring for Buffalo. Juneau, Reed, and Adam Oates with the winner in overtime for the Bruins, and this series is all tied up.
Former Calgary Flames coach Terry Crisp has been known to call...
Today on Sports Desk, the Canucks face the White Wave in Winnipeg. Dave Steve returns to the mound and attempts to scalp the Tribe. And a great outing by El Presidente, but is it enough to beat the Bucks?
Sports Desk is brought to you by Makita Canada Incorporated, Canada's leading manufacturer of professional power tools.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the show. Also ahead, White Sox shortstop Ozzie Guillen is done for the year. We have the story. We've also got all the news from the NBA as everyone gets ready for the postseason. But first to the Campbell Conference playoffs. You know, had Winnipeg not had so many injuries this year, we probably would have seen them finish higher than fourth in the Smythe. They really began to come on in the final stretch and finished with the third-best defense in the league. Could they carry it into the playoffs against Vancouver? Well, what we've seen so far from the Jets, the answer seems to be yes. This game started out a little physical. First period, Sergio Momesso tries to rough up Mike Eagles. Now, midway through the period, the Jets open the scoring. Randy Carlyle blasts one through Kirk McLean. Good to see him still out on the ice. 1-0 Winnipeg. Benny the Jet loves it. Midway through the period, Pavel Bure with some slick moves, but Rick Tabaracci, he makes a stick save. Now time is running out in the first. Jets on the power play. Pat Elenick's centering pass goes off of Doug Lidster and through McLean. And Pat Quinn's team trailing 2-0 after one. Second period, tempers flare. After Igor Ulanov took out Cliff Roddy, Trevor Linden mashes him into the boards. So seconds later, Linden punches Ulanov again. Ulanov starts yapping at the ref, arguing for a penalty. So then he decides to stalk Jeff Courtnall, spears him. Courtnall goes down. Ulanov got a double game misconduct. He is going to sit out game 4. Well, Tabaracci outstanding in goal for Winnipeg. He denies the Canucks 4 big stops on Vancouver. The Canucks scored a couple of goals late in the third, but Winnipeg hung on for a 4-2 lead. So scoring for the Jets, Carlyle, Elenick, DeBlois, and Steen for Vancouver, Kron and Sandlick. So the Jets take a 2-1 lead in the Smythe semi against the Canucks.
The first two periods sure weren't pretty. They threw us off our game, which we played right into their hands, basically. You know, going into the third, we knew we had to wake up, and you know, we did in a sense, but you know, it's just a little too late.
They're a good defensive squad. We got that shorthanded one, and that kind of lifted us up a little bit. And we got the next one, and you know, all of a sudden, I guess maybe Winnipeg's saying, geez, you know, this game isn't over, and we're trying to battle back. And we had quite a few good scoring opportunities at the end, but we can't afford to get down 4-0 for this game.
We played a very strong game from start to finish. We let up a little bit in the third period, which enabled them to, you know, get some goals back. But other than that, we played a very solid 60 minutes. I think everybody should be proud of the way they played tonight.
Oh, they were outstanding. I was getting a little lonely back there for a while. They did such an incredible job. And they're standing guys up. They really didn't even give Vancouver a chance to get into our zone, which is a tribute to them. They're doing a heck of a job back there, and it's great to play for a team that's playing that defensive-minded.
The Edmonton Oilers were glad to get back to Northland's Coliseum for Game 3 of their series against the Kings. Back home, the Oilers felt that they could grab the edge in this series if they went back to playing better defense and quit taking bad penalties. They'd also have to stop 3 former Oilers, Gretzky, Curry, and Coffey together, have scored 90 more playoff points in their careers than the entire Edmonton roster. Big numbers. First period, John McIntyre gives it to Dave Taylor in front of the net. Puts it in past Ranford and the Kings, who got a 1-0 lead. Later on in the period, McIntyre at it again. This time he sets up Jay Miller. He lets the quick wrist shot go, and LA has grabbed a 2-0 lead in the game. The Oilers decided to put Kelly Buchberger on Wayne Gretzky, and he does a great job shadowing the Great One. And the Oilers start to turn things around. The Oilers on a power play. Kelly Rudy with a save on Murphy, then on Tikkanen, but Nichols finally swats it in. Oilers trailing by a goal. On to the third period, Kings leading 3-2. Joe Murphy with a backhand. Greg Hoggood, Vincent Downfus, they get the assist. And that ties the score up at 3. Later on in the period, Nichols from the face-off circle. First shot stopped, but gets his own rebound, puts it in the net, and the Oilers go on to win the final in the game 4-3. Scoring for the Oilers on the evening, Nichols with 2. Also scoring, it was Dom Bruce, Joe Murphy with a goal and 2 assists on the night. For the Kings, it was Dave Taylor, Jay Miller, and Luke Robitaille. Imagine how frustrating it must be for Detroit. The 3rd best season in franchise history, the best since 1950-51. But so far against Minnesota, nothing. A lousy power play, no forechecking, nothing. Detroit's top gunner, Steve Yzerman, he only had 1 goal after 2 games, so maybe it was time to get something going. First period, Stevie Y with a good scoring chance, but John Casey comes up big. No score in the game. North Stars get on the board early. Mike Modano gets in alone, hits the top drawer, and Minnesota's leading 1-0. 2-0 Stars now. Sergei Fedorov gets his second shorthanded breakaway goal of the series. Yzerman comes up with the assist, and the Wings are trailing 2-1. On to the second. Minnesota scores 2 in a row. The second goal coming on this bellow shot. Cheveldae looking a little shaky, so Cheveldae came out. Vincent Riendo went in. Late in the second, Red Wings pulled to within 1. Jimmy Carson scores a disputed goal. The goal light doesn't come on, but it counts. 4-3 Stars after 2. Late in the third period, the Wings are on the power play. Ray Shepard bats the puck out of midair. That ties the game up at 4. Yzerman with 2 assists so far. Into overtime. A long goal scored from the blue line. Yves Racine with a blast. And that ends it. The Red Wings win 5-4. Big win for Detroit. Scoring for the Red Wings, it was Fedorov, Lidstrom, Carson, Shepard, and Racine. The game winner, Minnesota, Modano, Gagne, Broughton, and Bellows. And the Stars, they still lead the series 2-1, but could the Red Wings be on their way back? Going into their series against St. Louis, the Blackhawks looked good to advance if Ed Belfour remained hot in net. Well, Belfour simmered, and he seemed to chill out Monday night. He gave up 4 goals on 11 shots, then left the game after banging his head on the crossbar. Belfour looked fine Wednesday night, but he began the game on the bench. Dominic Hasek was the starter for the Hawks. First period, Nelson Emerson picks up the loose puck. He goes in, beats Hasek, a power play goal. Brett Hall with the assist. Blues are up 1-0. Blackhawks have got 2 men in the penalty box. Mike Keenan wants to rest his penalty killers. Out comes Hasek, in comes Belfour. Didn't work out for Keenan, though. Emerson picks up his second. Hall gets another assist. You know, the goalies are switched in and out 3 times. Hawks score on the power play. Keith Brown whips one over to Jeremy Roenick, and he will one time at home. But the Blues still lead 2-1. Hawks are coming back. Less than a minute to go in the first. Igor Kravchuk with a big blast from the point. This one gets past Joseph. It was 3-2 Hawks after a period. On to the third. Blues looking for the equalizer. Garth Butcher scores his first of the series. Brett Hall picks up his 3rd assist on the night. And that ties the score up at 4. So into overtime we go. Hall with a great burst of speed. Hasek makes the save on Hall. Then Bob Basson on the rebound. There was no score in the first overtime. They had to go to a second. Now we'll see Ron Sutter feeding it to Basson. Leaves it for Brett Hall, and Hall goes in to beat Hasek between the legs. The Blues win in double overtime. The final was 5-4. So scoring for the Blues, Emerson with a pair. Also scoring Christian, Butcher, and Hall for Chicago. It was Roenick, Hudson, Kravchuk, and Graham. And the Blues take a 2-1 series lead. Well, we retreated to the White Wave in Winnipeg. Full houses in Edmonton and St. Louis. But unless there is a last-minute rush, it's going to look awfully empty in Hartford Thursday night. They're only expecting 6,000 people for the game, and if it happens, it'll be their smallest playoff crowd ever. The Montreal Canadiens lead the Whalers 2-0 in this series. When John Cullen heard the news, he said, maybe we don't deserve fans right now. Quebec General Manager Pierre Pagé has laid his draft picks out on the table. Pagé said that he is ready to talk trade with any team if it means getting some experienced players to help the team now. He didn't say whether or not those picks included Eric Lindros, but maybe Eric would like to play in Tampa Bay with the Lightning. If he plays there next year, he'll be playing home games in the Florida State Fairgrounds Expo Hall. The Lightning have signed a lease to play at least 2 seasons there while their new home is being built. The Expo Hall holds just over 10,000 people, and they still have to put in some ice-making equipment. Well, that wraps up the night's story in hockey. We're going to take a short break here.
Tonight on Sports Desk. On the rise, Mario Lemieux tries to lead the Penguins back. On the ball, the Blue Jays close out their series with the Indians. And on the bench, Larry Bird sits out the Celtics playoff opener.
Desk is brought to you by Gillette Sensor for the best shave a man can get, and by Makita Canada Incorporated, Canada's leading manufacturer of professional power tools.
Hi, everybody, and welcome to this edition of Sports Desk. I'm Gord Miller, along with Teresa Hergert. Hope you're having a good night, whatever you've been up to. Also coming up for the next half hour, Team Canada leaves for the World Hockey Championships, and 2 NBA coaches get dealt the 9 of hearts. But up first, night 6 of the Stanley Cup playoffs, and the spotlight shifts back to the series in the Wales Conference.
Let's get going. Well, the Washington Capitals were looking to put a lock on their series against Pittsburgh tonight. They led the defending Stanley Cup champions 2-0. With the Penguins' top gunner Mario Lemieux hurting, Joe Mullen, Jaromir Jagr slumping, it would take a little more than luck for them to get back into this series. It took some hard work, and it paid off. At the beginning, Kevin Hatcher and the Caps looking to go up 3-0. First period, Caps scores shorthanded. Mike Ridley to Hatcher, and he scores. Washington is up 1-0. Then this man took over, Mario the Magnificent, they call him. First he set up Phil Bourque in front of the Caps net. And as it goes in, ties the game up at 1. On to the second period, Caps are leading 2-1. Lemieux sets up Joey Mullen. Mullen scores. And that ties it up at 2. Well, then number 66 sets up Jaromir Jagr, a slap shot past Beaupre. And the score, though, Washington up 3-2. Same period, Lemieux decides to shoot, and a great shot. 4 points at this point for Mario, and it was 4-2 Pittsburgh in the second. Late second, well, what else can Mario do? Well, he scores another goal. 2 goals, 3 assists, as Pittsburgh goes on to win it 6-4. Well, maybe Joey Mullen and Jaromir Jagr and Mario Lemieux have snapped out of it. Maybe they're on their way, but the Caps do lead the series 2-1. Taking a look at the goal scorers, it was Hatcher with a pair, Kristich and Iafrate for the Caps. For Pittsburgh, Bourque, Mullen, Jagr, Mario Lemieux with 3 goals and 3 assists.
Well, as that Hoboken, New Jersey native Frank Sinatra likes to sing, I've got you under my skin. It's appropriate for current New Jersey resident Claude Lemieux, who put New York Ranger captain Mark Messier off his game in the first 2 meetings of the series. Messier had scored a pair of shorthanded goals, but more often than not, he had been preoccupied with the pesky Lemieux. A major reason the series went across the Hudson River, tied at a game apiece. So let's pick it up as we go to the Meadowlands, where Mike Richter gets the start in favor of John Van Beesbrook in this one. Doesn't make a difference, though. Claude Lemieux to Stephane Richer, the 2 former Habs combined to make it 1-0 New Jersey. The Rangers come right back on the power play. Tony Amonte to Mark Messier, who has the wide open net, his 3rd of the series, ties the game at 1. Rangers continue to try throwing their weight around. Jeff Bukaboom tees up Eric Weinrich. Late in the period, a controversial goal. Peter Stastny with the shot. Now watch Scott Stevens bat it in. Was it a high stick or a slash? Well, they reviewed it on video, said it should count. Mark Messier didn't like that call very much, but his team trailed 2-1. Second period, Devils strike again. Claude Vilgrain with the weak shot, and Richter lets it beat him. 3-1 Devils. Third period now, and Devil fans start getting on their New York cousins. Yes, it has been a long time, hasn't it? And Chris Terreri backs up their talk with some great action in the net. Great stop at the start of the period, robbing Darren Turcotte. Later in the third, Sergei Nemchinov lets the blast go. Terreri gets a piece, and Bruce Driver clears it away. Hey, the Devils win this one 3-1. Well, maybe she's just warming up, but New Jersey wins it by a count of 3-1 to take a 2-1 lead in the series. Messier for the Rangers, Richer, Stevens, and Vilgrain for the Devils.
It was a pretty sorry sight in Hartford as the Whalers continued their series against the Canadiens. The Civic Center looked empty. There were only 6,700 people who came out for the game. Well, Whalers center John Cullen might have hit the problem on the head yesterday when he said, maybe this team doesn't deserve fans. The Whalers were clearly behind the 8 ball as they took to the ice tonight against Montreal. There were empty seats everywhere. The top part of the center not even full. Maybe that sign said it all, and maybe it got the Whalers going. They took the physical approach. Gilbert Dion, the recipient of some abuse. Montreal opens the scoring. Patrice Brisebois has got his shot deflected by a Whaler. And Montreal is up 1-0. Second period, Hartford ties it on the power play. Murray Craven to Zarli Zalapsky and ties the game up at 1. Then while shorthanded, Craven gets the puck and he tucks it in past Patrick Roy. 2-1 Hartford. And over on the Montreal bench, Pat Burns was left shaking his head. The Whalers' game plan seemed to be shoot high on Roy. Robert Halik rings it off of Roy's jaw. That's one way to make a save. Late in the second, the Habs get sloppy in their own end. John Cullen, he swoops in and then scores on the wraparound. And Hartford's got a 3-1 lead. In the third period, Hartford does not let up. They've got a 2-on-1. Craven drills it to the short side and puts the Whalers up 4-1. Later on in the third, Pat Verbeek passes it to Patrick Poulin, and he banks a shot in off the post. And that was all. 5-1 for Hartford. Montreal added another, but it wasn't enough. 5-2. And boy, those 6,700 fans in Hartford were happy. Scoring for Montreal, Brisebois and Lebeau for Hartford. Craven with a pair. Zalapsky, Cullen, and Poulin.
The other Adams Division semifinal moved from one small rink, the Boston Garden, to another, the Odd in Buffalo. The close quarters have resulted in close games, a one-goal victory for each team, and even though the series was tied at a game apiece, many fans, especially those in Buffalo, have been calling for an early end to the Boston season, but rumors of the Bruins' death have been greatly exaggerated. Bruins all over them in the first. Glenn Murray with the puck to Ted Donato, who puts the move on Tom Draper. 1-0 Bruins. Boston playing tough. Rob Ray gets sandwiched behind the net. That fan in Quebec will be happy to hear that. A little revenge after Ray pummeled him last week. Midway through the first, great chance for Pat LaFontaine in alone, but his shot goes off Moog and into the crowd. Late in the period, Bruins on the power play. Joe Juneau to Ray Bork. And Bork fires it home. 2-0 Boston. Buffalo rallies in the second. Scramble around Andy Moog. Randy Wood chips in the rebound. Moog had been knocked off his game a bit, didn't like the goal. Sabres trailed 2-1. Later on now, Sabres on the power play. Dale Hawerchuk with the perfect feed to Pat LaFontaine on the doorstep. He keeps pumping them into the playoffs. Game tied at 2. With time running out in the second, momentum shifts back to the Bruins. Adam Oates gets his third of the series. Man, has he scored big goals. 3-2 Boston. Sabres look for the equalizer in the third. Off the shoot-in, Mike Ramsey feeds Wayne Presley, but Andy Moog makes the big save in front. Bruins hang on to win. Familiar score, 3-2. That's been the score in all three of the games in the series. Donato, Bork, and Oates for the Bruins, Wood and LaFontaine for the Sabres. And hey, the Bruins, don't leave them for dead. They lead this series 2-1.
The Tampa Bay Lightning finally ended all the speculation today and named Terry Crisp as their new head coach. Crisp guided the Calgary Flames to the Stanley Cup back in 1989, and he's got the highest winning percentage among all active NHL coaches. Well, when Crisp coached in Calgary, he was often criticized for his temper and his exuberance behind the bench and in the dressing room. Crisp recently said that he's calmed down a bit, but he sure hasn't lost his enthusiasm for the game.
The team that's coming into Tampa Bay will be an exciting team. They will not lack for effort because of the people that are running the organization, Phil, Tony, and myself, and anybody else involved. Is that the one thing that we do ask is give an effort. The rest will all fall into place.
Team Canada left today for the World Hockey Championships in Prague. As usual, the story with this.
Coming up on Sports Desk, put your game face on Day 7 of the NHL playoffs. The Blue Jays sink their teeth into the wounded Kansas City Royals. And even Horace Grant marvels at the work of Michael Jordan.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the show. I'm Gino Retta. It is nice to have you here. You know, there's an interesting situation developing in the NHL playoffs. Two underdogs in the Campbell Conference Series have now taken 3-1 leads and are on the verge of upsets. Winnipeg led the Canucks 2-1. Game 4 was in the Sea of White at the Winnipeg Arena. Interesting call by the Jets coach John Paddock. He started Rick Tabaracci in all of their playoff games so far, despite the fact that Bob Essenza had most of the success during the regular season. But the hunch was based on the fact that Tabaracci had played so well against the Canucks. And the hunch has panned out so far. Great crowd on hand at the Winnipeg Arena. The sea of white to welcome the Jets. And this is a physical affair here. Jim Sandlak lays out Eddie Olchuk into the glass. That's not good for a sore back. First period, Jets open the scoring. Frederick Olofsson to Evgeny Davidov. He drills the bullet by Kurt McLean, and it's 1-0 Winnipeg. Rick Tabaracci, his 4th consecutive starting goal in these playoffs. Started every game. Watch here as he dives across the net. Cliff Ronning looks, sees the open net. Ronning the shot, and Tabaracci gloves it. 1-0 Jets after 20 minutes of play. Brian Mulrooney having a great time in the crowd. Second period action. Jets strike again. Phil Housley's shot from the point somehow finds the net. Great screen in front. 2-0 Winnipeg. Things could have been worse for Vancouver if not for McLean's great goaltending. He just burns Phil Housley from in close. Still 2-0 Jets after 2 periods. Third period, Jets strike early. Thomas seen the right place, the right time. He slides in the loose puck, and it's 3-0 Jets. Later in the period, 3-1 Jets. Rick Tabaracci shuts the door. Sergio Momesso out in front. Turned away. Winnipeg pounds Vancouver in a sea of white. Final score 3-1, and the Jets now lead that series 3-1. The only goal scorer for Vancouver, Fergus. For Winnipeg, Davidov, Housley, and Steen. And the Jets say it is just plain hard work.
We're not a very greedy team. We have to work for everything we get, and you know, they might say the 4th one's the toughest. You know, we just want to sit back and collect our thoughts, and we have to have a strong game in Vancouver because we know they're going to be ready.
I think we feel pretty good about our game, and really we should. I mean, it's been phenomenal playing back there for those guys. They're just playing a great style of playoff hockey, and very defensive, and it's certainly paying off.
You know, it's very disappointing. We're working hard. We're trying as hard as we can. I think we're just not finishing. We're not concentrating, I guess.
They're playing pretty darn well as a team, so you know you have to give them a little credit for us stumbling a little bit. But you know it isn't over yet, and hell, we got another game. We're going to have to beat us in Vancouver.
Elsewhere, injuries are a big part of the story in the LA-Edmonton series right now. Yari Curry and Larry Robinson are both out of the night's action because of ankle injuries. And the Oilers be without Craig Simpson and Anatoly Semenov for the remainder of their opening round series. But the really big story in this series so far is the fact that Wayne Gretzky has been held scoreless so far. Gretzky still looking for his first goal of the series. Early on, he's got a chance, but Bill Ranford comes up with a big grab. Still in the first. Oilers get on the board. Peter Klima digs it out of the corner, centers to Scott Mellenby, who is alone in the slot. Mellenby puts it in the wide open net. 1-0 for the Oilers. Second period, game tied at 1. Dave Manson picks up the puck at center ice, in over the blue line. The shot just inside the far post. Oilers led 2-1. Third period, game tied at 2 now. Gretzky teams up with Coffey again. Gretzky to Coffey, blasts it, one-timer, his second goal in a row. And it's 3-2 for the Kings. L.A. goes up by a pair. Kings all around Bill Ranford. Luc Robitaille slides in the loose puck. 4-2 Kings at that point. Oilers pulled it within 1 when Vincent Damphousse whacks at the puck in front of the net. Looks like Nichols put it in, but Damphousse actually got credit. 4-3 L.A. at that point, and that is the final score. L.A. over Edmonton, 4-3. Robitaille, Coffey with a pair. Actually, Robitaille and Coffey both had a pair for L.A., and for Edmonton, it was Mellenby, Manson, and Vincent Damphousse. This series all even up at 2 games apiece. All right, so what's going on with the North Stars? That's probably the most asked question in the playoffs so far. How does Bob Gainey get so much out of a mediocre team in the playoffs? That's a puzzle Brian Murray would love to solve. Minnesota in position to take a 3-1 stranglehold on Detroit in their best-of-7 series. With the Wings so frustrated, Game 4 got to be a little bit of a physical affair. Sergei Fedorov knocked onto the ice. Mark Bureau temporarily just loses it. Steve Yzerman gets pummeled, and Bob Probert, look at the look on his face. You'd hate to be facing him on the night. Detroit opens the scoring. Probert deflects the shot. Ray Shepard is there for the rebound, puts it in, and the Wings take a 1-0 lead. Later in the first, game's tied at 1. Detroit breaks into 2-on-1. Shepard keeps in. Makes Casey look bad there. Great-looking goal. 2-1 for the Wings. Second period is 3-1 for the Wings. The puck is chipped in. Bobby Dallas misplays it. Mike Modano falling to the ice, slides it in. 3-2 for the Red Wings. Wings get their 2-goal lead back. Shepard in on goal. Casey stops him, but Shepard throws it out in front, and Casey kicks it into his own net. 4-2 Detroit. Late in the second, 4-3 Wings. Brian Bellows walks out in front, gets a couple of whacks at it, puts it in. 4-4 after 2. Third period, they complete the comeback. Wings fail to clear their own zone. Craig Ludwig's shot is tipped by Todd Ellick. No chance for Cheveldae. 5-4 for the North Stars at that point. Minnesota leads the best-of-7 series, 3-1 over Detroit. Minnesota doing it again. The Red Wings outshot the Stars 40-29, but still lost the game. Shepard with the hat trick and chase on for Detroit. For Minnesota, Tenorti, Modano, Shaw, Bellows, and Ellick. Out now, the Blackhawks and the Blues. Big hit early in this game. It happens to involve a pair of Blues. Jeff Brown and Brett Hedigan go head-to-head. Blues open the scoring, though. Great passing on the power play. Janney to Shanahan to Hall into the wide-open cage, beating Belfour, and it's 1-0 St. Louis. Late in the first, 1-1 tie. Steve Smith winds it up. Brent Sutter tips it in, and it's 2-1 for the Blackhawks. Early in the second, Stéphane Matteau breaks in on the breakaway, in over the blue line, short-handed, and scores. Hawks go up 3-1. Curtis Joseph having a good night, making a good glove save here on Jocelyn Lemieux. The splits and stop. That spurs his teammates on. St. Louis rallies for a couple of goals. Hall to Shanahan. Wide open cage. Ties the game at 3. Third period. Jeremy Roenick with the spinorama. Great move. The shot is stopped. Brian Noonan, the rebound. Off the crossbar, then bats it in. 4-3 for the Blackhawks. Chicago puts it on ice, so to speak. Steve Larmer to Mike Hudson. Hudson in alone. Goes to the backhand. Puts it in and wraps it up. Blackhawks win this one 5-3. The series all tied up at 2 games apiece. For the Hawks, it was Roenick, Sutter, Matteau, Noonan, and Hudson. For St. Louis, it was Hall, Shanahan, and Giles. The Hawks outshot the Blues 37-19. Professional hockey is finally coming to Hamilton. They've tried for the
Coming up on Sports Desk, the Canadians lose their cool as they get frustrated by the Whalers. The Jays continue their winning ways as the Royals boot another chance to win. And the Birdless Celtics try to go 2-up in their NBA series.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the show. I'm Gino Reda. It is nice to have you here. Day 8 of the NHL playoffs, the Campbell Conference with the night off. Canucks and Red Wings are on the verge of elimination, and now 2 Wales Conference teams are also just one more loss from pulling out the golf clubs for the summer. Many thought the Whalers would be packing for the offseason after Saturday night's action. Montreal in 4. Seemed like a good bet. Now even Montreal in 5 is out of the question. Dump and chase. It's not exactly exciting hockey, but with Hartford making things as difficult for Montreal as they have been, you would think that more than 11,000 Whaler fans would have shown up, but that's about it. The Whalers' tenacity got to the Canadians, even getting to Patrick Roy. Look at a slash. Ensuing power play, Montreal's cut out of position. Murray Craven to Yvan Corriveau, who one time had passed Roy. Roy pays for the slash. 1-0 Hartford. Todd Ewan ejected to the Habs lineup. He belts John Cullen as he steps out of the penalty box. Cullen never saw him coming. Second period, more lack of discipline by the Habs. Doug Huda elbows Ewan. The referee doesn't see it. Ewan goes back and punches Huda. The referee sees this. Another Whaler power play. Hartford converts on his chance again. Corriveau goes to Randy Cunneyworth, who is all alone. This will just trickle in over the goal line, and it gives Hartford a 2-0 lead. Still in the second, great chance for Guy Carbonneau. And Peter Angelo comes up with a big stop. One of just 12 shots for the Habs through 2 periods. Habs dominate the third. Kurt Muller twists and tips it in. High stick. Referee says no. Goal is good, but that was it. They believe in Whalerland as Hartford dumps Montreal 3-1 and evens a series of 2 apiece. It was Kurt Muller for the Habs. For Hartford, it was Corriveau, Cunneyworth, and Murray Craven. Attendance, 10,071. Brutal. On to the Sabres hosting the Bruins. Pick it up. Game tied at 1. Buffalo on the power play. Pat LaFontaine will let the shot go, beating Moog, and it's 2-1 for the Sabres. Boston storms back, though, with a pair of goals. The second coming when Gord Murphy skates in, puts it upstairs, knocks the water bottle up, beating Draper. 3-2 Bruins. At the end of the first period, Andy Moog, watch this. Boom, hits LaFontaine. Come on, barely touched him, takes a big dive. Brutal. Boston opens a 2-goal lead. Former Canadian Olympian Joe Juneau slides it in. 4-2 Boston. After the Sabres tie it up, play gets a little chippy. Steve Leach gives Dale Hawerchuk a facial with the stick. An ugly incident. Hawerchuk with the badly bleeding face Nobody saw it. Nothing was called, though. No penalties. They went into overtime where Ted Donato slides it in. And once again, Boston beats the Sabres in overtime. 5-4 the final score. In this one, it was Wesley, Oates, Murphy, Juneau, and Donato. The winner for Boston. For Buffalo, Howard, Chuck, LaFontaine, Andrewchuk, and Presley is second. The Bruins lead the series now 3-1. If you had to give a goaltending edge to either the Rangers or the Devils before their series, you would likely have gone with New York. It would have been hard to imagine the tandem of Terreri and Brodeur upstaging Van Biesbroek and Richter. But that's exactly what's been happening. Chris Terreri has led the Devils to a 2-1 lead in their series with the New York Rangers. And Terreri is tested early in this game. Tony Monte with a backhand. Terreri gets just enough of it to knock it over the net. Later in the period, Zdeno Seagar with the backhand hits the crossbar. Game scoreless after one. Second period, Mike Richter makes the stop on Tom Chorsky in close, gets back up, centering pass to Vilgrain and stops Vilgrain as well. No score so far. Third period, Mark Messier slides across to Jan Eriksson. Agerson slides it in. Eriksson's goal gives the Rangers a 1-0 lead. Later in the period, Paul Broughton, Chris Kind break in on the 2-on-1. Broughton keeps and slides and beats Terreri. 2-0 Rangers at that point. They'd add another. And even the series of 2 games apiece with a 3-0 victory over the Devils. For the Rangers, it was Eriksson, Broughton, and Gartner. Richter made 33 stops in this game. He was the story in Game 4. Now to the Capitals and Penguins. Caps off to a quick start. Just over 4 minutes in, Todd Grieger takes a shot from the tough angle. Looks like Barrasso's got the angles cut off, but somehow it goes in. 1-0 Washington. Then just a few minutes later, the Capitals show some nice passing. It's Kelly Miller to Mike Ridley to Dino Ciccarelli, who slides it in, and it's 2-0 Washington. Other end of the ice, Don Beaupre, red hot. A couple of big stops right here. First of all, Mario Lemieux from the tough angle is stopped. Rebound out to Stevens. Stevens stopped. Good effort by Beaupre. To the third, 3-0 Capitals. Mario Lemieux takes the lead pass from Jaromir Jagr and then beats Barrasso upstairs. Penguins trail by 2. Later in the third, Capitals led 5-1. Dino Ciccarelli with 2 goals already makes it a hat trick as he beats Rega with a good move. He would add another, and Dino Ciccarelli leads the Capitals with 4 goals to a 7-2 victory over the Penguins. Krieger, Kristich, and Bondra round out the scoring for the Caps. For Pittsburgh, it was Lemieux and Trottier. The Caps now lead the series 3-1. The Campbell Conference will get back to work on Sunday night, and the Canucks better get to work quickly. They can't afford a slow start. Vancouver trails 3-1 in their series with the Jets. With a look ahead, here's David Pratt.
If the regular season was the best of times for the Vancouver Canucks, then surely the playoffs are the worst of times. The Canucks are now down 3-1 to the Winnipeg Jets, and as frustrated and angry as head coach Pat Quinn is with the performance of his team, he is equally as frustrated and angry with the officiating that he has seen during the series.
Interestingly, most often it was the interferer that ended up drawing a penalty. Amazingly, on Pavel, it was kind of a joke, and I mean, it's interesting to watch a guy that uses ice the way he does be interfered with, as he has been, and yet he's got 8 minutes in penalties, and there hasn't been one called against him. I mean, that's kind of to me, a joke.
As for the Jets, their ability to frustrate the Canucks on the ice is only matched by their ability to do little or nothing to upset the Canucks off the ice.
Same way, one more game. We're up 3-1, but still lots of hockey to be played, and the Winnipeg Jets are going to play the same way. The boring defensive style that we've played pretty much all season, and try to capitalize on our opportunities.
And do the talking on the ice.
That's the only way to do it.
In the meantime, the Canucks are left to deal with the hard reality that their season, as good as it has been, could be just about over.
Seems like the harder we work, the harder we bang at the door. There's just no opening of that door. So, you know, it's something that we've got to take a step back maybe and have a look at what we can do differently. I mean, obviously the things we've been doing the last 2 nights haven't worked, and we've got to change some things. So, you know, I mean, it's long from over yet.
Whatever the problem or problems are, the Canucks will have to correct them, and correct them no later than Sunday. Or here on the West Coast, it will indeed be a long, hot summer. David Pratt, TSN, Vancouver.
And like Vancouver, Detroit was heavily favored to get out of the first round.
Coming up on Sports Desk, it's crunch time for the Canucks as they try to extend their playoff series with the Jets. The Blue Jays ace gets lost in the shuffle against the Kansas City Royals. And no drama, but big bucks at the annual NFL Draft.
Sports Desk, brought to you by Le Mans, offering European styling at an affordable price. Available at your Pontiac Buick GMC dealership.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to the show. I'm Gino Reda. It is nice to have you here. Day 9 of the NHL playoffs. And two teams, it's the most important night so far. The first night, the teams may begin to fall off of the playoff parade. The Red Wings and Canucks both had big hopes, and now both on the precipice of big falls. But the Canucks did rise to the occasion. Vancouver needed to win, and they needed to win in convincing fashion so they could restore some of the confidence they had lost in the earlier part of the series. They also wanted to rattle Rick Tabaracci. He's been terrific in goal for the Jets. Vancouver attained all of their goals on Sunday night. The aggressive Canucks come out smoking. Watch this big hit. Jim Stanley dumps Evgeny Davidov right into the camera. Rick Tabaracci, Friday, how'd he do? Well, on Sunday, not so well. The answer is not so well at all. Pavel Bure, pitch of the loose puck, beats Tabaracci, a weak one. Canucks led 1-0. Seconds left in the period. Bure breaks his stick. Sandlak redirects it. You can't blame Tabaracci on that. 2-0 for Canucks after one. Second period, 3-0 Vancouver leading. Nedved, great effort, beats Tabaracci. And with that, Tabaracci is out. And for the first time in the series, Bob Essenza gets the nod. 4-0 Vancouver leading. Vancouver still rolling. Doug Litzler, the one-timer from the slot, gives Vancouver a 6-0 lead. And it looks like we're going back to Winnipeg for Game 6 in this series. In the third period, great pass right on the stick of Jeff Courtnall. Courtnall breaks in behind 3 Jets and beats Bob Essenza. And the series now goes back to Winnipeg for Game 6 on Tuesday. Vancouver 8-2 winners. The Jets still lead the series 3-2. Goal scorers Olczyk and Broughton for Winnipeg. For Vancouver, Sandlak with a pair. Bure, Babic, Lume, Nedved, Litzler, and Courtnall. The win marks a new beginning for Vancouver.
The Vancouver Canucks are now very much alive in their series with the Winnipeg Jets. The Canucks dropped the Jets by a score of 8-2 and now trail in the series 3-2.
We've got life for another day. We've got to go in and win in that building, and we haven't been very good in there up to this point. And with the great crowd that they have, we're going to have to play as well or better than we did here tonight.
We came back with a big effort. We needed that. We played pretty hard, throughout the series, and we've been having some tough luck. But we kept plugging. We're still behind. We got to go into Winnipeg and come out with the same type of effort. It's not going to be easy. Believe me, they're going to be ready.
I think right now going into Winnipeg, it's the pressure's on them right now. They got to win 2 games, and we're looking forward to it. It's a real nice feeling coming back to Vancouver here. The fans are behind us 100%, and they're going to be behind us watching on TV when we go to Winnipeg.
Although this victory is a serious step in the right direction for the Vancouver Canucks, they still have a number of challenges left in front of them before they have a real reason to celebrate. The next challenge will come in Winnipeg Tuesday night. David Pratt, TSN, Vancouver.
Thanks very much, David. LA fans dancing, hoping to bring Kings some good luck. Bill Ranford looks good early here. He comes up with a big stop on Tony Granato. No score after 1, early second period. Esa Tikkanen takes the puck, steps in over the blue line, lets the shot go, beats Kelly Rudy long range. Oilers take a 1-0 lead. Still in the second, the Kings with the pressure on. Watch this. Granato has a chance, stop. Robitaille chance, stop. Gretzky a chance, just crosses the goal line. Ranford says, come on, guys, help me out here. Game tied at 1. Gretzky gets a second of the night. Kings on the power play. He tees it up from the face-off circle, scores. Just trickles over the goal line. It's 2-1 for the Kings. Now to the third period. Game tied at 2. Esa Tikkanen gets a second of the game. Blasts it. Oilers take the lead. A little later on in the game. Great team effort here. Great work by Klima. Breaks in. Kelly Rudy cuts off the angles. Klima centers and wide open net for Esa Tikkanen. You hate to even give him a goal for that. But he gets a hat trick. Tikkanen with a hat trick, leading Edmonton to a 5-2 win over L.A. The Oilers now lead the series 3-2, heading back to Northland. Tikkanen with his third playoff hat trick. Danfus and Nichols for the Oilers. For Gretzky, for L.A., it was all Gretzky. 2 goals. The Red Wings in big trouble going into Sunday's game. A loss in Detroit would bow out of the first round of the playoffs for the second season in a row. Goaltending has been a big part of their problem. Neither Tim Cheveldae or Vincent Riendo has been very solid at all. To stay alive, the Wings needed a strong performance from Cheveldae. And they also needed some help from Stevie Yzerman. Yzerman, just one goal in the playoffs to this point. First period, Wings shorthanded. Steve Chiasson, 2. Steve Yzerman make that 2 goals in the playoffs to this point. 1-0 Detroit. Second period, Wings shorthanded. Yzerman, 2. Mike Sillinger, the rookie, is stopped by Casey. Later, Stars roughing up Stevie Yzerman. Chris Dahlquist catches Yzerman with the elbow in the head. Penalty, but did not capitalize. Still in the second, Bob Probert mixed it up with Mark Tenorti. No penalties because nothing really happened. Third period now. In the story of the game, Detroit's tight defense. This was the toughest sequence for Cheveldae on the night, and he came through with flying colors. Said they needed a big night from Cheveldae. They got a big night. Later, Detroit gets a break. Mike Sillinger down the wing, and the rookie will beat Casey this time. Casey's still looking for the puck. 2-0 for the Wings. They would add another and shut out Minnesota 3-0. Cheveldae, 22 stops, his first career playoff shutout. Yzerman, Sillinger, and Carson, the goal scorers. The Stars still lead the series, but now it's just 3-2. On out of Brian Sutter and the Blues taking on the Chicago Blackhawks. Series tied at 2. And Sutter, like we saw earlier on, because Philippe Bauzon turns on the loose puck, bats it by Ed Belfour, and it's 1-0 St. Louis. Sutter didn't like this, though. Jocelyn Lemieux hammers Garth Butcher into the boards. Blues answer back when Dean McDermott gets upended with the big, can't call that a hip check, more like a knee check. With the score tied at 1, Steve Larmer redirects his shot from the point from Keith Brown right between Joseph's pads, and it's 2-1 Chicago. Blues storm back with a pair of goals. All kinds of traffic in front of the net, and look at Brett Hull. No one's on Hull. How can you leave Brett Hull alone? What, like he doesn't usually score? 3-2 St. Louis. Then with the score tied at 3, Brad Lauer with the wraparound. You got a good view of it right here, a little backhand wraparound. It goes in. 4-3 Chicago. Chicago adds a couple more, wins it 6-4. Bozon, Hall, Shanahan, and Brown for St. Louis. For the Hawks, it was Larmer with a pair, Mateau, Lauer, Chelios, and Lemieux with 2. The Blackhawks lead the series 3-2. Chicago outshot St. Louis. Listen to this, 40-24. The Wales Conference takes center stage again on Monday night.
Coming up on Sports Desk, a couple of teams trying to bite the bullet as they fend off elimination in the NHL playoffs. It's all in the cards for Canadian wideout Ty Williams. And of course, it's Monday, time for the TSN Plays of the Week.
Sports Desk, brought to you by Le Mans, offering European styling at an affordable price. Available at your Pontiac Buick GMC dealership.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the show. I'm Gino Reda. It is nice to have you here. April 27th, it's the 10th day of the playoff, but not one team has been eliminated yet. Ordinarily, we'd be in the second round by now with just 8 teams left, but thanks to the strike and some tight series, 16 teams were still alive, but a couple on the edge. Who would have thought? The defending Stanley Cup champions on the edge of elimination, trailing the Capitals 3-1. The only game the Penguins won was thanks to a 6-point performance by Mario Lemieux. Game 5 Monday in Washington. Odds stacked firmly against Scotty Bowman and the Pittsburgh Penguins. But the Penguins do get off to a quick start. Brian Trottier picks up the loose puck in the goal mouth, just tips it in. His second goal of the series, and the Penguins take a 1-0 lead. Capitals tie the game. Todd Krieger on the breakaway. Krieger upstairs when Barrasso was going down. A game is tied at 1. A little later on, Ali Afridi gives the Caps the lead back again. His shot just trickles in over the goal line. 2-1 for the Caps. Great passing by Pittsburgh. Great play here by Jaromir Jagr. Spins, blind pass to Bob Airey, tucks it in, ties the game again, this time at 2. Later in the second, Larry Murphy scores on the power play, tipping it in. Penguins led after 2 periods of play, 3-2. Third period, Jagr on the breakaway, looks to lose the puck, but all he really does is fool Beaupre. I'm sure he didn't do that on purpose, but it worked nonetheless, and it kept Pittsburgh alive in the playoffs. A 5-2 victory. The Caps now lead the series 3 games to 2. Goal scorers for Pittsburgh, Airy with a pair, Trottier, Murphy, and Yager. For Washington, it was Krieger and Al Iaprady. The Devils and Rangers tied at 2. New Jersey's checking line, led by Claude Lemieux, has done an excellent job of shutting down New York's top line. Going to the night's action, the line of Mark Messier, Adam Graves, and Tony Amonte had yet to score a goal at even strength. The Rangers' leading scorer at even strength, this man, Mike Gartner. And a great night by Gartner. First period action, Gartner scores his 3rd of the series, crashes into the goalpost, but he is okay, which is a good thing because he scored lots more. 1-0 Rangers. Still the first, Chinov sets off Gartner. His 2nd of the night, 2-0 Rangers. Second period, Devils are frustrated. They trail 3-0. Both Claude Lemieux and Peter Stastny rough up the Rangers and both get minor penalties on this single exchange. Rangers score twice on the power play. Gartner gets the hat trick. Nice pass from Leach, 4-0. Martin Brodeur entered the game. Chris Terreri gone, 5-0 Devils trailing. That stirs things up. Devils trail 5-1. Alexei Kazdanov scores 5-2. Third period, Scott Stevens scores 5-3. Valery Zelepukin makes it 5-4 with this. Great comeback by the Devils. But that's as close as they'd come. Pick up the action. Rangers leading 6-5. Mark Messier over Adam Graves. Graves gets his 1st of the playoffs. He would later add his 2nd of the playoffs. And the New York Rangers defeat the New Jersey Devils by a score of 8-5. Goal scorers, Kazatonov, Todd, Stevens, Zelepukin, and Guerin for the Devils. For the Rangers, it was Gartner with the hat trick, Koser, Waite, King, and Adam Graves with his first 2 of the series. The Rangers now lead the series 3-2. The Canadians have to be pinching themselves, checking to see if this is not all just a bad dream. Game 5 with the Whalers in the series was tied at 2. The problem? Lack of production from their snipers. Example, Russ Courtnall only had 1 shot on net in the first 4 games. Pat Burns got fed up and decided to send a message to his team, so he benched Courtnall. The message was received, and the Canadians broke out in a big way in this game. But the Whalers did get off to the good start. First period, Randy Cunneyworth, Mikael Anderson 2-on-1. Cunneyworth puts it in from the side of the net. Whalers 1-0. Later in the period, Zarli Zalapski to John Cullen, to Ivan Korovo, and Korovo slides it by Roy, and it's 2-0 Hartford, and Canadians head coach Pat Burns, furious, says, come on, guys, get it together, and they do. Second period, Whalers leading 3-1. Kurt Muller is stopped by Peter Angelo, but Muller's tripped into Peter Angelo and pushes the puck into the net. Goal stands. Montreal trails 3-2. Just 36 seconds later, almost the same thing. Shane Corson is dumped. Brian Skrudling gets credit for the goal this time. Can you believe it? Game's tied at 3. Third period, Montreal leading 5-3. J.J. Dagnau's shot will be stopped. Jean Leclerc is left all alone. The backhand goes in, halves a commanding 6-3 lead. Canadians just explode with 5 straight goals in the second and third period as they crush the Whalers. In game number 5, by a final score of 7-4, Habs take a 3-2 series lead. Corvo with a pair, Cunneyworth and Poulin. For Montreal, it was Muller with a pair, Turgeon, Skrudlin, Brisebois, Leclerc, and Shane Corson. 1983 was the last year that the Sabres got out of the first round of the playoffs. Buffalo will have to win 3 straight to avoid an early ticket home again this year. And what makes the task even more difficult is they have to win 2 of those games at the Boston Garden. But credit the Sabres for not giving up. Monday night, they took the first step on a very difficult road. And they were led on that road by Pat LaFontaine. Chance early on. Looks like he's got Moog beat, but Moog makes a stop somehow. Pretty physical affair, as you would imagine. Here, Bob Corkum sends Brett Hughes onto the ice hard. Later in the first, Buffalo on the power play. Pat LaFontaine will get his 5th of the series. The blast that just completely fools Moog. And it's 1-0 for the Sabres. Second period, Sabres add to their lead. Keith Kearney goes over to Dave Hannon, and Dave Hannon beats Moog, and it's 2-0 for the Sabres. Moog frustrated? Yeah, I think so. Watch this. First, he slaps at the back of Presley's legs. Presley finally falls to the ice. Moog's not done yet. Moog takes his stick and spears Presley in the face. The referee, linesman, everybody was watching it, so Moog gets the toss. And things got even chippier after that. Watch this. Joe Juneau, left of your screen, number 49. The spear on Dave Andrechuk right in the groin. Ooh, that was a hard pill to swallow for the Bruins fans as the Sabres win at the Boston Garden by a score of 2-0. The Bruins now lead the series 3-2. The Buffalo Sabres stay alive. Tom Draper made 28 saves, recorded his first career playoff shutout. LaFontaine and Hannon, the goal scorers for the Sabres. That game, very chippy, and that kind of behavior being penalized by the NHL in these playoffs. After further review, Darian Hatcher of the North Stars is out for 3 games. The problem started in Game 4 on Friday night. Hatcher caught Detroit's Kelly Miller in the face with a stick. Watch for it right there. The stick fractured Miller's jaw and knocked out a couple of teeth. No penalty was called because the referee didn't see it happen. Miller's out indefinitely with a fractured jaw, and Hatcher, well, Hatcher's got a 3-game suspension because of it. On the other hand, the news is good for Pavel Bure. He will be ready to play in Game 6 against the Jets on Tuesday night. Rather than flying to Winnipeg with the Canucks after Sunday night's game, he stayed in Vancouver because of a stomach ailment. But after a good night's sleep, he feels a lot better and now says he is ready to go. Our women's hockey team has done it again. They've won their second.
Today on Sports Desk, the Oilers try to upend the Kings for the 3rd consecutive year. Dave Steve's second start proves less than heavenly against the Angels. And Sandy Hawley reflects on a long list of impressive credentials.
Hi, everybody, and welcome to Sports Desk. I'm Chris Seekins. Also coming up in the next half hour, David Cohn flirts with a no-hit bid in New York, and all eyes are on Arazi at Churchill Downs in Louisville, Kentucky. But first to the Stanley Cup playoffs, 4 teams facing elimination. The Los Angeles Kings mortgaged their future in building a Stanley Cup contender. They've given up loads of draft picks and young talent for proven veterans, hoping to cash in now and worry about tomorrow down the road. The Kings down 3-2 against the Edmonton Oilers and facing elimination Tuesday night at the Northlands Coliseum. Let's head there now for this battle, this Smythe Division battle. First period action, Oilers leading 1-0. Joseph Baranek and Dave Taylor going at each other. Then later on the same shift, Baranek spears Taylor. No penalty called. Oilers go up 2-0. Joe Murphy and Mark Lamb, 2-on-1. Murphy goes to the top drawer. Edmonton looks good after 1 period. Second period now, Oilers go up by 3. Dave Maley out in front of Martin Jelena. Kings are in some serious trouble. Wayne Gretzky being closely checked. The great one gets dumped by Esa Tikkanen. Then Tikkanen on Luke Robitaille. Esa received a 2-minute minor penalty for roughhousing on this one. Third period, Oilers looking to bury the Kings. Peter Klima in all alone. Great stop by Kelly Rudy. 3-0 Oilers. Bill Ranford played very well in the night as well for Edmonton. Kings all over the Oiler net. They get a shot away. He doesn't see the shot but makes the save anyways. Ranford and the Oilers win it 3-0 with the shutout. Bill Ranford made 26 saves for his first career NHL playoff shutout. The Oilers win it 3-0. Baranek, Murphy, Jelena scoring for Oilers. They win the series 4-2. Now talk about a royal bust. This is head-to-head now since Wayne Gretzky left the Oilers to join the Kings. Division semifinal in 1989. The Kings won it with Gretzky 4-3. But in 1990, the division final, the Oilers beat the Kings 4-0. They did the same again in the final of the division, the Smythe Division final in 1991, winning 4-2. And again this year in the division semifinal, it was the Oilers downing Gretzky and the Kings 4-2. With more now from the Northlands Coliseum in Edmonton. Let's join our Ken Chilipek.
You can describe the Oilers' victory over the Los Angeles Kings a variety of ways, but probably the best description would be a total team effort. Great goalkeeping from Bill Ranford to clutch performances from the likes of a Bernie Nichols or a Peter Klima.
You know, as a new player coming here, even the last month of the season, everybody's thinking playoffs, and they're just a confident bunch of guys. And they've got so many Stanley Cup rings here, they just know what it takes to win. And just being in the dressing room and around the guys, they're talking Stanley Cup the whole time, and they know what it takes to win. And once you get 20 guys playing with a lot of confidence, they're going to be awful tough to beat.
I guess the big thing was that we kept playing hard tonight. We never came out in the third. We came out as hard as we could and tried to get something going, and again, just didn't generate it.
We had a lot of pressure on us. We were the underdogs coming in, and we really played well. And to win twice in their building, I guess, is pretty remarkable, considering the way we played there most of the year.
Tonight, I thought this was the best defense the Oilers team has ever played in the history of this team in playoffs.
So now it's on to the Smythe Division Championship for the Edmonton Oilers. Quite an accomplishment when you think of it. Let's face it, when the season began, there were very few people would have thought the Oilers would have come up with this kind of upset. Ken Cholobek, TSN in Edmonton.
Thank you, Ken. So that means the Oilers will face the winner of the Winnipeg-Vancouver series. The Jets with a 3-2 series lead over Vancouver, coming off an ugly 8-2 loss on Sunday, though. The big question entering Game 6 was over who would start in net for the Jets. Rick Tabaracci, solid for most of the series, but rocked on Sunday, or Bob Essenza, whose only playoff work this season so far was in relief of Tabaracci on Sunday. The decision was to go with Rick Tabaracci, and he did not fare very well. First period, Jets up 1-0. Cliff Ronning gets behind the Jets' defense, makes no mistake. His first of the series, game tied at 1. Still in the first, Vancouver grabs the lead. Pavel Bure blasts home the loose puck. 2-1 Vancouver. The Jets fans want their team to silence Pavel Bure. Clean Bure's clock. 34 seconds into the second. Doug Lister slides it to Ronning. He pots his second goal of the game, and it's 3-1 Vancouver in front, and the Jets can ill afford penalties like this one. Igor Ulyanov nails Jeff Courtnall with the elbow. With the score 4-1 Canucks, Jim Sandlak to Tom Fergus. Fergus with the nice move in front, beating Tabaracci on the short side. 5-1 Vancouver. 17 seconds into the third, Winnipeg mounts a comeback. Keith Tkachuk scores his second of the game. Winnipeg trails 5-3, and with all the momentum in the offensive end, it doesn't help the Jets in their own end. Brutal giveaway here, right to Bure, who snaps it home. A big game for the Canucks, 8 goals again. John Paddock and his Jets will pack their bags and head back to Vancouver for Game 7. Canucks win it 8-3. The series now tied at 3 wins apiece. Bure with the hat trick, Ronning with 2, Fergus with 2, Linden with another for Vancouver. Scoring for Winnipeg, it was Keith Tkachuk with 2 goals. Pat Elena had the other. Bure scoring his first ever NHL playoff hat trick. And talk about a reversal of fortune for the Vancouver Canucks. Their goal scoring in this series, just 3 goals in the first game, 2 in Game 2 and 3, 1 goal in Game 4, but look at Game 5 and Game 6, 8 goals each. And the Canucks are on fire and looking like that team that dominated the Smythe Division throughout the regular season. With more from the Winnipeg Arena, here's TSN's Cam Clark.
With their backs to the wall, Vancouver took advantage of the Winnipeg Jets once again for second straight game. They had crisp passing, took advantage of Winnipeg's mistakes, and also used the body to their advantage in game number 6 of the Smythe Division playoffs.
Hopefully these last couple games are a big morale booster for our team, mentally anyways. You know, we're down 3 games to 1, and now it's just a 1-game series.
We're playing better than we did, let's say, the first 4 games, but you know, the first period again, you know, the Jets were flying. They were taking the body. They played a very aggressive game, and what they've been doing the whole series. You know, we got a couple of breaks again, a couple of power play goals, and you know, we took it from there. I think it quieted the fans down, which gave us a little more momentum.
It's a direct contrast to how we play all season. We play a lot tighter and a lot better, smarter game than that usually, and. I don't know why we're making those mistakes. If I did, I guess we wouldn't be making them, but, you know, we're just not executing the game without the puck in our own zone.
Winnipeg Jets are starting to understand how Vancouver has felt for the last couple of games. Now the Jets' back is up against the wall, and it's a do-or-die situation for both teams. So as game number 7 takes place Thursday night in Vancouver, the Winnipeg Jets will have the toughest game of their season ahead of them, with the momentum in Vancouver's favor. Cam Clark, TSN, Winnipeg.
Okay, thank you, Cam. Our next stop is the Met Center in Bloomington. Like the Oilers, the Minnesota North Stars were looking for a major playoff upset as well. It took overtime and instant replay on the game-winning goal to keep the Stars from knocking off the Detroit Red Wings. The Red Wings, of course, finishing first in the division this season. Mark Tenorti playing it physical early on, almost hitting Sean Burr into the Stars bench. Tim Cheveldae makes the biggest save of the opening period, stopping Neil Broughton. Still in the first, Tenorti runs Steve Yzerman from behind. He receives a major penalty. Second period, Bob Probert starts laying the body as well as he lines Gaetan Duchesne midway through the second. Gagne, breakaway. Cheveldae stones him. Late in the period, Yzerman fights off Tenorti. On the wraparound, but John Casey is there to make the save. In the third period, both teams combined had 7 shots on goal. Brian Bellows rings the crossbar with this one. We go to overtime. Tenorti with a glorious chance. But he too hits the goalpost. It stays out. Later in overtime, Sergei Fedorov cuts in on goal. It appears that he hits the crossbar, but wisely referee Rob Schick checks with the instant replay official. Here's a look at the replay, and you can clearly see the puck does go under the crossbar for the goal, the game-winning goal. 1-0, and yes, they celebrate on the Detroit bench. 1-0 is the final score in this game you saw live here on TSN. Fedorov with the only goal in the game for Detroit. The series now tied at 3 apiece. Tim Shovelday, 34 saves, earning the shutout. Well, John Casey was almost as impressive with 33 saves. The other Norris Division semifinal, Chicago against St. Louis. The Hawks with a 3-2 series lead and trying to wrap things up on Tuesday night. You'll remember Hawks coach Mike Keenan benched sniper Jeremy Roenick for the third period of Game 5 on Sunday night. Now, apparently, Roenick got the message because he was on fire on Tuesday. This was a physical battle as well. Right off the opening faceoff, Garth Butcher lays out Steve Larmer. Midway through the first period, Chicago was on the power play. Keith Brown with the shot from the point hits the post. Puck comes in front to, guess who? Jeremy Roenick. 1-0 Hawks. Later in the period, Garth Butcher gets paid back. Steve Larmer with the hit just nails Butcher. Party on, Garth. Second period, Jeremy Roenick does some more damage. Chris Chelios, nice pass to Larmer. Great move, picks the top corner, and it's 2-0 Hawks. Midway through the second now, Blues get on the board. Craig Janney's pass goes up in the air. Nelson Emerson bats it out of the air. St. Louis trails by just 1. Jeremy Roenick had scored 2 goals tonight, but he had to pay the price as well. Vicious cross-check in the face by Lee Norwood. Here's a look at Roenick's face. He was the brunt of a number of solid checks and a number of dirty plays by the St. Louis Blues. Third period, late third period, Blues desperate to tie it up. Brendan Shanahan tees it up from the slot. Belfour with the save. Belfour and the Hawks hold on to win 2-1, so they advance now to face the winner of the Detroit-Minnesota series. The final score is 2-1. The Hawks win the series 4-2. It was Roenick with both goals for Chicago. Nelson Emerson with his third of the series for St. Louis. The Hawks outshot in this game 38-24. A big game for Eddie Belfour and company. Help can't come soon enough for Coach Dave King and his Canadian team at the World Championships.
Today on Sports Desk, Mario is at it again as the Penguins fight off elimination. The Expos are at it again. Oh no, another night game? And could it be the last game of the season for the Lakers?
Sports Desk is brought to you by Makita Canada Incorporated, Canada's leading manufacturer of professional power tools.
Hi, everybody, and welcome to Sports Desk. I'm Chris Seegers. Also coming up in the next half hour, we'll preview Game 7 of the NHL playoffs between the Canucks and the Jets. Should be a dandy. We'll also check in with the Blue Jays at the Sky Dome. First up, the Stanley Cup playoffs, where the term home ice advantage certainly lived up to its name on Wednesday evening. You'll remember in Game 3 of the Penguins-Capitals series, the Penguins were down 2-0, but were brought to life by Mario Lemieux, who had 6 points. Wednesday night, the Penguins down 3-2, needed some Mario magic again, and again, Mario was there to provide it in a big way. Penguins come out flying already up 1-0. Mario Lemieux feeds Kevin Stevens. Don Beaupre makes the first save, but Stevens converts on the rebound, and it's 2-0 Pittsburgh. Washington tries to come back. Mikhail Pavanka has a great chance. Paul Stanton takes the net off its moorings, draws a penalty, and with the score tied at 2, Capitals on the power play. They work it around nicely. Peter Bondra scores his second of the game, 6th of the series, 3-2 Washington. Capitals build up a 2-goal lead, but a brutal giveaway allows Joey Mullen to skate in all alone. It's 4-3 Caps. Then with the score tied at 4, Jaromir Jagr with a great pass. Lemieux with the goal and the celebration to follow. 5-4 Penguins. Capitals look to tie it late in the second period, but video replay shows that Paul McDermott high-sticked the puck in. No goal. Third period. The Penguins put it away. Lemieux will backhand the rebound, his 5th point of the game. Yeah, Mario's happy. The Penguins are happy. So are their fans. They're going to a Game 7. It was Pittsburgh winning this game 6-4. Bondra with 2, Hunter and Iafrate had the others. Stevens with 2, Lemieux with 2. Bork and Mullen had the others for Pittsburgh. Lemieux finished with 5 points. The New York Rangers with a chance to wrap up their series against the Devils on Wednesday night. They carried a 3-2 series lead and were hot off an 8-5 win on Monday. It's interesting, over the last 5 years, only one first-place team in the Patrick Division has advanced to the conference final. That was the Penguins last season. No doubt New York trying to match that success this year. Let's go to action now in this one at the Meadowlands in New Jersey. The Rangers against the Devils. Devils strike first. Stastny picks up the stray pass, moves in on the breakaway, finds the 5-hole, and it's 1-0 Jersey in front. Scott Stevens throwing his weight around, as was Ty Domi. I guess Domi got the best of this one. Stevens flattened late in the first. Rangers in the power play. James Patrick beats Tony Amante, his first of the playoffs. Game tied at 1. Second period, New York leads 2-1. Claude Lemieux on the breakaway slides it through the 5-hole. Game tied at 2. Late in the second, Devils lead 3-2. Brian Leach moves in off the point, snaps it home, and as easy as that, the game's tied at 3. Before the period would end, Lemieux takes the initial shot. Seager bangs in the rebound, and it's 4-3 Devils in front. Chris Terreri standing tall in the Devils' net here with the big save from in close on Adam Graves. New Jersey puts this one away when Lemieux feeds Stastny in front of the net. His second of the game, 5-3 Devils. When the time finally expired in this game, the bench is cleared. Several players squaring off. The Rangers going after Lemieux. Both Adam Graves and Ty Domi wanted a piece of him. Finally, Stevens moves into the rescue. Game 7 will be back at Madison Square Gardens in New York. 5-3 was the final. Jersey upsetting the Rangers. Amante, Leach, Domi scoring for New York. Scoring for New Jersey, it was Stastny with 2. Seager, Todd, and Lemieux with singles. Claude Lemieux with 3 points on the night. The series tied at 3, so Game 7 is coming up on Friday, and we'll have it live for you on TSN beginning at 7:30 Eastern Time. Join us for the broadcast. Well, I think that everyone's a little surprised the Hartford Whalers have gone as far as they have against the Montreal Canadiens this year. The Whalers finishing 28 points back of the Habs in the regular season standings. But we're still alive for Game 6 of the Wales Conference semifinal and not about to end the series on Wednesday night. Let's go to the action now in Hartford. Bad start for the Canadiens. Kirk Muller receives a major penalty and game misconduct for high sticking early in the first period. Habs fire 11 shots from Frank Pietrangelo in the opening period, but he meets every challenge with a number of great saves like this one. Second period, Zarley Zalapski moves down the wing, slides it under the glove of Patrick Roy. And it's 1-0 Hartford. But Denny Savard replies quickly for the Canadiens. Watch the moves he puts on here at the blue line. Then the wicked snapshot to the far corner. Game tied at 1. Pietrangelo facing 20 shots in the second period. Here the big save on Eric Desjardins. Desjardins with all kinds of room in close. In the dying seconds of the second period, the puck goes in off Brent Gilchrist. But was it directed in on purpose? Referee Dan Morelli waves off the goal. Pat Burns goes crazy. No goal. Overtime now, 24 seconds in. Kevin Haller gives it away. Andrew Castle to Yvon Corvo. 2-1 Whalers, and with that, the series is tied at 3. Surprise, surprise. We're headed back to Montreal for a 7th and deciding game on Friday. The goal scorers Savard for Montreal, Zalapski, and Corvo for Hartford. Buffalo Sabres coach John Muckler called Monday's 2-0 shutout win against the Bruins something to build on. 2 years ago, he faced the same situation with the Edmonton Oilers, down 3-1 against the Winnipeg Jets. His team fought back, went to a 7th and deciding game, won that, and also won the Stanley Cup. Muckler and the Sabres still 1 loss away from elimination, entering Game 6 at the Odd on Wednesday night. First period, Buffalo leading 1-0. Pat LaFontaine feeds it to Doug Bodger. He beats Andy Moog between the legs, make it 2-0 Sabres. Second period, LaFontaine goes in with the breakaway.
LaFontaine's got a break. He skates in.
Beautiful move as he leaps through the air. 3-0 Sabres. Now with the score 4-0 Buffalo. Ray Bourque coughs up the puck in his own end. Colin Patterson makes him pay for it. 5-0 Sabres. That would mark the end for Andy Moog. Enter Reggie Lemelin to replace him. Later in the period, Steve Hines pokes the puck to Brent Hughes. He breaks the shutout with the backhand, and the Bruins are down 5-1. Now still in the period, Wayne Presley from behind the net puts it out to guess who? Pat LaFontaine. Second of the period, 6-1 Buffalo. Before the period would end, Rob Ray runs Joe Juneau into the boards. Juneau catches the end of the glass as the Sabres crush the Bruins. The final in this one was 9-3. Hughes with the pair for Boston, Bork at the other. Presley, Bodger, May, Patterson, Corkum, Hannon, Wood, and Pat LaFontaine with 2 for Buffalo. The series tied at 3 as well. Stay with us. When we come back, will it ever end? Yes, Thursday.
Today on Sports Desk, 7th Heaven, the showdowns begin in the NHL playoffs. Daytime stars, the Expos do like to play under the sun. And they're at the post, almost, as the draw is held for the Kentucky Derby.
And welcome to this edition of Sports Desk. I'm Gordon Miller. Also coming up in this half hour, the Blue Jays begin an 11-game road trip and some surprising results from a Canadian sports survey. But up first, the opening crapshoot in the NHL, and the league rolls plenty of 7s in the playoffs. 6 of the 8 first-round series going the distance in the 92 playoffs. The first 2 deciding games played Thursday night. In addition to the distance, the story this year is of comebacks. In Vancouver, the Canucks trying to rebound from a 3-1 series deficit. Once unthinkable, but in recent years, almost commonplace. In fact, the team the Canucks were playing, the Jets, blew a 3-1 lead to Edmonton 2 years ago in the first round. The Jets go with Rick Tabaracci in goal, a decision some Jets fans didn't like. He was busy in the opening period, stopped Dave Babbage, but Tom Fergus ripped home the rebound, his 5th of the playoffs, 1-0 Canucks. Vancouver playing physical hockey. Sergio Momesso rides his man hard into the board. Second period, Tabaracci heroically keeps the Jets in it. First he stops Trevor Linden, then he gets the rebound as well. Seconds later, check out Jeff Courtnall. Great sweep pass over to Linden, right side again. Squirts this one through, though, 2-0 Vancouver. At the other end, Kirk McLean is frustrating the Jets. Aaron Broughton robbed late in the period. Early third now. The Canucks up 3-0, 2-on-1. Ronning to Courtnall, who's second of the night, makes it 4-0 Vancouver. Then, late in the third, Courtnall in all alone. Puts in his own rebound to complete the natural hat trick. The Jets blow a 3-1 lead in the series as the Canucks win 5-0 to advance to the Smythe Division final as the Jets advance to the first tee. Courtnall with the hat trick, this after being benched earlier in the series. Linden and Fergus had the other goals for Vancouver. Kirk McLean posts the shutout as the Canucks take the series in 7. Now the Canucks do go on to take on the Edmonton Oilers, who won 5 of the 7 regular season meetings between the two. But for now, the Canucks have not just survived, they have prevailed.
It was a hurdle that a few days ago we weren't sure we could pull off, but our guys were able to regroup and think about the things we hadn't done well earlier on, and it was a very good team effort the last 3 games, and in what is obviously a very scary situation, a 1-game setup, we were happy to be there, and our guys did a very good job tonight.
Feels great. I mean, you know, to be down 3-1, everybody was pretty down at the time, but we regrouped and everybody dug down and did what it took to win 3 in a row.
In Detroit, the Wings and Stars were first to play out the 7th game scenario in a series that had already seen its share of dramatics. 2 overtime games, including Game 6, won by the Wings only when instant replay showed that Sergei Fedorov had indeed put the puck in the net. But defense was the key to Detroit wins in Game 5 and 6 and would again play a major role in the deciding game of this series. Tim Chevrolet had not been beaten by the Stars since midway through the 3rd period of Game 4. First period, John Casey stops Jimmy Carson. Second, Wings put up the heat. Steve Yzerman tees it up, but Casey is there to make the save. Stars get a good chance in the second, but Tim Chevrolet stones Jim Johnson. Still in the second, Kevin Miller feeds Sergei Fedorov in front. He beats Casey, finally. 1-0 Wings. A few minutes later, Jimmy Carson Passes to Alan Kerr. He shovels it by Casey, and the doors begin to open. 2-0 Wings. Later in the period, Gerard Gallant tries the wraparound. It goes under Casey's arm. 3-0 Detroit. Third period, the Stars are desperate. How desperate? They check the knob on Cheveldae's stick, and it is illegal. Minnesota gets a two-man advantage, and on the power play, Alf Dallin slides it across to Brian Bellows. Hey, Stars are in it. They trail 3-1, but later in the third, Detroit puts the game out of reach. Jimmy Carson hits the iron. Bob Probert gets the rebound. 4-1 Wings, and the celebration begins at Joe Louis. It's raining calamari in one of the most disgusting post-game celebrations in all of hockey, but they love it at JLA as Detroit wins at 5-2. Fedorov, Kerr, Gallant, Probert, and Burr for Detroit. Bellows and Craig for the North Stars. The slipper didn't fit this year, and Detroit can't wait to see Chicago.
I think it's going to be a very physical series. Anytime you play Chicago, it's going to be like that. They're going to forecheck real hard, and the big key is going to be able to, to hold up their wingers, give some time for defensemen to move the puck, and if you can break the forecheck, yeah, you got a good chance of beating them.
Well, coming back from 3-1 deficits used to be quite something. The first time it happened was the 1942 Stanley Cup Final. Didn't happen again until 33 years later when the Islanders did it to Pittsburgh. Then after a 12-year gap, the floodgates opened in half twice in '87, once in '88, and again in '89. In 1990, Edmonton did it to Winnipeg. St. Louis did it over Detroit in '91, and now this year, it has already happened twice. Detroit over Minnesota and Vancouver over Winnipeg 8 times in the last 6 years. Well, post-game rumbles have kept the gang at the NHL office busy. The post-game...
Coming up on Sports Desk, Game 7, and Pat Burns feels his collar tightening just a little bit. Mario tries to keep the defending Stanley Cup champions alive. And the Expos cooling their heels in San Diego.
And then there were 8. Hello, everyone. Welcome to Sports Desk. I'm Gino Wetta. It is nice to have you here. Just 8 teams left in the quest for the Stanley Cup. A great night of playoff hockey. All 4 of the first-round series in the Wales Conference went down to the 7th and final games in their respective series. Some Game 7s were predictable, but not many could have predicted the Canadians would have gone the distance with the Whalers. And to add excitement to Montreal-Hartford, they needed to go to overtime to decide this series. What a great finish. 80 regular season games, 7 playoff games, and all came down to next goal wins. The Canadians opened up the scoring, and this one took control early in the first. Matthew Schneider, the blast. Montreal leads 1-0. Then midway through the period, great individual effort by Gilbert Dion. Dion goes to the backhand, upstairs on Peter Angelo, 2-0 Montreal. But the Whalers didn't quit. Pat Verbeek fires up his team with his big hit on Denny Savard. Early in the second period, the Whalers catch a break. Andrew Castles comes up with it, a snapshot that beats Patrick Roy, somehow fools him. And Hartford with a goal, 2-1, Montreal leading. And late in the period, the Whalers continue to press. Patrick Prudhomme centers to Jeff Sanderson. He beats Roy, and the game is tied at 2. Later in the second, the Whalers looking for the go-ahead goal, but Roy makes a couple of big stops from in close. A thrilling third period early on, 2-on-1 Hartford. Roy stops Ivan Korovo. Minutes later, 2-on-1 for Montreal, but Peter Angelo comes up with the big stop. Reaches behind him to keep it out of the net. Still 2-2. Still in the third, Korovo in the slot. Korovo lets the shot go, hits the crossbar. Time running out. Mike McPhee in on the breakaway. McPhee on Peter Angelo. Angelo shuts the door. We go to overtime. No scored in the first overtime. In the second, Ivan Korovo on the breakaway. First really good opportunity. Korovo stopped by Patrick Roy. No, he shot it wide. Then 5:26 into the extra session, the Habs win it. Russ Courtnall's weak shot after the Hartford giveaway. And Frank Pietrangelo, after a terrific series in goal for the Hartford Whalers, can only watch as Montreal and the Forum crowd celebrate the fact that Montreal will go on to the next round with a 3-2 win. They win the series 4-3. Castles and Sanderson for Hartford. For Montreal, Snyder, Gilbert Dion, and Russ Courtnall. His first of the series, a double overtime victory for Montreal. Michael Whalen has this report from the Forum.
This was a series that was supposed to go 6 games. In fact, after Montreal won the first 2, many people suggested it might be a sweep. But in the end, the Hartford Whalers gave the Canadians more than they bargained for, going into double overtime before Russ Courtnall put an end to it all at 5:26.
It's a great goal to get, and I couldn't be happier for the guys that have played great throughout the series, and I'm glad that we can keep going here and we still have a shot at it.
Couldn't see a better guy score the winner, you know. I mean, great team effort tonight, and I mean, Hartford had an unbelievable series against us, but you know, Rusty showed a lot of character tonight and came back and got the biggest goal of the series. So it's great for him, it's great for the team, and you know, it's a big win for us.
Unbelievable feeling, huge step for us. Great way to pull us together, and I was just very happy for a guy like Russ Courtnall. He's taken a lot of criticism in the media. He had a tough season with injuries, and a guy like that, he's been working hard for us. His game hasn't been at the top of the level, but what the heck, he came out and played a great game tonight, and he deserved to get that goal.
I shot, and the defenseman blocked it, and I kept my eye on the puck, and I came back and just spun around and shot it on the ice, and beat him 5-hole.
Did you see it?
Did I see it? Well, it was slow enough to watch it go in the net.
You put in all that work all year, and we did work hard through the playoffs, and it's just tough that, you know, somebody has to lose, and it just had to be us in the second overtime.
On to the next Game 7 now. Sabres and the Bruins. Buffalo hasn't made it out of the first round of the playoffs since 1983. On the other hand, Boston hasn't been knocked out in the first round since 1987. Goaltending has been a big part of this series, and it was key in Friday night's game as well. First of all, Tom Draper did play solidly in goal, but wasn't getting much help. On the rebound, Glenn Murray puts it in, and it's 1-0 Boston. Sabres tied up shorthanded just 2:07 of the second period. Pat LaFontaine. The story for the Sabres is 8th goal of the series. That's a Sabres record for most goals in the series, 1-1 tie. But Andy Moog, truly the story in goal. He just stones Buffalo. LaFontaine in close, a couple of good opportunities. No. Bob Corkum, the chance. No. Dale Howardchuk got him sprawling. Moog still makes a stop. LaFontaine showing the effects of a physical game. How physical? Peter Svoboda gets nailed almost into your living room. Early third period, Steve Leach working behind the Sabre goal. Tom Draper does not look good there. 2-1 for the Bruins. Then with the score tied at 2, Dave Reed skates in. Knuckleball fools Draper, and it's 3-2 Boston. Then with the Sabres pressing for the equalizer, Pat LaFontaine will get robbed by Andy Moog. Moog line on the ice does not give up. The Bruins eliminate the Sabres. Final score in this one, 3-2. The Bruins 5-0 lifetime in playoff series. The Sabres still trying to get out of the first round of the playoffs. Haven't done it since '83. LaFontaine and Howardchuk for Buffalo. For Boston, Murray, Leach, and Dave Reed. So the Adams Division matchup now looks like this. Boston versus Montreal. This will be the 5th straight year that these teams play for the Adams Division title. The Bruins have won 3 of the previous 4 series. Game 7 has historically been a nightmare for the Rangers. In New York's 65-year history, they have never won a Game 7. But Friday night's pivotal game with the Devils was an entirely different story. Roger Nielsen's future could well have rested on this Game 7. Quick start for New York. Darren Turcotte steals in his own blue line, goes in alone on Terreri and beats Chris Terreri. Just trickles in over the goal line, 1-0 for the Rangers. But the Devils answer back quickly. Tommy Albaline lets the shot go from the point, gets through a maze of players, and it's tied at 1. Midway through the first period, Rangers on the power play. Terreri stops the first shot. Mike Gardner gets a couple of whacks at it. He's been a great story in this series. 2-1 for the Rangers. Early in the second period, 3-1 New York. Adam Graves, perfect feed to Mark Messier. And Messier converts, and it's 4-1 Rangers. They're in complete control. Midway through the period, Rangers up 5-1 shorthanded. Brian Leach makes it 6-1. The Devils drew to within a pair in the third, but late in the period, Darren Turcotte will let the shot go, his second goal of the night. Again, Terreri not much chance despite a terrific series by Chris Terreri. This is the end of the road for the New Jersey Devils handily. the Rangers take command of this game. Albelin, Guerin, Lemieux, and Conacher for New Jersey. For the Rangers, it was Graves with a pair, Gartner, Turcotte with a pair, Messier with a pair, and Brian Leach. The Rangers earned their first ever 7th game victory. They're 1-4 in 7 games in their 65-year history. The night's final Game 7 now. The Penguins and the Capitals, a tough series to get a handle on. When Mario Lemieux is in and on his game, Pittsburgh has looked like a goal-scoring machine. Lemieux had 15 points going to the night's action. That was 4 points shy of Rick Middleton's record for points in a series. Lemieux took a step closer to the record midway through the first period. The shot by Lemieux, the rebound, and it goes in. Penguins led 1-0. And crying towel, not for Mario Lemieux on this night. Second period action, the Capitals tied up. The puck comes to Ally Afraid. He has all kinds of time. Finally, beats Barrasso and ties the game at 1. Later in the second period, the Pens add to the lead. Mario Lemieux again in front to Jaromir Jagr. Jagr, the beautiful move to the backhand, beating Beaufray. Great under pressure, 2-1 Pittsburgh. Now to the third, Pittsburgh cuts the icing on the cake. Less than 30 seconds to go in the game. Actually, just a little over 30 seconds to go in the game. Open net goal by Joey Mullen made the score 3-1 Barrasso, and the Pittsburgh Penguins celebrate. The Penguins are just the 3rd team in Stanley Cup history to rally from a 3-1 deficit without home ice advantage to win this one 3-1. They win the series 4-3. Lemieux, Jagr, and Mullen for Pittsburgh. For Washington, it was Al Iafrate. So the Pacific Division final now looks like this. It will be Pittsburgh and the Rangers, the defending Stanley Cup champs, against this year's President's Trophy winners. What a great series this will be. The Canucks have had to go to their farm team in Milwaukee for some help in time for the second round of the playoffs. They've called up goalie Bob Mason and wingers Sean Antosky and Robin Bawa from their Admirals in the eye. They needed some help. Dana Merzen, Gerald Didick, and Gary Volk all out hurt. Their series with the Oilers are supposed to start Saturday, but can't get underway till Sunday because the Pacific Coliseum has booked Paula Abdul for a concert. Time now for a short break here on Sports Desk, but when we come back, more hockey.
Coming up on Sports Desk, round 2 of the NHL playoffs underway as the Hawks battle the Wings at Joe Louis. Arazi disappoints in the 118th running of the Kentucky Derby. And the Blue Jays see trouble brewing in Milwaukee.
Desk is brought to you by Mazda. It just feels right. And by Right Guard Deodorant. Anything else would be uncivilized.
Hi, everybody, and welcome to Sports Desk. Along with Gino Retta, I'm Chris Seatons. Also coming up in the next half hour, we'll preview the Spanish Grand Prix and also have the complete story from Saturday in Major League Baseball, the Jays in action against Milwaukee. But first to the Stanley Cup playoffs, day 1 of round 2 in the Stanley Cup playoffs.
Yes, Chris, and we begin with the Norris Division. The Red Wings had to overcome a 3-1 deficit to earn the right to face the Hawks in the Norris Division. Detroit on the edge of elimination, but Tim Cheveldae stepped in to save the day. After a rough start in the series, he came back with a couple of shutouts and gave up just 2 goals in the last 3 games of the series. The story early in this game, Bob Probert, though, quite physical. Goon Steve Smith into Ed Belfour. A little later on, Chris Chelios pokes him in the face with his stick. Obviously, Probert's not going to respond well to that. Stevie Yzerman takes control of the game, or tries to, goes to the backhand, but Belfour shuts the door near impossible angle, scoreless after a period. Early second period, Blackhawks open the scoring. Brian Noonan from the tough angle. The shot goes off a skate. The rebound comes out to Stéphane Matteau, and the Hawks take a 1-0 lead. Tim Cheveldae having a big night. Brent Sutter, the shot, Cheveldae, the glove hand. Bob Probert continued to stir things up. Look at his big hit on Ed Belfour. What a great hit, unless, of course, you're a fan of Ed Belfour. Late in the second period, Detroit on the power play. Evers seen the blast from the point through a maze of bodies. Fools Belfour, ties the game at 1. Now to the third period. Blackhawks get the go-ahead goal. Brent Sutter lets the shot go. Perfect bounce off the boards. Out to Jocelyn Lemieux from the face-off circle. Beats Cheveldae. Chicago led 2-1. Late in the third period, Detroit desperately trying to tie it up. Belfour makes the stops when he needs to. Comes up big for the Blackhawks, giving up just 1 goal. And the Hawks take a 1-0 lead in the Norris Division final with a 2-1 victory over the Detroit Red Wings. Matteau and Lemieux with the winner for the Blackhawks. For Detroit, it was Yves Racine. Belfour made 23 stops in this game. This Mike Division final was also scheduled to kick off tonight, but was postponed until Saturday because of a Paula Abdul concert at the Pacific Coliseum in Vancouver. Sorry
Don't have any highlights from the concert. Can't tell you the Canucks and Oilers will kick off their best-of-7 series Saturday afternoon in Vancouver. We'll focus on the Oilers story in just a moment, but first, with the Canucks preview, here's David Pratt in Vancouver.
It's a sight that Vancouver hockey fans have not seen in 10 years. The Canucks still playing in May. Although the attention is part of winning, there's no question the focus is now on the Edmonton Oilers, a team the Canucks had trouble beating all season.
They're a big, strong hockey team. I think we did have a tough time with them. We've got a lot of talented players now who seem to be playing together, and they're going to be tough.
The biggest problem the Oilers present is their great team speed, especially with the forwards. And that's where this man, Jim Sandlak, enters into the picture.
Well, I think it's going to be basically the same approach. We're going to be having meetings today, this afternoon, and going over our game plan and what their tendencies are out in the ice, and we're looking forward to this match.
When you talk to the players, most of them agree the reason the Canucks have been able to turn the playoffs around is because of veterans such as Randy Gregg and Ryan Walter. Players who know that to win a Stanley Cup, you must have a fear of losing, but also the expectation of winning.
The one thing that I've found in playoffs is that if you allow yourself to be satisfied for one game, gee, we played well. The next game you don't have the edge and you end up losing the game, or you can. So both those things come to play.
So if the Canucks can continue to walk that fine line between the fear of losing and the expectation of winning, then they may still be playing hockey come June. David Pratt, TSN, Vancouver.
Little outdoor practice. So the Oilers are in the Smythe Division Final once again. Not much of a surprise. They've made the playoffs every year they have been in the NHL. And in those 12 seasons, Edmonton has won the Stanley Cup 5 times. Pretty impressive record. So why so much consistent success? Ken Chillibeck has some ideas.
The man behind the Oilers' success, Glenn Sather.
Yeah, Barry doesn't get there till May 9th.
Sather has been the Oilers' general manager since day one. When there's been a Stanley Cup to be won, somehow he has managed to get his club to the pinnacle of the game, or close to it.
I think it becomes an attitude that takes a long time to develop.
Not far from Sather's office, the players are getting ready for another practice, and one thing is always evident: past Oilers' success. Luke Richardson is sitting in Mark Messier's old locker. Across the way, Glenn Anderson's old spot is now being used by Vincent Damphousse. The players have changed, but not the philosophy.
The last month of the season, it just seems like they really focus themselves real well. I think they've been taught real well right from the top down. I think Glenn Sather, obviously, right down through the coaching staff, they know what it takes to win.
You have to start with a strong belief. And it happens as soon as you come to this organization. You see the banners, you see the pictures of past teams with Stanley Cups in front of them, and they have 5 of them already.
Yes, tradition. And Kevin Lowe knows what that is all about, the last of the original Oilers. And Lowe feels past success dictates how the Oilers approach the playoffs.
I think we do a lot of things different. I think when players get here, they see how much emphasis we put on team camaraderie and things like that come playoff time, and team unity and discipline and the overall game plan, the execution of that.
So what is the magic ingredient? Is it veteran players able to instill the tradition of what it means to be an Oiler on these new players? Or is it coaches who are able to get the most out of these players? Or is it a general manager that is able to find players that are willing to go the extra step? It's probably a combination of those and more. The main thing is, it's working. Ken Chillibeck, TSN in Edmonton.
Thank you, Ken. Full credit to the Oilers for their upset win over the Kings in round 1. The Winnipeg Jets were well on their way to doing the same thing against the Vancouver Canucks, but let a 3-1 series lead slip through their fingers, just the same as they did back in the first round 2 years ago. Cam Clark has more from Winnipeg.
The Jets finished their season Thursday in Vancouver by breaking down for a 3rd straight game. The Jets season was comprised of a struggling team with injuries, a hot and cold spell, but even so, they managed to make it an 81-point season and achieved a playoff spot for the first time since 1990. The Jets during this season gained some respect.
Well, I think it was an up and down season for us. That had some very good moments and times, and some times that we'd like to forget about.
Not disappointed in the season, a little disappointed how quickly it ended after we got in the playoffs, but I think the season went reasonably well for us.
During the last couple of weeks of the regular season, Mike Smith tried to increase the Jets' chances during the playoffs by introducing a number of new faces. Now he says that during the offseason, a number of new faces is almost a guarantee for this team.
We had a lot of new faces during the year. We made several changes, I think, or improvements. I don't think we'll have as many changes next year as we had this year, but we'll have some.
During the offseason, players, coaches, and general managers will be kept busy maintaining conditioning and working out new contracts. But one decision of luxury for Mike Smith will be which 2 of 3 goaltenders will remain a part of this team next season. That may be one decision that he'll be sweating over all summer long.
I would assume that we'll be in the trade market. We'll just have to wait and see what the marketplace brings.
Oh, yeah. I mean, you know, at any time anybody can be traded. I mean, if Wayne Gretzky can be traded, everybody's got a price. And, you know, I'm sure the name of the game is winning is when you don't win, and especially Stanley Cup changes will be made. And I'm sure Mike Smith and management will make the right decision.
When the Winnipeg Jets do look back at their 91-92 season, it should bring smiles to their faces. Cam Clark, TSN Winnipeg.
Going to be a long off-season for the Jets.
Long, cold summer. I'm a
nice.
Winnipeg fan, what can I say?
Time for a break, but still to come on Sports Desk. Major upset in the 118th running of the Kentucky Derby. Many were saying first place was a given. The real race was just for second. Didn't turn out that way. We'll have the highlights for you from Churchill Downs when Sports Desk returns, so stay with us.
And also when we come back, we'll continue our hockey focus with a preview of the Adams Division Final, the Bruins and the Habs.
But it is. It's the Adams family. It's the Bruins and the Canadians every year. People get excited. It's good for the economy. I know Boston love it down there, and I know around here in Montreal they love it too. You know, it's something special.
Montreal in the Adams final. This marks the 9th year in a row the Canadians will face the Bruins in the playoffs. Pat Burns had the great quote. He said the Bruins are like Freddy from the movie Friday the 13th. They keep coming back when everyone thinks they're dead. Montreal completely dominated the early episodes, but Boston has been the last standing in 3 of the last 4 sequels of this horror movie.
It's become an annual rite of spring each time the Montreal Canadiens and the Boston Bruins meet in the playoffs. In fact, this will be the 9th year in a row that the 2 teams have met and the 5th time that they meet in the Adams Division Finals. So it's not as if they don't know what to expect from each other. Last year, the 2 teams played rock'em sock'em hockey, with the Bruins prevailing in the 7th and deciding game. Shane Corson, who was in the thick of that one, expects more of the same this time around.
Well, I think they're going to come out and play aggressive and, you know, dump the puck and try to get it on our D. You know, everybody figures we have a young D, but I think they've gained a lot of experience and they've been playing really well. And I think it's going to be a physical series and a long series.
No one, it seems, is more pumped up for this series than Canadiens coach Pat Burns. Familiarity may breed contempt, but it can also breed respect.
Sounds like the movie, but it is. It's the Adams family. It's the Bruins and the Canadians every year. People get excited. It's good for the economy. I know Boston love it down there, and I know around here in Montreal they love it too.
But the Bruins that Burns and company will face in this series has names like Juno, Heinz, and Murray, young legs that give Boston a new dimension to their game. The Bruins are much more of a skating team now, but they still love to bump and grind along the boards.
They play physical, they play hard, but they are very disciplined. We're going to have to play the same way. We can't take dumb penalties.
That's because Raymond Bourque will hurt you if he's left to free wheel on the power play. And the same can be said of Adam Oates, who had a good series against the Sabres. Michael Whalen, TSN in Montreal.
The Patriot Division Final also gets started tomorrow. Game 1 in Madison Square Garden. Defending Stanley Cup champions had to overcome a 3-1 deficit for a chance to play the Rangers, while New York had to overcome a history of Game 7 jinxes. Their win over the Devils was the first time the Rangers have ever won Game 7 of a series.
A day off for Team Canada and for all teams of the...
Coming up on Sports Desk, the Oilers trying to knock off the Canucks as the Smythe Final kicks off. Team Canada held in check at the World Hockey Championships. And Dave Steve looking to get back on track.
Sports Desk, brought to you by Chevy Truck.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to Sports Desk. I'm Gino Reda. It is nice to have you here. The second round of the playoffs are now in full swing. A slow start with just one game on Saturday, but 3 games on Sunday just to compensate. Canucks and Oilers were supposed to open their series Saturday at the Pacific Coliseum, but the only one playing there was Paula Abdul and her band. Roadies packed things up, and the Smythe Division Final got underway on Sunday afternoon. Bill Ranford and the statistician that kept track of the shots on goal were the busiest people on the night. Early in the first period, Pavel Bure eludes Esatikainen, but Ranford just stones him not once, but twice, shuts the door. Midway through the period, Ranford will stop Ryan Walter, but Jeff Courtnall is there to slap in the rebound. Ranford can't do it all, and it's 1-0 for the Canucks. Not much for Peter Pocklin to cheer about at this point. Second period, tough guy Peter Klima. Yeah, I say tough guy. Watch this. Nice right hook to the face. Dumps Doug Lidster. All that got him was 2 minutes in the penalty box, and the Canuck power play. Jim Sandlak works out in front and scores, and it's 2-0 Vancouver. Again, Ranford getting no help defensively. Ranford didn't quit. Midway through the second, makes 3 big stops, throwing his body all over the place. Later on, Norm McIver cuts Vancouver's lead to 1. Then Bernie Nichols blows it by McLean, and the game is tied at 2. Bure put Vancouver back in front. Midway through the third, Vincent Damphousse is left all alone, and Damphousse ties the game at 3. So we go to overtime, and 8.5 minutes into the extra period, Joe Murphy steals the pass, breaks in, the shot, scores. Overtime winner for the Oilers in game number 1. They take a 1-0 lead in the series with a victory on the road. Big win. McIver, Nichols, Damphousse, and Murphy for Edmonton. For Vancouver, Courtnall, Sandlak, and Bure. After the game, David Pratt filed this report.
The Edmonton Oilers have won the opening game of the Smythe Division Final by dropping the Vancouver Canucks 4-3. The winning goal coming from Joe Murphy in overtime.
I picked off a pass going through the middle, and I seen Craig, and I was just waiting for him to get on side, and I just went down the middle and got a good shot off from McLean, and it went in. No, I was very happy. I mean, I'm very, very happy. I sometimes don't show my emotions a lot, but I'm very happy that went in, and it was just a big win. But I mean, the series is far from over. They got a real good team, and we have to come out better than we did tonight, and we have to play better next game.
I think both teams were changing, or at least we were anyways, or we were blowing the zone, and I think Dave went to go up the middle there. He saw somebody break in, and Murphy stepped in front. It almost looked offside. I don't know how close it was, but anyways, he broke in and roofed it on me.
I really don't believe that home ice means anything in playoffs. You fight all year to get home ice advantage. I don't know why. Because games of this importance, this magnitude, and with the emotion and intensity around it, you should play equally well in the opposition as your own. And we've done that throughout the history of our team.
As for the Canucks, they once again find themselves in a familiar situation, down early in a series. But in the past, they've shown the ability to bounce back, and they'll need to display all of that ability in Game 2. David Pratt, TSN, Vancouver.
Other second-round action. For the 9th year in a row, Montreal Canadiens and Boston Bruins meeting in the playoffs once again. Distant history favors the Canadiens, but the Bruins have eliminated Montreal in 3 of the last 4 years. For the Canadiens to avoid yet another early departure in the postseason, Montreal needs Patrick Roy to have a great series. If not, the Habs may be in serious trouble once again. Meanwhile, the Bruins are counting on the services of Andy Moog. And Moog is tested early as he snares the shot by Denny Savard. It takes Boston a while to get a shot on goal, but when they do, it works. Gord Hines beats Patrick Roy, and it's 1-0 for the Bruins. Boston goes up by 2 when Steve Leach drills a shot in the short side. Patrick Roy thought he had the angles cut down. Did not. 2-0 Bruins. Second period, Boston leading 2-1. Chris Nyland's shot can't get through, but Eric Desjardins puts it through a huge maze of bodies. Somehow he gets it through. Game's tied at 2. 34 seconds later, Bruins retake the lead. Then add to that, Joe Juneau sends a shot past Patrick Roy, and it's 4-2 for the Bruins. Late in the second, 4-3 Boston. Steve Leach lets the weak shot go that Patrick Roy is upset about letting in. 5-3 for the Bruins. The third period, Habs 2-0. Brian Scrutland to Mike McPhee. McPhee beats Moog 5-4. Boston leading the Habs within 1. Later in the third, Denny Savard a chance to tie it, but Moog kicks it away. Boston sews up Game 1 when Glenn Wesley feeds Ray Bourque. Bourque from the face-off circle upstairs. Patrick Roy turns around and disgusted himself. Game 1 on the road goes to the Boston Bruins, 6-4 over the Habs. The Bruins lead the series 1-0. It was Hines, Leach for the pair, Poulin, Juneau, and Bourque for Boston. For Montreal, Hill, Desjardins, Savard, and McPhee. Not a great outing by Patrick Roy. But nonetheless, Pat Burns says Patrick Roy is still his best goaltender.
I'm not ready to crap all over my goaltender. I think that he won a lot of games for us this year and took a bit of heat in this game. But as far as I'm concerned, he's still the best goaltender in the NHL. And as far as I'm concerned, when it comes to Tuesday night, he'll be between the posts again and probably much more ready.
I got to bounce back. I got to play. I think it was more mentally my problem tonight. I was letting myself bothered by little things, and it's kind of put my game away.
You know, home ice for our series anyways in the first round didn't really mean very much, and I doubt if it's going to mean much right now. The only time I really like having home ice is if there's a 7th game that's in your building, so hopefully it won't go that far, but we've got our work cut out for us. We got one, but we're not satisfied with that.
The strategy in the Rangers-Penguins series is somewhat obvious. New York has to find a way to shut down Mario Lemieux. He had 17 points in the opening series against the Capitals. That was just too short of an NHL record. Roger Nielsen was asked who he was going to assign to watch Lemieux, but he just would not say. But in the early going, Randy Gillen was all over Mario Lemieux. First period, Brian Trottier behind the net finds Troy Loney in front. He hits the far corner, and it's 1-0 Pittsburgh. Later, Murphy with a great solo effort over center, over the blue line, then lets the shot go, beating John Van Beesbrook. Great shot, 2-0 Penguins. Rangers had some good chances in the first, but solid defense by Gordie Roberts. Watch this. Roberts sees the puck laying in there and then swats it out of the goal crease. Pittsburgh up by 2. Second period, Super Mario gets some points, gets into the act. He finds Kevin Stevens behind the net. Stevens around the net, slides it in, beating Van Beesbrook. Bad goal, 3-0 Penguins. The Rangers come back, down 3-1. Tony Monte is there for the rebound, puts it in, and it's 3-2 for the Penguins. New York trailing by 1 at that point. But then it's Mario again. From above, we see him feed Stevens. Stevens feeds Ron Francis, and Ron Francis beats Van Beesbrook just inside the far post. 4-2 Penguins after 40 minutes of play, and the clock would tick away as Mario Lemieux takes the game puck and hands it to Barrasso. Had a great outing. Pittsburgh over New York by a score of 4-2. Goal scorers Loney, Murphy, Stevens, and Francis for Pittsburgh. For New York, it was King and Amante. Incidentally, a road team sweep Game 1 in the second round of the playoffs. Team Canada against Czechoslovakia at the World Hockey Championships on Sunday. Very tight race.
Today on Sports Desk, the Canucks look to get even with Edmonton. The Blackhawks look to take a stranglehold on the Norris final. And 2 more NHL coaches get the old heave-ho.
Sports Desk, brought to you by Chevy Truck.
Hi, everybody, and welcome to this edition of Sports Desk. I'm Gord Miller. We've got lots to cover in the next half hour, including Kirk Gibson on the move again and our TSN Plays of the Week. But up first, Game 2 of the Smythe Division Final. Call it mystique, call it luck, call it whatever you want. The Edmonton Oilers seem to have it most of the time. There are lots of nights when the Oilers are badly outplayed, but thanks to it, whatever it is, they find a way to win. The Vancouver Canucks have seen that close up for more than a decade. The lesson for the Canucks after Game 1 of this series, when you have the Oilers down, you better bury them when you have the chance. So we'll take you now to Game 2 of the series at Pacific Coliseum, and Canuck fans know how important this one is. Midway through the first, 2-man advantage for Vancouver. Trevor Linden centers to Jeff Courtnall, who had been hacked, but he gets the goal. 1-0 Canucks. Moments later, Canucks still on the power play. Igor Larionov in the mad scramble in front of Bill Ranford flips it in. 2-0 Vancouver. And Ted Green has cause for concern as his team is not in this one early. Before the period ends, Vancouver on another power play. Cliff Ronning camps on the doorstep and scores. 3-0 Canucks after 1. And bad news for the Oilers. Ranford pulls a hamstring late in the first period after stopping a shot. You can see him here is trying to stretch the leg. Did not return for the second period. This could be really bad news for Edmonton. Ron Tugnut takes over. Tested right away. 3-on-1 Vancouver. Ends in an easy goal for Cliff Ronning. He had 2 in the game, and the Canucks even the series with a 4-0 win in Game 2. Ronning with a pair, Courtnall and Larionov had the others. Edmonton was outshot 15-1 in the first period, had just 14 shots in the game, so an easy night for Kirk McLean, who gets the shutout, and the Canucks are back in the series.
Our guys had a little bit better jump tonight. I mean, there's some nights we just don't work hard enough on our power play, and they don't get results because of that.
Well, it was a good hockey game for our hockey club. You know, we feel that we gave away our first game, and we were up 2-0 and kind of gave it away, but we fought hard for 60 minutes tonight and played as a team, and our goalkeeper kept us in there again.
And fans in Detroit weren't about to panic when their team lost Game 1 of the Norris Division Final to Chicago. After all, the Wings had rallied back from 3-1 down to beat Minnesota in the first round. But Minnesota gave up a lot of chances in every game of that series, something that Mike Keenan's Blackhawks are not likely to do on any given night. So we'll take you to the highlights of Game 2 in this series. First period, Hawks open the scoring just over a minute in. Jeremy Roenick breakaway scores on Cheveldae. 1-0 Chicago. Ed Belfour in net for the Hawks. 5-1 in the playoffs at this point. No wonder. Solid stop here to keep it 1-0. Later in the first, Belfour still upset at Bob Colbert for running him in Game 1. Punches the Detroit winger. Belfour gets 2 minutes, and Robert puts that in his memory banks for revenge. Still in the first, Chicago makes it 2-0. Greg Gilbert, nice feed to Brian Noonan. No chance for Cheveldae, 2-0 Hawks. Second period, the thing really gets physical. Yves Racine unloads on Jocelyn Lemieux. Later, Chicago scores again. Steve Larmer and Jeremy Roenick both take a whack at it. Larmer there first, gets his third of the spring, 3-0 Hawks. And still in the second, the hitting continues. Racine decks Steve Smith. He's really throwing him around. 3-0 Chicago after 40 minutes. Third period, Wings come back a little bit. Steve Yzerman with his fourth of the playoffs. 3-1 Wings trail, but that's as close as they would get. Chicago takes a stranglehold on the series, sweeping the Wings at home. 3-1 Chicago, the final. Roenick, Gilbert, and Larmer for Chicago. Yzerman for Detroit. The Wings are down, but remember, they also trailed the Minnesota North Stars 2-0 in that best-of-7 series. All right, so the Patrick division takes center stage on Tuesday. The Penguins, Mario Lemieux didn't have a great game, but his team still won. The Penguins lead that best-of-7 series 1-0. They'll go again at Madison Square Garden. And in the Adams Division final, it's the Bruins and Canadiens. Boston leads that series 1-0, but the Bees say don't take too much out of Game 1 of the series.
And I just think that there was, you know, some sloppy play on both sides, and I think a Game 7 previous series for both teams had a lot to do with that slow start to the series, so to speak. I think it's going to get emotionally intense from this point on, but I think that Game 1 was definitely a feeling-out process for both clubs.
Very often, particularly coming off a 7-game series, both teams are still wrapped up in the team they've just come from and the style of play they've just come from. And for us, it was a very different style of play than we saw in the Buffalo series. It was a bigger ice surface. And after playing 7 games against them, and I'm sure it was the same for the Canadiens, they tend to be different games than you would expect.
Well, most of the focus in recent weeks has been on...
Coming up on Sports Desk, the Canadiens and Bruins end Game 2 in controversy. Team leaders are knocked out of action as the Rangers face the Penguins. And Michael says hello to the Knicks in round 2 of the NBA playoffs.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to Sports Desk. I'm Teresa Higgert. Also ahead on the show, the Montreal Expos were in action again after a 4-day layoff. We've got the highlights. We'll also check in on the Jays. But first to the NHL playoffs. We're going to begin with Boston and Montreal. The Bruins took the first game of this series in a 6-4 shootout. Tuesday night, it was back to a defensive, tight checking game. Let's check in on the highlights right now. Midway through the first, Russ Courtnall back to Eric Desjardins at the point. He blasts one through traffic and in past Andy Moog. It's 1-0. Stayed that way until late in the second. Bruins on the power play. Glenn Murray scores and ties the game up at 1. Now to early in the third, a great chance for the Bruins. Bob Sweeney's got 2 whacks at it, but he cannot beat Roy. Minutes later at the other end, Moog stops the first shot, but Shane Corson pokes in the rebound, and that gives Montreal a 2-1 lead in the game. Now, midway through the third, Boston looking to tie the score, but robs Dave Reed with a glove save. Now with 6 minutes left to go, the Bruins finally get the equalizer. Duras centers to Ted Donato, ties the game up at 2. So on to overtime. Early in the extra period, Denny Savard on the breakaway. Can't flip it past Moog. Then soon after, a controversial goal. Watch closely, the Bruins on the rush. Donato's pass goes off of Duras' left knee and past Roth. The Canadians said that it was intentionally kicked in, but then on the replay, the officials ruled that Duras tried to get it to his stick. So the goal stands. The Bruins win 3-2 in overtime. You know that the Bruins' last overtime playoff win in Montreal came back in 1943? What a night. Scoring for Boston, Glenn Murray, Dave Poulin, Peter Duras. For Montreal, Eric Desjardins and Shane Corson. With more on the game, here's Michael Whalen.
Peter Duras, put into this game for defensive purposes, became an instant hero as he scored at 3:12 of the first overtime period to give Boston a commanding lead in this series, 2-0.
It was in the air, and it just kind of jumped off of me and in behind Roy. I didn't really get a chance to see where it was hitting. I was trying to get a swipe at it with my stick, and it ended up going in that direction.
The victory was a costly one for the Bruins, who lost Raymond Bourque with a hand injury for most of the third period and the overtime. His future is very much in doubt.
I got slashed in the third period, and I hurt my hand, so I'm going to see a specialist tomorrow and see what's going on.
How does it feel right now?
Well, I mean, if I didn't go back out, it's because it's sore, but hopefully things won't be too serious, and I'll be back.
To get back in this series, the Canadians are obviously going to have to win a game in Boston, and that should be a formidable task because they haven't won a game on the road since March the 3rd. Michael Whalen, TSN in Montreal.
The mighty Giants fell in New York Tuesday night. First, the Rangers found out that Mark Messier, their captain and top scorer, would miss the game because of back spasms. Then Pittsburgh lost Mario Lemieux. But the Penguins still had the momentum because they led this series 1-0, so the Rangers were looking for a big game from goaltender Mike Richter. Did not look good early on. The Penguins scored on their first shot on goal. Kevin Stevens beats Richter from the wing. Pittsburgh is up 1-0. Now, early in the first, Pittsburgh suffered a severe loss. Adam Graves gave Mario Lemieux a nasty two-hander on the wrist. Lemieux left the game, and he did not return to the lineup. A while later, Chris King levels Joe Mullen, and he, too, had to leave the game. Midway through the second, the Rangers tie it up. There's a frenzy out in front, and Brian Leach puts in the loose puck, and that ties it up at 1. Later on in the second, the Penguins regain the lead. Larry Murphy with a shot from the point. This one finds its way past Mike Richter. And Pittsburgh is up 2-1. Now to the third, 2-1 Penguins. Still Mike Gartner to Sergei Nemchinov at the point, and his blast beats Barrasso. Ties the game up at 2. And a few minutes later, Chris King tries to tuck it in on the side, but it doesn't go, but his second attempt does. Rangers are ahead 3-2. Jeff Bougaboon added an empty net goal, and Mark Messier was relieved after this one was over because the final was 4-2 for the Rangers. This series is tied up at 1. Now, the Penguins were not commenting afterward on Lemieux's status, but a tape of the slashing incident will be sent to League Vice President Brian O'Neill. Joe Mullen, he is under observation with a concussion. Scoring for Pittsburgh, Stevens and Murphy. For the Rangers, Leach, Bougaboon with a pair, also scoring Chris King. The Oilers were sent back to Edmonton with their tail between their legs Monday night. They were shut out by the Canucks 4-0. So now as they return to the comfort of Northlands Coliseum, this series is split. Ken Chillibeck has got more as they get ready for Game 3.
The Oilers are wondering what went wrong. At least that was the feeling in their dressing room after returning from Vancouver. And behind these closed doors, the coaches are trying to find the answer. Offense, or a lack of it, is one of the concerns because one line, Vince Damphousse, Bernie Nichols, and Joe Murphy have virtually done all the Oilers' scoring. That line has 37 points.
Definitely, we need scoring from Peter Klima. We need scoring from Estetik on a regular basis. And we certainly need it from a few other people. We're not going to get by this series unless we get more scoring.
I mean, obviously, I'm not real happy with the offensive contributions I've made so far. And aside from one line, there really hasn't been a lot of offense.
The Vancouver Canucks arrived in Edmonton feeling pretty good about their play. They should. Monday night's 4-0 victory was impressive. 3 of their goals were on the power play. They outshot the Oilers 39-14. The Oilers couldn't do a thing. But just the same, they know the Oilers will be a different team in Game 3.
Most certainly. They didn't play anywhere near their capability, and I think we'll see a different hockey club here, and hopefully we're equal to the task.
Well, we played well. I think the important thing is that Edmonton accomplished what they wanted to do, basically. It doesn't matter how well we play. They still got a game out of our rink and have now got home ice advantage, so it's up to us to return the favor.
The Oilers and the Vancouver Canucks have only met in the playoffs once before. The Oilers were winners in 3 straight back in 1986 in a first-round series. There really isn't a rivalry between the two clubs, at least not one that develops hatred, like the one the Oilers have with Calgary or Los Angeles.
Hopefully we'll be able to provide them some reason to hate us as well. I think that's what the good hockey's all about, and I hope we're good enough to give them a good challenge.
I don't think our poor play in the first 2 games has anything to do with the rivalry against Vancouver. Vancouver is a team to be respected at the first place overall all year, and we certainly can't use that as an excuse.
Rivalries are a big part of any sport, and there is little question there really hasn't been one between these two teams in the past. But as Oilers coach Ted Green says, if his club doesn't feel threatened, they'd better, because the Vancouver Canucks are for real. Ken Cholobek, TSN in Edmonton.
The Detroit Red Wings have dug themselves into another hole again as they trail the Blackhawks 2-0 in the Norris final. And now it is off to the noisy Chicago Stadium for games 3 and 4. The Quebec Nordiques are offering season ticket subscribers today on Sports Desk. The Oilers look to dump the Canucks in Game 3. Mario Lemieux is out of the Penguins lineup. And Matt Dunnigan pulls on a new uniform.
Sports Desk is brought to you by Makita Canada Incorporated, Canada's leading manufacturer of professional power tools.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to Sports Desk. Also ahead, news and highlights from the major leagues, NBA playoff highlights, and a bad crash at Indy. But first to the NHL playoffs, Game 3 between Vancouver and Edmonton. Now, the Oilers were left with a bad taste in their mouth after Game 2 of this series when they were shut out 4-0 by the Canucks. To make matters worse, the health of goaltender Bill Ranford was in doubt. He had a bad shoulder. But these are the playoffs, and when it came time to play Game 3, Bill Ranford was there. Yes, he got the start and led the Oilers out. Edmonton sending a message early. Joe Murphy suckers Jeff Courtnall just right off the opening face-off. Later on, Scott Mellenby knocks Jim Sandlick right into the Oilers bench. Edmonton dominating play in the first period. Chris Joseph down the left side, and his shot beats Kirk McLean. And the Oilers have got a 1-0 lead early in the game. On to the second period, Edmonton on the power play. Joe Murphy whips the shot past McLean, his 5th goal of the playoffs, and the Oilers are up 2-0. Everything seemed to be going wrong for the Canucks as 2 black shirts run into each other, got the wires crossed. On to the third period, Vancouver finally solves Bill Ranford. Cliff Ronning waits and puts the great move, and it is 2-1, Edmonton leading. But just 58 seconds later, Joe Murphy spins and blows a shot past McLean, and the score is 3-1 for Edmonton. Murphy then caps off a great night. Takes the feed from Bernie Nichols, and that is his first career playoff hat trick as the Oilers knock off the Canucks 5-2 and take a 2-1 lead in the Smythe final. Scoring for the Canucks, Cliff Ronning with a pair. For Edmonton, Murphy with 3. Also scoring, Joseph Glynn. And that wraps it up for Edmonton goal scorers. You know, Vancouver is just 2-10 at Northlands Coliseum over the past 3 seasons, so they're going to have to figure out how to win in Edmonton if they hope to advance to the Campbell Conference Final. And with more from Edmonton, here is Ken Cholobek.
It was a different Oilers team, that's for sure, compared to Game 2 in Vancouver, and has been the story throughout the playoffs. One line doing the scoring for the Oilers. This time, it was Joe Murphy's turn with a 3-goal performance.
Good effort by the whole team, and I was able to, a couple of my shots were able to go in, and just a great team effort. We really checked them, and I thought we turned it around and maybe turned the tables from Game 2. We were in their faces and getting the puck in and out at the lines, and I was happy I got a couple of goals tonight.
Now, this game was the most physical in the series, especially noticeable a lot of stick work, and in most cases, penalties weren't called.
You've seen what's been happening in the playoffs to date, not just with our team, with Adams getting hacked, but other players, and the officials have to call that. That's the only people we can depend on in those situations. If they don't call it, then what we have is war. If we want to play war, that's fine with me too. It just can't be two sets of rules, that's all.
The Oilers needed a stronger effort, and they got it. Now it's Vancouver's turn to regroup and get back in this series. Game 4 is Friday night here at the Northlands Coliseum. Ken Chilobek, TSN in Edmonton.
The Detroit Red Wings went into Wednesday night's game trailing the Blackhawks 2-0. They found themselves in the same hole before against Minnesota and were able to recover, but this time the job will be a little tougher. They were heading into a building where all visiting teams fear to tread. Yes, for the Detroit Red Wings, the road to the Stanley Cup goes through the noisy Chicago Stadium, and it's going to have to go past this guy, Jeremy Roenick. He's high-sticked in the face. That only seemed to fuel the fire. Now, remember when the Blues banged him up? Played his best game of the playoffs. Roenick goes in and scores, and the Hawks are up 1-0. Then 30 seconds later, Cheveldae sends it around the back of the net up to Chris Chelios. His shot goes right to Dirk Graham, and it was easy pickings for the Hawks captain. Chicago's up 2-0. Detroit losing their cool, especially Bob Probert. Probert with 4 minors in the first period alone, and Andy Van Hellemond says, "No, sorry, I don't want to hear any more." In the second, Tim Cheveldae comes up big for Detroit. He stops Roenick on the breakaway. Seemed to lift the Wings, trailing 2-1. Ray Shepherd in control of the puck. And then he's there to bang in his own rebound, and that evens the score up at 2. Still in the second period of play, the Hawks bounce back. Steve Smith takes the shot. Steve Larmer, he's there to pop in the power play goal, and the Hawks are ahead 4-2. But the third period, the Wings come up flying. They pull to within 1. Jimmy Carson lifts a high shot, plays the puck off the boards, feeds Shepherd for his second goal, and ties the game up at 4. With under 5 minutes to go, Hawks are pressuring, shot from the point, tipped by Graham, his second of the game. And that left the Hawks bench jumping for joy because they win the game 5-4, and they take a 3-0 stranglehold on this series. So scoring for the Red Wings on the night, it was Sinlinger, Shepherd with a pair, and Gallant for Chicago. It was Roenick, Chelios, Larmer, and Dirk Graham with 2. Now the Hawks are hot. They have won 6 straight games, including their last 3 against the Blues in the Norris semifinal. And the Red Wings are in a must-win situation if they hope to stay alive. Pittsburgh Penguins not only lost Game 2 of their series against the Rangers, but they also lost Mario Lemieux. He was slashed by Adam Graves in the first period of the game that broke a bone in his hand. Lemieux is now out indefinitely. This is a look at what happened. There's Adam Graves giving Lemieux a vicious 2-handed slash. It drew only a 2-minute minor penalty. Graves said he was only trying to jar the puck loose, but a videotape of the incident is being reviewed by League Vice President Brian O'Neill.
Mario's hand is broken, and he's out indefinitely. Broken bone in his hand.
It was a pretty vicious slash, and you know, he wound up and hit him pretty good, which is something that, you know, can't be allowed. If they're going to swing sticks like that, you know, they're not made to be swung like that.
You know, whacking and hacking in the playoffs seems to intensify, but there's rules, and I mean that's the name of the game. You got referees out there, and the linesmen now can call majors, and you know, you just hope that that things don't get so carried away that someone gets seriously hurt.
So the Penguins will have to carry on without Mario, and if history's got anything to do with it, the Penguins are in trouble. During the regular season, they only won 5 of 16 without him. They are 0-1-0 in the playoffs without him, and over his career, well, here's how the numbers stack up: 44, 64, and 15. Well, Pittsburgh will also be without Joe Mullen for Game 3 of this series. Mullen collided with Chris King of the Rangers and strained ligaments in his knee. The only good thing that came out of their stay in New York was a split in the series. They now shift to Pittsburgh, tied up at 1. Not only does Mario Lemieux have a broken hand, but so does Boston's Ray Bourque. He was slashed by Shane Corson Tuesday night, and he is currently listed as day-to-day. But even if Bourque returns to play in the series, he'll probably not have full use of the hand, and that is bad news for the Bruins because they currently lead this series 2-0. You can bet Montreal will be pressing in Game 3. They're playing some hockey overseas right now.
Replacement. Coming up on Sports Desk, Pat Burns and the Canadiens desperate for a win at the Boston Garden. Jays ace Jack Morris comes up flat again. And the Chicago Bulls come to play in Game 2 against the Knicks. Hello, everyone, and welcome to Sports Desk. I'm Gino Retta. It is nice to have you here. A very busy show, so let's get right to it. Game 3 in the Wales Conference semifinals. First up, injuries. The storyline in both the Patrick and Adams Division Finals. Boston with a 2-0 lead in their series with Montreal, but thanks to a Shane Corson slash, Ray Bourque is out with a broken finger. Could the Canadians capitalize? Not an easy task. The series has now shifted to Boston, and Montreal hasn't won on the road in over 2 months' time. Pat Burns has just been furious with the play of his team lately. Says, let's get back to our defensive style. First of all, some offense. Mike Keane, the blast off the inside of the far post. 1-0 Canadians. Good start. But midway through the period, the Bruins press. Adam Oates tries to jam it in. He cannot. The rebound comes out to Glenn Murray, who fights off the check, slides it by Patrick Roy, ties the game at 1, and Pat Burns blows another gasket. Come on, guys, let's get it together. Late in the first, the Habs take a couple of dumb penalties, much to Pat Burns' chagrin. And talk about chagrin, look at this. Vladimir Ruzicka, the shot from behind the goal line, brutal goal, 2-1 Boston after 1. Then early in the second, the Habs fall asleep in their own zone. Jim Weimer left all alone in front of the net, beats Patrick Roy, no chance for Roy that time. 3-1 for the Bruins. Midway through the third, Montreal's on the power play. Matthew Schneider spans a couple of times. Denny Savard finally puts it in. The Canadians trail 3-2. Time running on the third. Burns calls a timeout. Furious with his team. Come on, guys. Let's get one. They're desperate. On the other hand, Rick Bowness, completely calm, cool, collected. No problem. Because the time ticks out in this game. And Pat Burns is furious. A little fisticuff. Pat Burns says, guys, we lose another one. The Montreal Canadiens trail 3-0 thanks to a 3-2 Bruins victory. Keane and Savard goal scorers for Montreal. For Boston, Murray, Ruzicka, and Weimer. The last time the Habs were swept in a best-of-7 series, 1952 against Detroit. So the Habs back 3-0. Well, how many teams in the history of the NHL have come back from a 3-0 deficit? Well, just 2. Toronto did it against Detroit in 1942. The Islanders did it against Pittsburgh back in 1975. Look at this now. Detroit and Montreal both trail 3-0. 2 division leaders could get swept. The Bruins' quest to the Cup in 1995 will have to come in a new arena. The ground for the new building will be broken next year. The new Garden will seat about 4,000 extra fans and should cost about $160 million. And yes, the 64-year-old Boston Garden will be demolished. The list of injured players in the Patrick final goes on and on, but the 2 most important to tell you about, Mark Messier is out of the Rangers lineup with back spasms. And the biggest news, of course, Lemieux is out of the Penguins lineup with a broken left hand thanks to a slash from Adam Graves. Lemieux has been involved in 61% of Pittsburgh's scoring in the playoffs. A couple of key questions now. How will Pittsburgh do without Mario? And how could the Penguins resist the temptation to settle the score for the loss of Mario? Well, the rough stuff in the early going, very early going. Al Samuelson, Goons, Randy Gillen. Nice clean shot. Gillen gets the worst of it. Rangers score first in this one. Adam Graves picks up the loose puck. He blasts it by Tom Barrasso, much to the chagrin of the Igloo fans. 1-0 for the Rangers. 51 seconds later, Rangers on the power play. Brian Leach lets it go. Tim Kerr redirects it, and it's 2-0 for the Rangers. Rough stuff continues. Watch Troy Loney working behind the goal. The left hook right there on Mark Hardy. A little frustration? I guess so. Penguins have a great second period, though. 2.5 minutes left. Pens have the 2-man advantage. Yager, nice pass, cross ice to Larry Murphy, who's streaking alone. High in the slot, the shot scores. Game tied at 4 after 2 periods. In the third, a couple of weird ones against Barrasso. First, Barrasso thinks he's made the stop, but he hasn't. He's lying on the ice, thinking the puck's underneath him, but it's not. Jan Eriksson has the puck, puts it into the wide open cage. 5-4 Rangers. It gets weirder. Penguins tied up and go to overtime. At 1:29 of overtime, rebound comes out. Now Chris King was trying to center it. Barrasso has it go off his body into the net. A couple of weird goals leading to a Rangers 6-5 overtime victory over the Pittsburgh Penguins. The Rangers now lead the series 2-1. Graves, Kerr, Nemchinov, Gartner, Eriksson, and Chris King the winner in overtime for Pittsburgh. Stevens with a pair, Francis with a pair, and Larry Murphy is 5th of the playoffs. The Penguins outshot the Rangers 50-32, but still lost this one. Just 14,500 fans at Northlands for Game 3 of the Smythe Division final between the Oilers and the Canucks. That's the smallest playoff crowd in the history of the team. Hard to imagine why the fans aren't showing up. Edmonton leads the series 2-1. and the series certainly hasn't lacked in intensity.
If they don't call it, then what we have is war. If we want to play war, that's fine with me, too. It just can't be two sets of rules, that's all.
Pat Quinn's comment came after Wednesday night's Vancouver loss. It was in reference to all the stick work being allowed by the officials, not just in that game, but in other series going on.
All it is reinforcement for someone to go out and break someone's arm. There's reward to that. The reward is you lose a player, we keep playing, and we got a chance to win now. I mean, how stupid is that?
The most disappointing thing in this game in the last year is that there's so many people taking on the European flavor of diving.
Meanwhile, Ted Green's comment is aimed at players who 1 second, he says, are laying squirming on the ice, the next skating like the wind on the power play.
I really get upset with a lot of people who want to dive in this game to draw a penalty. I think it's a discredit to the game, a disgrace to the game. It's an embarrassment to the game. And it's something that should be really looked at very hard by the officials, because it does more or less make a game look like roller derby.
One disappointing aspect of the series so far was the small crowd on hand for Wednesday night's game. About 14,500 fans showed up here. That's the smallest crowd in the Oilers franchise history.
It's a little unfortunate, but you know, hopefully they'll come out and we'll get a packed house, and everyone notices it, and the people that were there supported us, and they gave us, you know, they backed us a lot. But it'd be nice to see everybody out.
The Canucks know they're in a must-win situation now. I mean, sure, they came back from a 3-game deficit against Winnipeg, but the odds are against that happening again. Incidentally, expectations are for a near sellout for game number 4. Ken Cholobak, TSN in Edmonton.
Thanks very much, Ken. With the win, the Oilers would head back to Vancouver with a 3-1 stranglehold on the series, as well as trying to solve Bill Ranford. The Canucks have to figure out a way to stop Joe Murphy. Murphy had a hat-trick in Game 3 and is the second leading scorer in the playoffs so far. The Norris final continues on Friday as well. The Red Wings are in serious trouble. The Hawks lead the series 3-0, and Game 4 is at Chicago Stadium. One of Detroit's major problems has been the lack of production from Steve Yzerman. He's only scored twice in 9 playoff games so far. Other hockey, the World Hockey Championships are
Coming up on Sports Desk, the Red Wings attempt to hit their way back into the Norris final with the Hawks. Errors prove costly for the Expos as they take on the Giants at the Big O. And the Ottawa Roughriders hold open camp looking for a quarterback.
Hi, everybody, and welcome to Sports Desk. I'm Chris Sedens. Also coming up in the next half hour, we'll preview the Memorial Cup set for Seattle, and the Celtics and the Cavs square off in Game 3 of their NBA series at the Boston Garden. But first to the Stanley Cup playoffs. The Edmonton Oilers were greeted by the smallest crowd of their franchise history as they beat Vancouver in Game 3 of the Smythe Division Final on Wednesday. Tonight, Friday night, Game 4 at the Northlands Coliseum, the Oilers with a 2-1 series lead, but by no means in the driver's seat quite yet. We'll go to the action to pick it up early in the first period. Gerald Diduck runs Esa Tikkanen into the boards from behind. Tikkanen cut in the forehead. He had to go off for stitches. Late in the period, Cliff Ronning puts in the loose puck, but the goal is disallowed. The referee ruled, actually the replay official ruled that the pegs were off their moorings. Midway through the period now, the goal off its moorings. Peter Klino with a nice move on Diduck. Puts it past Kirk McLean, 1-0 Edmonton. Just over a minute later, Pavel Bure leaves it for Adrian Plavsic. Plavsic puts the nice move on Buchberger, then on Bill Ranford. Game tied at 1 with seconds left in the period. Buchberger feeds it across to Tikkanen. He redirects it in. His 50th career playoff goal. The Oilers take a 2-1 lead. Second period, Canucks in the power play. Igor Larionov puts it across to Dave Babbage, who beats Ranford high to the stick side, and we're tied at 2. Things would get a little rough. Jim Sandlak will run Klima into the boards from behind. Klima was in hard but was not injured. With time running out in the period, Dave Manson stopped from the point, but Scott Mellenby is there to pounce on the loose puck. Oilers took a 3-2 lead. Edmonton would hang on to win it by that same score. Plavsic and Babbage scoring for Vancouver. Klima, Tikkanen, and Mellenby for Edmonton. The Oilers lead the series 3-1. The Canucks, their record is 2-11 at Northlands Coliseum over the last 2 years. Not very impressive. With more from Edmonton, let's join our Ken Chilliback.
It was obviously a big, big win for the Edmonton Oilers. Now, Oilers coach Ted Green has been talking throughout this series that he needed some goal scoring from some of his other players, and one player he had mentioned was Peter Klima. Well, Klima's goal in this game was his first of the playoffs.
We play on one line all playoffs. They score all the goals, and but you know we play well. Our line played well defensively before. You know, we had 20 guys out there to play, and we didn't get any goals. We didn't get any breaks, and tonight we got a couple of breaks and put the puck in the net, and it was great.
Peter Klima had an outstanding game tonight. Played great defensively, offensively, and was a dominant factor in our game tonight. We needed the scoring from other people, and we got it.
It's a tough situation for the Vancouver Canucks to be in, trailing 3-1 in this series. But it's a situation they're used to, because against Winnipeg, they came back to win 3 straight games.
Well, we've been there before. That's the good news. And I'm not saying that we can do it again, but I'm saying that we have to win one game at a time. It's no different than, you know, there's only one game you can win each night.
Going in tonight, it was an important game for us because the odds are you don't come that 3-1 deficit too often. But we've done it once, and we'll do it again.
So now the series shifts back to Vancouver, where the Canucks played their best hockey of the series in the opening 2 games. Obviously, they're hoping that trend will continue. Ken Cholobek, TSN in Edmonton.
Thank you, Ken. To the Norris Division Final now. The Chicago Blackhawks on the verge of sweeping Detroit in 4 straight games. Only 2 teams in NHL history have come back from 3-0 deficits. The Wings were able to climb out of a 3-1 hole with the North Stars in the first round of the playoffs, but didn't have the same luck against the Hawks. Let's go to the action. Bob Probert trying to stir things up early for his team, and that's exactly what he did. Here he lays the big body check on Jocelyn Lemieux. Everyone on the Red Wings team seemed to be fired up on this night. Tim Chevrolet gives Steve Larmer a little action in the crease. Not too many great scoring chances in this one, but here Alan Kerr has Belfour down but can't put it in. Jeremy Roenick has taken a beating so far in the playoffs. No different tonight. Here he takes a high stick in the face from Vladimir Konstantinov. Ed Belfour, simply outstanding. Ray Shepard throws the puck towards the net. It is redirected in front, but Belfour is there to stop the bouncing puck. Tim Chevrolet, equally impressive. Big stop on Dirk Graham. No score after 2. Late in the third now, and the Hawks foil Chevrolet. The puck comes in front to Brent Sutter. He chips it over Chevrolet. 1-0 Chicago. Jim Belushi says, yeah, it's a sweep, as the Blackhawks win it to take the Norris Division Final in 4 straight games. 1-0 the final. The only goal coming from Brent Sutter late in the game. 3 out of the last 4 Red Wing Blackhawk playoff series have been sweeps. The Blackhawks sweeping twice. Eddie Belfour simply amazing in net, 29 saves, his first career playoff shutout. After the game, Hawks coach Mike Keenan said the key to winning this series was defense.
Bottom line, I think in us winning the series was defense. We played extremely well defensively, and they got a little bit more offense going tonight, but for the first 3 games, for the most part, our defense were able to shut down their offense, and that was the difference.
Well, we didn't score any goals for them at all. We lose 2-1, 3-1, 1-0, and then 5-4 in another game. It's not very fair to the goaltender, and I don't think, and the disappointing part is that I don't think you can get better goaltending in playoffs than Tim Chevrolet gave us, and we didn't score any goals for him.
Well, the Adams Division Final continues Saturday night in Boston. The Canadians on the edge of being swept for the first time since 1952. Now, to be successful in the playoffs, the Canadians knew they needed strong goaltending and some timely goal scoring. They haven't had either. Michael Whalen previews Game 4 from Boston.
With their loss on Thursday night, the Canadians are perilously close to being swept by the Bruins, something that hasn't happened to the Montreal team in 40 years. Pat Burns knows that his team is in trouble and that maybe he's in trouble too.
If they fire me, I'll go peacefully, and that's it. And if I do get hired by somebody else, fine. But if I don't, well, I'll do something else. Become a reporter or something.
What Burns didn't find funny, however, was the suggestion that somehow he wanted out of Montreal.
If the Montreal Canadiens do not want my services anymore, all they have to do is tell me and fire me. But Pat Burns will never resign from the Montreal Canadiens or quit. I'm not a quitter.
But with their backs to the wall and facing elimination in such a humiliating fashion, The Canadiens players know that Saturday's contest at the Garden has implications that go beyond the game itself.
I think the last couple of years we lost to Boston. I think that if we go out this easy against Boston, I think there'll be a lot of changes, and I think a lot of the guys are feeling the pressure, and including myself.
I don't think anybody's fooling anybody. Especially in Montreal, you have to win games and you have to win your division, and we haven't done that in the last couple of years, and the changes will have to be made.
One change that won't be made on Saturday night, at least, is Patrick Roy in nets. Despite shaky goaltending of late, the Canadiens are resting all their hopes on his abilities.
I need support from my teammates, and I guess my teammates need support from me, and it's the only way we could get successful.
Somehow the Canadiens have lost their confidence as a team. They've got one more chance to get it back at the Garden, because if they don't, they know to a man that heads will roll over the summer. Michael Whalen, TSN in Boston, Massachusetts.
And Michael will be on hand for the fourth game in this series. The Canadiens down 3-0 to the Bruins. The Bruins with a chance to wrap it up on Saturday. Patrick Division Final continues on Saturday as well. The Rangers leading the Pittsburgh Penguins, who are without Mario Lemieux, 2-1. This game at the Igloo in Pittsburgh. Rangers left winger Adam Graves has been slapped with a 4-game suspension, a result of his slash on Mario Lemieux on Tuesday night. The suspension is effective immediately without pay. Many hockey people would rather expected Graves would only get 3 games. Lemieux had the puck when Graves swung his stick chest high, hitting Mario. According to doctors, Lemieux will have trouble gripping a hockey stick for about a month. He is expected to miss the rest of the Patrick Final and is listed only as a questionable starter if the Penguins should advance to the next round.
See that white covering there above his
The Memorial.
Coming up on Sports Desk, celebrations in Beantown as the Bruins pull out the brooms for the Habs. Yet another CFL quarterback is changing locale. And the FA Cup finals in Scotland and England.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to Sports Desk. I'm Gino Retta. It is nice to have you here. One division winner already bowed out of the playoffs via the sweep in the NHL, and another was on the precipice of a similar plunge on Saturday night. The Bruins have eliminated the Canadiens from the playoffs in 3 of the last 4 years. That in itself is bad enough. But for Montreal to get swept by their bitter rivals is almost unimaginable. But it was more than just a bad dream for the Canadiens. It has now become a reality. Early first period, Poulin breaks in, can't score. Glenn Murray shot, stopped by Patrick Roy. Game still scoreless. Later in the first period, Brent Gilchrist, golden opportunity to break away. Stopped by Moog, scoreless after 1. Second period, Canadiens get a little chippy. Guy Carbonneau with the shot on Glenn Wesley. Then Brian Skrudlin runs Adam Oates into the boards from behind. Skrudlin gets a double minor on the play. Bruins take advantage of the power play. Oates is stopped from the slot, but Dave Poulin is there to put in the rebound. The Bruins take a 1-0 lead. Pat Burns wondering what has gone wrong with this team in the series against the Bruins. They know they're on the edge of elimination. Third period, Kurt Muller desperately looking for the equalizer. The backhand stop. The rebound stop. Habs still trailing 1-0. Later in the period, Gord Murphy with a solid hit on John LeClaire. He goes head over heel. Time right now in the game. Peter Duras all alone. Wide open net, empty net goal to wrap it up. The Canadiens are done. Celebrations in Beantown as the Bruins sweep the Habs. Yes, it is true. Montreal is done for the year. The Bruins sweep them with a 2-0 score, 4-0 to win the series. Poulin and Duras, the goal scorers. The first time Boston has ever swept Montreal in a 7-game series. With his post-game report, here's Michael Whalen.
And so the Bruins did what many people felt was unthinkable. They swept the Canadiens in 4 straight, and they did it without Raymond Bourque, their inspirational leader, and without Cam Neely, 2 players who were so instrumental in them winning the Adams Division Final last year. The defeat has Canadian fans across the country stunned, and needless to say, the Canadian players were also in shock.
This is special. We were a huge underdog. We may have even felt that within this locker room, and I don't think we let it affect our play. I think we just had it in our minds to go out there and do as well as we could, see where it went.
We've been through a lot this year as a team, and a lot of injuries, and we overcame it, and just shows that we got a lot of character, and it's just glad to be a part of it.
When you don't have a good team and you're expected to lose, it's easier, but you know, we had such a good season. Maybe not a good finish, but we had a good season, and there was a lot of pressure, like I said, on us to win and to go far. And everybody thought in this here, you know, in this room and around the team that we were able to do it. But like I said, we just didn't respond to the pressure.
And now the Bruins get a few days to lick their wounds in preparation of the conference championship, which gets underway in a little less than a week. The Bruin officials say that they're hopeful that Raymond Bourque will be ready for that series. Michael Whalen, TSN in Boston, Massachusetts.
The Patrick Division final has been a lot closer contest than the Adams was. Rangers led the series 2-1 heading into Game 4. Adam Graves is gone for the series thanks to his slash of Mario Lemieux, a slash that broke Lemieux's hand and has knocked him out as well. The 4-game suspension is not nearly enough to compensate, but at this point, the Penguins can't worry about seeking revenge. What they have to worry about is stopping Mark Messier, who is now back in the lineup, as is Rick Tocchet for the Penguins on the night. 5 minutes in the game, Randy Gillen with the puck. He makes a nice move, beating Barrasso, and gives the Penguins a 1-0 lead at home. Still in the first, Tony Amonte on the breakaway, and Amonte beats Barrasso. Barrasso actually loses his helmet on the play, and Big Mario can just sit up there and watch and really can't help at all. Pens answer quickly, though. Muskegon call-up, Mike Needham, the rookie. His first NHL goal, and what a timely goal it is. 2-1 at that point. Second period, Rangers on two-man advantage. Brian Lee shot deflects to Messier. He moves ahead of Mike Bossy with 86 playoff goals, 3-1. Third period, 4-2 Rangers. Ron Francis scores his second of the night as it fools Richter, 4-3 for the Rangers. 1:25 later, Jaromir Jagr hustles to the puck, centers to Troy Loney. Somehow, he sneaks it in. It's tied at 4. Overtime now. Penguin power play. Messier, bad move, coughs at the puck. Larry Murphy's shot is deflected by Ron Francis just inside the far post. That ties the series at 2 games apiece. Overtime victory, the Penguins over the New York Rangers. Messier with the pair, Gillen and Amonte for the Rangers for Pittsburgh. Francis with the hat trick, Needham and Troy Loney, his third of the playoffs. Pittsburgh's goal scored came in 2:47 of overtime. Messier making his mark in playoff scoring. He certainly has. He has now, with these 2 goals on this night, moved into 3rd overall on the all-time scorers list in postseason play. Just 1 series left in the Campbell Conference. The Red Wings have bowed out early after a great regular season. The Detroit's highest regular season point total in 42 years. Now the Blackhawks await the winner of the Smythe Division final. They've shifted back to Vancouver. The Oilers lead the series 3-1. The Canucks are in the same hole they found themselves in during the first round of the playoffs. David Pratt looks at their chances to turn the trick again.
The Vancouver Canucks now look like something out of an old Star Trek rerun. They are trying boldly to go where no team has gone before. Thanks to Friday night's loss in Edmonton, the Canucks are now once again down 3-1 in a series. And never in the history of NHL playoff hockey has a team bounced back twice in a season from that deficit.
I think it's just going to take more of a team type commitment from all the guys.
And is there still a belief that you can beat the odds?
Well, absolutely. I mean, like I said before, it's not something you can look down the line at. We've got 9 periods left, hopefully, and we're going to start out with one Sunday night.
We'd have to look at the 4 games and try to assess them from the standpoint of overall play, and encourage them that they have done a lot of good things, and in 1 or 2 areas we have to get better, and there is a chance we can win the next game, and that's the most important thing.
The biggest problem the Canucks face is trying to get Pavel Bure back on track. The Oilers have taken away center ice from Bure, and in doing so have taken away much of his effectiveness.
I can't promise nothing, you know. We'll try play better. I think every player, our team try play very well every game, but sometimes you can't, you know. I think we will play better this game because we can't lose.
The odds are very much against the Canucks bouncing back from yet another 3-1 deficit. But for those Canuck fans who like to believe that lightning will indeed strike twice, at least if nothing else, they have the weather on their side. David Pratt, TSN, Vancouver.
Shoot up.
Coming up on Sports Desk, the Oilers looking to finish off the Canucks. Another BC bonanza on the LPGA Tour. And the Expos facing a giant task.
Sports Desk is brought to you by GM Parts and Service, the expert choice.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to Sports Desk. I'm Gino Reda. It is nice to have you here. The Canucks fighting like a cat backed into a corner. Vancouver trailing the Oilers 3-1 in the best-of-7 series. They came back from the same deficit in the first round to beat the Jets. But no team has ever crawled out of that deep a hole twice in the same season in the history of the NHL playoffs. But the Canucks could care less what's happened in the past. And they were just flying early on in this game against the Oilers. First period, Trevor Linden down the wing, slips it across to Cliff Ronning, who puts it in, and the Canucks lead 1-0. Later in the period, Linden does it again. Fights off the checks, puts it in. It's 2-0 Vancouver. Second period, Canucks now leading 3-0. Jurkalume is stopped by Bill Ranford, but Ronning is there, puts it in. Vancouver leads 4-0. Are the Canucks in trouble? Not. Maybe just a little, though. Oilers mount the comeback. Kurt McLean makes a stop on Vincent Damphousse. Joe Murphy puts it in. Oilers trail 4-1. Late in the period, comeback continues. Dave Manson lets a blast go from the point. Beats McLean on the stick side. Oilers down 4-2. 18 seconds later, Murphy puts it across to Mark Lamb. Puts it in. Oilers down 4-3. Third period now. Canuck fans are getting behind their team, trying to stop this comeback. Kurt McLean does his part as he makes the stick save on Luke Richardson from the slot with time right on the game. Trevor Linden, the terrific block right there, and with that, the puck bounces into the neutral zone, and it is over. Vancouver over Edmonton by a score of 4-3. A fantastic game. Great comeback by the Oilers, but they fell short. Murphy, Manson, and Lamb for the Oilers. For Vancouver, Ronning with a pair, Linden and Bure. Jeff Portnoy added 3 assists for the Canucks. And yes, folks, the Canucks are still alive.
We are living to fight another day, and hopefully we'll be able to give somewhat of a better performance in Edmonton this time around, and we're happy for that opportunity. Our guys worked real hard tonight. Linden had his best game of the series by a good margin and made some real important plays down the stretch.
Well, it's going to take discipline, that's for sure. I think, both games in there, we made some mistakes late in the periods, cost us. I think, with a little bit of momentum, getting back into the game, tying it up, and then allowing one in the last minute. We have to really focus on, what we have to do in there, and that's play good defense.
I expect us to come out with a great effort. I mean, we don't want to come back here and we'll be ready. I mean, I have a good feeling about this hockey club. We'll be ready when we get back to Edmonton.
Once we got to the 10-minute mark, we seemed to have a stretch there where we played wide-open hockey and started to turn the puck over again. And it's a club that we should know by now that if we're going to turn it over with them, we're going to lose hockey games, because that's been the story of our whole season against them. It's not been the overall play so much as that they have a unique ability to take your turnovers and make them pay.
If the Oilers are going to avoid another trip here to the West Coast, they are going to need a big game from players like Joe Murphy and Bill Ranford. As for the Canucks, they would love nothing more than to get another chance to play one more game here at the Pacific Coliseum. David Pratt, TSN, Vancouver.
Elsewhere, the first Wales Conference finalist was decided.
Coming up on Sports Desk, the Penguins and Rangers go head-to-head in Game 5. The Expos look to an old friend for some offense. And it's that time once again, time for the TSN Plays of the Week.
Sports Desk is brought to you by GM Parts and Service, the expert choice.
everybody, and welcome to Sports Desk. I'm Chris Seaton. Also coming up in the next half hour, the Oilers and the Canucks prepare for Game 6 of their series and the immediate future of a couple of NHL coaches. But first, Game 5, Patrick Division Final, the Rangers against the Penguins. They are tied at 2 wins apiece. Heading in, the Penguins still without superstar Mario Lemieux, but showing the tenacity that led them to the Stanley Cup title last season, and the Penguins came out on fire in this one as well. 1:15 into the game, Penguins on the power play. Great pass by Ron Francis. Rick Tocchet scores the goal, and it's 1-0 Pittsburgh. Still early in the first, Jaromir Jagr pulled down by Brian Leetch. He is awarded a penalty shot, the most exciting play in hockey. Jagr, Van Beesbroek, one-on-one. Jagr with the goal, 10th penalty shot goal in 26 attempts in NHL history. Tom Barrasso keeping the Rangers off the score sheet. Big save from Joey Kocur from in close early in the second. Now the Pens appear to go ahead 3-0, but Troy Lalonde is caught in the crease. Phil Bourque's goal is disallowed. Rangers respond to their good fortune on a New York man advantage. Darren Turcotte pulls the trigger, and the Rangers trail 2-1. Later in the second, John Van Beesbroek blocks a pass by Francis. Kevin Stevens would have had a sure goal. Roger Nilsson realizes this game is a must-win for his Rangers. Early in the third, Mark Messier takes a shot. Big rebound. Mike Gartner pounces on it. We're tied at 2. With about 5 minutes to play, Jagr works his magic again. Puts the move on Bookeboom, then undresses Van Beesbroek. 3-2 Penguins in the dying seconds. Turcotte in the slot. The puck goes over the net. New York on the brink of elimination. Pittsburgh wins it 3-2. They take a 3-2 series lead. Barrasso with 32 saves in the Pittsburgh net, and Mike Gartner had a goal and an assist for the Rangers. Turcotte had the other goal for New York. Tocchet and Jagr with 2 for Pittsburgh. The Patrick Division Series is a battle, and it's the same
two-wheeled crowd. Then the action shifts to the Brickyard. Canada's Paul Tracy faces some experienced competition in the Indy Time Trial. Later, the stars of tomorrow are shining at the Memorial Cup Tournament. Sault Ste. Marie takes on the Seattle Thunderbirds tonight on Real TV, TSA.
Today on Sports Desk, the season's over for Vancouver as the Oilers shut out the Canucks. Eddie Johnson pays the price for another early Whalers exit. And some defensive gems from the Diamond.
Everyone, and welcome to this edition of Sports Desk. Also ahead on the show, we've got the day's news from the CFL, and we will check in on the NBA. We've got playoff action and news about 2 coaches who have stepped down. But first to the NHL and the Smythe Final. The Vancouver Canucks, enjoying their best season in 10 years, just ran out of miracles Tuesday night. They had come back from a 3-1 deficit to beat the Winnipeg Jets. Then against the Oilers, they found themselves in the hole again. They struggled back to force a Game 6, but then they ran up against the wall called Bill Ranford. Canucks knew that they'd have to get a big game from their goaltender Kirk McLean, but midway through the first, Craig McTavish steals it from Larionov, cuts in, slips it in, and Edmonton takes an early 1-0 lead. Late in the period, Vincent Damphousse drives to the net, and then he flicks in his own rebound. And it was 2-0 Edmonton leading after 1. On to the second, Vancouver tries to open things up. Cliff Ronning weaves his way in on goal, but denied by Bill Ranford. Midway through the period, 4 Canucks breaking in. Randy Gregg fires from the slot, but Ranford stoning him with the glove. Then before the period ends, it was Jeff Courtnall breakaway, but once again, Ranford comes up big. It was 2-0 Oilers after 2. Pat Quinn and the Canucks 1 period away from elimination. Canucks pressing, Ranford stops Plazic, then takes Sergio Momesso's shot off the mask, but time ran out. The Oilers win the game 3-0, take the series in 6 games. They will play Chicago in the Campbell Conference Finals, and is a frustrating end of the season for Pat Quinn and the Canucks. Quite a season. They can still be proud. Scoring for Edmonton on the night, Craig McTavish, his first of the year. Also scoring, Vincent Damphousse, his 6th of the playoffs. Esa Tikkanen, his 5th of the playoffs. That was McTavish's first of the playoffs, not of the year. And we will have a full report later on. Ken Chillibeck will have a full recap of the game. We will hear from both the Oilers and the Canucks. A few notes on the game. Bill Ranford, what a night. 26 saves, his third career playoff shutout. Edmonton came out flying. They outshot Vancouver 18-3 in the first period. The Oilers have now reached the conference final 8 times in the last 10 years. Once again, Ken Chillibeck will have a full report at the end. But it is Edmonton who will advance. They're going to take on Chicago in the Campbell Conference Final. Game 1 will be played on Saturday.
Coming up on Sports Desk, Tom Barrasso shines as the Penguins try to advance to the Wales Conference Final. Jack Morris tries to mow down Ricky Henderson and the A's. And the Cavs hoping the price is right in Game 5 against the Celtics.
Sports Desk is brought to you by Makita Canada Incorporated, Canada's leading manufacturer of professional power tools.
Hi, everybody, and welcome to Sports Desk. I'm Chris Stevens. Also coming up in the next half hour, Memorial Cup highlights from Seattle, and we'll show you how and where CFL footballs are made. But first to the Stanley Cup playoffs, all eyes on the Civic Arena in Pittsburgh. Game 6, Patrick Division Final, the New York Rangers, 1 loss away from joining Montreal, Detroit, and Vancouver as division winners to be eliminated. The Rangers down 3-2 in their best of 7 against the defending Stanley Cup champion Pittsburgh Penguins, and as you can imagine, the atmosphere was on fire at the Civic Arena for this one. Tough night for Mark Messier. He wasn't given an inch here. He's ridden into the goalpost. Later, a great chance in front, but Tom Barrasso there to make the beautiful save. There was no scoring in the first period, but some great action, good hits. Chris King nails Rick Tocchet into the boards. Second period, Tocchet gets back at King on the power play. Ron Francis to Phil Bourque, who waits, then feeds Tocchet all alone, puts it through some skates. Second of the spring for Tocchet, 1-0 Penguins. Just moments later, New York ties it up. Sergei Nemchinov to Doug Waite. His weak shot will find the net. Game's tied at 1. Still in the second, Penguins retake the lead. A weird hop ends up on Jaromir Jagr's stick, and watch the move he puts on John Van Beesbroek. Waits, then scores in the backhand. 2-1 Penguins. Late in the second, Pittsburgh strikes again. Sean McEachern in a weak backhand from in front, right through the legs. And it's 3-1 Penguins, and yes, the fans, the Igloo starting to rub it in. 1940, the last time the Rangers won the Stanley Cup. Third period now, trouble for New York. Van Beesbroek throws his stick. Pittsburgh awarded a penalty shot. Sean McEachern, John Van Beesbroek, 1-on-1. John Van Beesbroek, the winner as he closes the pads. Later in the period now, Rangers empty net. Tocchet hits the empty net for his second of the game. 4-1 Pittsburgh. They would add another empty netter, and the Bruins are next for Pittsburgh as they win the Patrick Division Final 4-2, 5-1 the final. Doug Waite with his second goal for the Rangers. For Pittsburgh, it was Tocchet with 2, Jagr, McEachern, and Francis with the others. Tom Barrasso, 33 saves. He was hot. The Rangers' Stanley Cup drought now extends to 52 years. 1940, the last time they turned the trick. A tough finish to a great year for Mark Messier and company.
Obviously, when you lose, I think that any time you do lose, or any time I've lost in the past, I've felt directly responsible.
Yeah, it's like a poison arrow. I mean, it's just hits you right in the heart. And, you know, I mean, it's total elimination. I mean, it's we're wiped out. We got to start back at square one again, and it's such a long road.
And the Wales Conference Final, a rematch of last year's somewhat surprising rematch. Boston against Pittsburgh. Neither team all that great during the regular season. Game 1 slated for Sunday at the Igloo in Pittsburgh. The Edmonton Oilers just continue to roll. This team that at one point was seen as a dark horse just to make the playoffs is now getting set for the Campbell Conference Final for the 3rd year in a row. Tuesday night, backed by some amazing goaltending from Bill Ranford, the Oilers ended their series with the Canucks in 6 games. Ken Chillibeck reports.
It was a final game that showed both sides of this year's Edmonton Oilers. A veteran like Craig McTavish, 7 seasons with Edmonton, stealing the puck from Larionov and beating Kirk McLean to give the Oilers an early 1-0 lead. And then one of the new breed Oilers, Vincent Damphousse, his first season with Edmonton, about 8 minutes later, taking a pass from Joe Murphy, getting hold of his own rebound and the score 2-0 for Edmonton.
It feels great. I mean, I've never been there before, and you know, to be in the Final Four is a great feeling. And we're gonna have to rest tonight, rest tomorrow, and get back to work on Thursday.
Then it was Bill Ranford taking over. The Canucks pouring it on in the second, out shooting the Oilers 18-4, but couldn't get one by the Oiler netminder. Jeff Courtnall had the best chance with 7 seconds left in the second, but couldn't get it over the sprawling netminder.
For some reason, this hockey club, every big game we played in throughout the regular season and here, we've come up with a big game, and who knows why. It's just, I don't know, the veterans come through, the young guys come through, and who can explain it? I can't.
The Vancouver Canucks never gave up, but the Oilers withstood the Canucks' onslaught. Canucks, after a great season, a disappointing finish.
Well, I think everyone learned something, but I don't think that the point was to learn things. I think the point was to win, and I think you know, myself and 19, 20 other guys are pretty disappointed.
There were a lot of great stories throughout this series, controversial and outspoken coaches. Joe Murphy's great goal scoring for the Oilers. Oilers' ability to hold Pavel Bure to just 2 points. The faces have changed, but the success hasn't. So what else is new for the Edmonton Oilers? Another Smythe Division championship. Now it's on to the Campbell Conference Final against the Chicago Blackhawks. Ken Cholabek, TSN in Edmonton.
The Campbell Conference Final looks like this. The Edmonton Oilers against the Chicago Blackhawks. Game 1 slated for Saturday at the stadium in Chicago.
Coming up on Sports Desk, it's easy as 1, 2, 3 for the Hawks in Game 1 of the Campbell Final. Ali Dean, almost a gem in Racing's second jewel. And Ken Griffey Jr. provides some of the muscle for the Mariners at the Sky Dome.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to Sports Desk. I'm Gino Reda. It is nice to have you here. This time last year, the North Stars had a 1-0 lead over the Penguins in the Stanley Cup Final. Things running a little behind schedule in the 91-92 season. 4 teams still alive, and the conference finals are just now getting underway. We begin, first of all, Chicago Stadium. Game number 1 of the Campbell Conference Final. The Oilers facing the Blackhawks for the 4th time in postseason play. Edmonton has won all 3 previous series, including a sweep back in 1983. And the Hawks strike just 47 seconds into the series. Puck comes to Steve Larmer off a beautiful tic-tac-toe play. Larmer puts it in and gives the Blackhawks a 1-0 lead. But Edmonton replies quickly. Joe Murphy feeds Dave Manson. Manson one-times it, beats Belfour, and ties the game at 1. Scott Mellenby gets a good look at the rafters of Chicago Stadium after a nice hip check from Igor Kravchuk. Later in the first, Dirk Graham sets up Jeremy Roenick. Roenick spins, puts the backhand upstairs, 2-1 Chicago. In the second period, Hawks come out flying. Another Oiler giveaway, 2-0. It's Rob Brown to Mike Peluso. Bounces off Ranford's butt, just barely crosses the goal line. Don Kaharski's there to call it a goal immediately, 3-2 Blackhawks. Then off a great pass by Steve Larmer to Jeremy Roenick, all alone, tucks it in. Second of the game, 4-2. Steve Smith has the power play marker on a screenshot that Ranford never sees. 3 goals in 1 minute and 26 seconds, a new Hawks playoff record 5-2. Third period, Hawks don't let up. Kravchuk shows his offensive tools, then gets hammered by Bernie Nichols, 7-2 Chicago. Later on, Larmer, the breakaway, snaps it by Ranford upstairs, and the fans at the stadium remind the Oiler goalie of his 8 goals against on the night. Not a great start for Billy Ranford. Mind you, didn't get a lot of support. Chicago wins at 8-2, takes a 1-0 series lead in the Campbell Conference Final. Manson and McTavish for the Oilers for Chicago. Larmer with a pair, Roenick with a pair, Peluso, Smith, Goulet, and Kravchuk. The Oilers managed only 19 shots on goal. With more, here's Ken Cholabek.
Going into this series, Oilers coach Ted Green felt one of the keys would be Jeremy Roenick.
Well, that prediction came true as Roenick scored a pair of goals, but it also turned out to be Roenick's line mate with a big game, Steve Larmer, with a pair of goals, too.
Well, our game is forechecking and taking the body, and that doesn't mean just guys like Palouse and Jocelyn and Stewie Grimson and Dirk. I mean, it means everybody, and in order for our team to be successful, we have to have everybody playing the same way.
We created a lot of cough-ups, a lot of offensive opportunities, and you know, we continued tonight, and it seemed to work tonight. So, like I said again, we have to make sure that we stay on our game plan and raise our game another level on Monday.
We got steamrolled tonight. We got beat by a team that was very hungry, a team that was well prepared. We didn't handle the pressure very well at all. We gave away the puck many times under pressure, and we gave away the puck in our own zone and returned it over in our own zone without pressure.
We gave up the puck, and you know, it cost us. I don't know if the forechecking really had anything to do with it. The times that we gave up the puck when we were by the forechecking, and we just made foolish plays, and it hurt us tonight.
It continues to be a great playoff run for the Chicago Blackhawks. 8 straight victories and counting, and you can't understate the importance of winning this series opener. Ken Cholobek, TSN in Chicago.
The Wales Conference final gets underway Sunday night at the Igloo in Pittsburgh. A rematch of last year's final that saw the Penguins take it in 6. It marked the first time in 3 meetings that Pittsburgh got by Boston in the playoffs. The series also saw Ulf Samuelsson deliver a cheap shot to Cam Neely, a hit that hurt him so badly. Neely still hasn't fully recovered. The Boston Bruins haven't forgotten.
I mean, as much as I don't like Ulf Samuelsson, he's a good hockey player. I mean, you can't take that away from him. He plays hard. He hits everybody, whether it's, you know, a 50-goal scorer or a meathead.
He's a wanted man around the league, you know, for what he's done. He plays dirty, he plays chippy, and he does things behind guys' backs. And he played that way in Hartford, and I'm sure he played that way when he was back in Sweden or whatever.
To the 117th running of the Preakness Stakes, Allie.
Coming up on Sports Desk, the Bruins and Penguins collide in Game 1 of the Wales Conference Final. The Memorial Cup goes right down to the wire between the Sioux and Kamloops. And explaining what went wrong for Silken Laumann in Germany.
Sports Desk, brought to you by Mazda. It just feels right. And by Gillette Sensor, for the best shave a man could get.
Hi, everyone. Welcome to Sports Desk with Vic Rutter. I'm Chris Seaton. It's a busy half hour coming up. Let's get right to the Stanley Cup playoffs. And the story in Game 1 of the Wales Conference Final, not so much who was on the ice, Vic, but who wasn't.
Exactly. Thanks, Chris. Hello, everybody. It is going to be the kind of series where you want to pay attention to the pregame scratches. Pittsburgh, as you know, still missing Mario Lemieux with that broken hand. Could be back, though, they say, for Game 4 or 5. And, of course, Joe Mullen out for the rest of the season, banged up knee. Over in the Boston dressing room, Ray Bourque was still nursing his broken hand and questionable. Yeah, you've got 2 teams, black and blue and bruised, in Game 1 at the Igloo. And Penguins get on the board first. Brian Trottier will beat Andy Moog down the wing, and Pittsburgh's first shot on goal gives them a 1-0 lead. And then with the fans getting ready to cheer their power play Sharks, well, it's the Bruins who spoil it. Short-handed Bob Sweeney pots the giveaway, beating Tom Barrasso 1-1. Then Boston takes the lead. Donato left all alone, side of the net. Watch him here, upstairs, and it is 2-1. Physical game as well. Look at Steve Leach on Jim Payak along the board. Second period, Andy Moog starts to come up big for Boston. Yuri Hirdina, glove save by Moog. And then Kevin Stevens will break in. Moog, another glove save. Under a minute to play, second period, Joe Juneau feeds Glenn Wesley at the point. Shot fools Barrasso, 3-2 Boston. However, the Pens tie it midway through the third. A lot of pressure by Pittsburgh. Finally, Sean McEachran will bang in the loose puck through all kinds of bodies and legs. It goes to OT. And in OT, guess who gets the goal? Jaromir Jagr. Between the legs of Andy Moog. Penguins win Game 1, the final, 4-3. And there you see Ray Bourque on the sidelines. The Bruins actually outshot the Penguins 41-31. Game 2, Tuesday, again in Pitt.
The Campbell Conference Final is set to continue Monday night in Chicago. The Hawks open the series with a huge 8-2 win over Edmonton, their 8th straight postseason win. Ken Chillibeck previews Game 2.
Game 1, Mike Keenan's Chicago Blackhawks gave a lesson in forechecking. Now, Keenan stresses team discipline, and his club played it to a T. They jumped on the Oilers early, causing turnovers. And taking advantage of the giveaways was Steve Larmer with 2 goals and 2 assists, and his line mate Jeremy Roenick with the same totals.
That's what we tried to focus on. You know, we knew it's worked for us so far in the playoffs. We got on St. Louis' defense hard and Detroit's, and you know we created a lot of cough-ups, a lot of offensive opportunities.
I thought as the game progressed, we were forechecking very strongly. I thought that we were taking away their offense and their breakouts from their defensive zone.
The site is a suburban Chicago arena. It was originally supposed to be an optional practice for the Oilers. But after the embarrassment of losing 8-2, unless you were injured, you were skating. Coaching staff looking to a solution to the aggressive Blackhawk forechecking.
We know what it was from. It was from our turnovers. We had the puck at least 5 of their 8 goals, and we gave it to them. And if we're going to continue to play like that, it's going to be a short series.
The Oilers line of Joe Murphy, Bernie Nichols, and Vincent Damphousse were expected to lead the club offensively in the series. But in Game 1, Damphousse was on the ice for 3 of the Hawks' goals. Murphy for 4 goals against. It was Larmer and Roenick doing the damage as a result of their checking.
They outscored us, and we can't have that happen. We gotta play better than these guys and try to come out with every shift and try to outplay them.
One adjustment the Oilers know they have to make is to the smaller ice surface in Chicago's stadium. Oilers coach Ron Lowe feels they were caught off guard in a lot of cases, but he says they'll be better prepared for the Blackhawks forechecking in Game 2. It better be, or they face the likelihood of being down 2-0 in this series. Ken Chillibeck, TSN in Chicago.
Tears of joy, tears of sadness. One the tears of a winner, the other tears of a loser. You knew there were going to be both as the Memorial Cup came down to a 1-game final. Kamloops and Sault Ste. Marie for the National Junior Hockey Championship, and they're playing it in Seattle. In the first period, Zach Boyer from behind the net. He'll put it out to Mike Mathers, and Mathers gives Kamloops the 1-0 lead. 32 seconds later, Steve Hewling stopped by Kevin Hodgson. Todd Johnson is there. Rebound. Blazers up 2-0. With the score 3-0 Kamloops, Chris Simon with some great stick handling here. Puts it by Corey Hirsch from in front. Greyhounds trail 3-1. 45 seconds later, Simon at it again. This time he banks it in off Colin Miller's glove. Sault Ste. Marie down 3-2. Simon says, Sioux coming back. Third period, Kamloops leading 4-3. Simon from the slot. Simon says, tie it 4-4. It looked to be going into OT until Scott Niedermeyer sends Boyer in all alone.
Up ahead to Boyer. In on goal. There it is. Score!
There it is indeed. Blazers take a 5-4 lead, and yes, Kamloops goes on to win the Memorial Cup in their 4th try, 5-4 over Sault Ste. Marie. Niedermeyer, the tournament MVP. Mathers of Kamloops, the leading scorer with 10 points. More from Seattle now, and here's Gord Miller.
The Seattle Coliseum is quiet now, but earlier today it was filled with hockey fans who saw one for the Memorial Cup history books. The Kamloops Blazers and Sault Ste. Marie Greyhounds held a classic final, one decided in the very final seconds in most dramatic fashion.
Kowalski drops it back, broken up by Niedermeyer. Up ahead to Boyer, in on goal, there it is, scores!
I thought destiny was on our side before the 14-second mark of the third period, but so be it.
I felt it was meant to be because every time we had a big game, we came up big, and I thought maybe destiny was on our side this year, and that goal really secured that.
It's great. It's unbelievable because, you know, I think a lot of us have grown up together. You know, they say the ages between 16 and 20 are the toughest years of your life. You know, you grow up, you're teenagers, and
and we're away from home, away from our family, our friends, and you know, I grew up with these guys, and really I have friends for life, and you know, I think that there's not one bit of hatred on this team or whatever. You know, everybody's friends, and it's just a great feeling that we can finish it off like this.
Over the last 10 years, the Kamloops Blazers had won more games than any other team in junior hockey. They had the NHL players, they had the stars to prove that they were indeed a tremendous franchise. But now they have the symbol that everyone looks for, a Memorial Cup championship, one they'll savor for a very long time. That's it from Seattle. Now let's go back to Sports Desk.
Thank you, Gore. Stay with us. Still to come on Sports Desk. Terrible news.
Today on Sports Desk, the Oilers and Blackhawks tangle in Game 2 of the Campbell Conference Final. The Lakers look no further than their own bench in finding a new head coach. And we'll have some fun with our TSN Plays of the Week.
Sports Desk is brought to you by GM Parts and Service, the expert choice.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to Sports Desk. Also ahead on the show, Twins knock the Blue Jays around. We've got all the scores and highlights from baseball. And this year's NBA MVP was a popular choice. We'll have the story. But first to the NHL and Game 2 of the Campbell Conference Final between Edmonton and Chicago. After being embarrassed 8-2 in Game 1 of this series, the Oilers vowed that the Oilers vowed that Game 2 would be a different story. They talked about needing more of an effort from Nichols, Murphy, and Damphousse. They stressed that they had to tighten up defensively. It would all have to come together for the Oilers if they hope to take a split home to Northlands for the Game 3. Well, the tone of this game was set early. Chris Chelios lays the body on Craig McTavish. He responds by hitting Chelios in the face. He was bleeding, then some more rough stuff. Steve Larmer with a big open ice hit on Kelly Buchberger, both down to the ice. Midway through the first, the Oilers open the scoring. Anatoly Semenov moves in all alone, beats Belfour, and Edmonton goes up 1-0. They add to that lead a few minutes later. Bernie Nichols takes a pass on his backhand, goes to his forehand, beats Belfour, and the Oilers are looking good. 2-0 to score. Later on in the first, the Hawks come close. Roenick slides it through the crease, but it goes right off the post, not in. Late in the first, the Hawks get one on the power play. Roenick to Steve Larmer. He beats Bill Ranford. Chicago now trailing by a goal. 2-1 Edmonton leading. Ranford solid in goal in the second period. A big pad save on Steve Larmer. Late in the second, good scoring chance for Edmonton, but Peter Klima puts it in over the wide open net. Now, early in the third, the Hawks tie it up. Michel Goulet over to Steve Larmer, and he ties it up at 2. Midway through the third, Kelly Buchberger will cut in. His shot slides through Belfour's legs and through the crease. Then it slides back along the goal line. It stays out of the net. Late in the third, Chicago gets the deciding goal. Goulet redirects Steve Larmer's shot. The Blackhawks went up 3-2. They would add another and go on to win 4-2, taking a 2-0 series lead heading to Edmonton. So scoring for the Oilers, Semenov and Nichols. For Chicago, big night for Steve Larmer, 2 goals and assists. Also scoring Goulet and Nateau. Now this really tells the story. Chicago outshot Edmonton 45-14, and the Blackhawks are hot. They have not lost since the third game of the first round. Now with more from Chicago, here's Ken Chillibeck.
It was the Blackhawks' 9th straight playoff victory, and to say it was an impressive one is a bit of an understatement. It was a great team effort, but one player continues to stand out for the Blackhawks for the second game in a row. Steve Larmer, who scored 2 goals and assisted on Goulet's game winner.
He's one of our best players, and certainly you have to rely on your big players to come up with big plays and to rise to a better level.
He's a model of consistency in this game. He's put in almost 800 straight games, and he comes to work every single game. He didn't get a lot of luck during the season. He had a lot of opportunities. He had a lot of ice time, but he just didn't seem to get that bounce that he usually gets.
It's nice to be playing well this time of the year, but I think the big reason why our team's been so successful is that everybody's playing well right now, and that's important. It makes everybody's job as an individual a lot easier when the team's playing well.
A lot of the credit's got to go to
Roenick that made the couple of plays, and Goulet, he's going to the net and they're making the plays, and you know, it's more credit to their guys being able to make the play, and I think that's the thing that's hurting us.
There's little question the Oilers have dug themselves into a big, big hole, and their netminder, Bill Ranford, maybe summed it up best by saying they've been embarrassed here in the opening 2 games in Chicago. They can only hope that home ice advantage will help turn things around. Ken Cholobak, TSN in Chicago.
Well, home ice advantage may help. This series now moves back to Northlands Coliseum in Edmonton. Game 3 between the Oilers and Blackhawks will be played on Wednesday. It may have taken Jaromir Jagr a while to get going this year in the playoffs, but it looks like he may have finally hit his stride. Jagr scored the winning goal in overtime Sunday night to give the Penguins a 4-3 win over the Bruins and a 1-0 lead in the series. Tuesday night, Game 2 of the Wales Conference Final. Expect a tougher Bruins club because they hope to have their captain back in the lineup. Ray Bourque may play. You may remember he was knocked out in the Adams final after breaking his right middle finger. Pittsburgh may be in the midst of defending the Stanley Cup, but whatever happens, they will definitely be sporting a new look next season. The skating penguin with that hockey stick is going to be gone. In its place, a new penguin will be joined with the city's black and gold triangles.
Coming up on Sports Desk, a successful return for Super Mario as the Penguins face the Bruins in Game 2. The Angels' Bert Blyleven returns to the mound after a 2-year absence. And Boris Becker will not be returning to the French Open this year. Hi, everybody, and welcome to Sports Desk. I'm Chris Stevens. Also coming up in the next half hour, the Jays try to snap a 4-game losing streak, and the Bulls and Cavs tip off the NBA's Eastern Conference Final. But first, to Game 2 of the NHL's Wales Conference Final. And broken bones take time to heal, but when you're in the middle of the Stanley Cup playoffs, time is one thing that you don't have an awful lot of. Ray Bourque missed 3 games with a broken right middle finger. He returned to the Boston lineup with that finger taped to his index finger and specially padded. Mario Lemieux suffered a broken hand less than 2 weeks ago. Doctors said it would be at least a month before he could even grip a hockey stick again. Tuesday night, Game 2, Wales Conference Final. Bourque is back for Boston, and Super Mario steps on the ice with the Pittsburgh Penguins, and they let their presence be known early. Bourque roughs up Jaromir Jagr. Glenn Wesley welcomes back Big Mario with a shove in the corner. Early first period, Bruins open the score in 59 seconds in. Adam Oates to Glenn Murray, and Boston's up 1-0. Later, Penguins tied. Paul Stanton shoots from the point. It's tipped by Troy Loney in front. Game tied at 1. Now late in the period, the Penguins take the lead. Ron Francis to Jaromir Jagr. Jagr takes the pass and has a wide open net to score the backhand into. 2-1 Penguins after 20 minutes. Second period, Pittsburgh strikes again. Mario Lemieux to Tocchet. The give and go with Stevens, and it's 3-1 Penguins. Later in the second, Barrasso comes up big. Glenn Murray has him down and out, but there's Tom Barrasso with the big glove hand save, and Rick Bowness can't believe his eyes. Third period, Mario goes to work. At the side of the net, he goes upstairs. 4-2 Penguins, and as the clock will wind down to end this game, Super Mario will add 1 into the empty net, so 2 goals, bringing his playoff total to 22 points. 1 back of Joe Murphy for the league lead. The Penguins win Game 2 5-2 and take a commanding 2-0 lead in this conference final. Lemieux had 3 points in his return. Ray Bourque had an assist. It was Murray and Oates, the goal scorers for Boston. Loney, Jagr, and Tocchet had the others for Pittsburgh. Also interesting, the Penguins' power play 0 for 10 in the series before Mario's return. Lemieux contributing 3 power play goals. Contributing to the 3 power play goals.
You always think about your injury, especially when you have a broken hand. Once you get in traffic, you're always concerned about getting hit, but you know, went through all right. I was able to go on the ice and put that in the back of my mind for the most part of the game, and went pretty well.
Yeah, was this strictly your decision, Mario? Did the doctors try to talk you out of this? How did that happen? Was it your decision?
No, it was certainly my final decision. I think it should be up to the players to tell the coaching staff and the organization how they feel.
The Bruins unhappy with referee Denny Morrell. He gave Bob Sweeney a major penalty for this third period hit on Ulf Samuelsson. After the game, Mike Milbury was livid.
Oh, another day in the office, Dennis.
stay at the office, Dennis. Just take your paycheck and go home.
I don't think he cost us the game. I mean, we had our chances, and but I mean, he put us behind the 8 ball early, and then you know, as I said, when we climbed back in, he just kind of took a little bit of wind out of our sails with a questionable call.
Well, the Edmonton Oilers lost Game 2 of the Campbell Conference Final 4-2, but don't let the score fool you. The only reason this game was close was goaltender Bill Ranford. Oilers were outshot 45-14. Game 3 between the Hawks and Oilers is set to go Wednesday night at the Northlands Coliseum in Edmonton. The Hawks with a 2-0 series lead. Ken Chillibeck has our preview.
The Blackhawks are hot, the Oilers are not. That is a story in a nutshell. Blackhawks' big line of Jeremy Roenick, Steve Larmer, and Michel Goulet has been doing its job, that's for sure, scoring goals. The three have collected 16 points in the first 2 games.
We thrive on our defensive and our forechecking and our hard work, and we have to make sure that we get all over them as fast as possible. And you know, the pressure's kind of off us now. We just have to come in here and play a solid, consistent game, and you know, try and get 1 or 2 out of here.
Or maybe get at the last losing timeout before the game starts.
Yeah. Now, on the other hand, the Oilers' top trio going into the series, Vincent Damphousse, Joe Murphy, and Bernie Nichols, has been silent. Nichols' goal in Game 2 was the first the line has scored. Altogether, the three have managed only 4 points total.
As a line, we obviously feel for us to help the team, we definitely have to score, no question.
We've made a real strong commitment to defense, and we know that we have to stop those people to be successful. They are good offensive players. They have good transition game, and their team relies on their offense.
Now, Oilers coach Ted Green says he needs every player, quote, to bust his butt if they hope to get back in the series. One player he is looking for more offense from is Esa Tikkanen. Tikkanen has only 1 point so far and an assist in Game 1.
We need 20 people to do the job. You're not going to do it with just one guy. I don't care who it is who comes to the forefront, but you need 20 leaders. You need 20 guys who are going to go out there and play and do the things you have to do to win.
Now, forechecking has been the big key to the success of the Blackhawks. They've been relentless. It's caused turnovers, resulting in goals. Only the outstanding saves from Bill Ranford kept Game 2 from being lopsided. A return to Northlands Coliseum and the larger ice surface should give the Oilers more skating room. At least the Oilers are hoping that is the case.
They're in for a fight. They're in for a tough fight. We don't quit too easy.
Despite trailing the Chicago Blackhawks 2-0, the Oilers do not feel like they're out of it by any stretch of the imagination. But one thing Coach Ted Green feels they have to do more is challenge Chicago netminder Eddie Belfour a lot more. And there's little doubt that challenge has to come from the Oilers' goal scorers. Ken Chillibeck, TSN in Edmonton.
Okay, thank you, Ken. An ugly new twist in the...
Today on Sports Desk, the Hawks are aiming towards a series sweep against the Oilers. The Jays try everything to rebound from a 5-game losing streak. And Dave Barr tries to rebound from a bad start.
Sports Desk is brought to you by Makita Canada Incorporated, Canada's leading manufacturer of professional power tools.
Welcome to Sports Desk, everyone. I'm Teresa Hergert. We've got plenty to talk about on the show, so let's get right to it. We're going to begin with the Campbell Conference Final. Well, despite the heroics of Oiler goaltender Bill Ranford, Edmonton found themselves trailing Chicago 2-0. The Oilers were hoping that returning home to Northland's larger ice surface might give them the edge that they would need. Well, if anything, there was ideal hockey weather. A spring storm had blanketed Alberta. Kurt Browning got things going by skating to the national anthem. First period, Hawks pressing. Dirk Graham shoots, but Ranford makes the save with another Chicago player out in front. Nope, not going in. Later on, just 2 minutes, 8 seconds in, Bernie Nichols out in front, swipes the loose puck in by Ed Belfour, his 8th of the spring, and that put the Oilers up 1-0. Still in the first, Edmonton again. Mark Lamb to Craig McTavish. He one-times it past Belfour, his 3rd of the playoffs, and puts the Oilers up 2-0. Things were looking good. Second period, Chicago's on the move. Edmonton leading 2-1. Michel Goulet flicks it in front of Rob Brown. He bats it in out of the air, his 1st of the playoffs, and that tied it up at 2. Late in the period, the puck comes to Chris Chelios at the point. His shot hits Craig Muni, deflects in, and the Hawks go ahead in the game 3-2 after 40 minutes. Third period, a big Chicago giveaway. Puck comes to Brian Glynn, and his knuckleball beats Belfour. Game tied at 3, and it sent it into overtime. Now just 2:45 into the extra frame, Chris Chelios. His shot tipped in by Jeremy Roenick. Ranford couldn't get it. The Hawks win 4-3 the final. They now take a stranglehold on the series with a 3-0 lead. Taking a look at the goal scorers. Brian Noonan, Keith Brown, Chris Chelios, and Jeremy Roenick for Chicago, his 9th of the year of the playoffs. And for Edmonton, Bernie Nichols, Craig McTavish, and Brian Glynn. You know, only 2 teams have come back from 3-0 series deficits. That was the 42 Leafs and the 75 Islanders. Things are not looking good for the Oilers. From Edmonton, here is Ken Chillibeck.
If there was a game the Oilers probably had the best chance of winning, this should have been it. And they certainly played their best hockey so far of the series. But as Mike Keenan said after the game, if there's a big goal to be scored, his best players are the ones that have to do it. And that certainly was the case with Jeremy Roenick's overtime winner.
You know, when a team is going like we're going, you're going to get every break. And we got every break tonight, and, you know, it shows by the victory.
We got back playing our game, and we settled down, and we come in here, and a big good thing about it is we come in here in overtime, and we were confident going back out in the ice that we're going to win this hockey game. You can see it in everybody's eyes.
Well, we came out, and we started the way we wanted to, and everything went well for us. We scored a couple of goals, got a good lead, and in the second period, they just came right at us. I mean, they've been playing really good, and we had a little break in the second period, and that's all they needed.
Well, it's that time of the year, you know. I mean, the Stanley Cup is a pretty precious thing, and obviously they're hungry for it. They're playing, they're executing phenomenally. They're doing all the little things, and not that we aren't trying, we just aren't executing as well as they are.
It's now 10 straight playoff victories in a row for the Chicago Blackhawks. That ties an NHL record set by the Boston Bruins back in 1970. A victory Friday would not only give them a new place in the record books, but also give them a spot in the Stanley Cup Finals. Ken Chillibeck, TSN in Edmonton.
Tuesday night's Wales Conference Final appeared to be a medical miracle. After it was all over, Boston assistant GM Mike Milbury had some other choice words to describe it. He lost his cool after the game with referee Denny Morrell. Milbury now may be facing disciplinary action because of his outburst, but that is not his biggest problem because Boston is trailing Pittsburgh 2-0 in the Wales Conference Final. The Bruins will now return to the Garden for games 3 and 4.
The Boston Bruins were going to have a tough time defeating the Pittsburgh Penguins even before this man returned to the lineup. And now, with Mario back and effective, winning the Wales Conference Championship is almost a pipe dream for Bruin fans.
I think me being there tonight maybe gave the team a little boost.
Ray Bourque's return to the Boston lineup on Tuesday night after missing 3 games with a broken finger will definitely help the Bruins for the remainder of the series. But the story of Game 2 was not the return of 2 of the game's best players. Instead, in Boston's eyes, it was the officiating. Assistant GM Mike Milbury was furious at referee Denny Morrell for the job he did, and after the game, he let him know.
All year, so did everybody in the organization to give a team a chance. Give a guy a chance, Dennis. You're stealing it.
All the penalties disrupted the flow of the game for us until we got going on penalties.
I'd like to say that he had a bad night, but I don't think he had a bad night. I think that's just the way it is.
I mean, not only for our team, but some of the calls you see him, I don't know, in a playoff game, kind of questionable sometimes, but that's the way it goes. Can't say much on that.
There is more to this series than the return of the superstars or the bad officiating. Late in the third period, Bob Sweeney had a couple of run-ins with public enemy number 1, Ulf Samuelsson.
If I didn't see him, you know, I wouldn't be here talking to you. I'd probably be in the hospital because he took a run at me. He had no regard for the puck. The puck wasn't even close to me. So I'm just trying to protect myself. You know, he probably thought I wasn't looking. That's the only reason he took a run at me. Just look at the replay, and he led with his fat head anyway, so just look at the replay.
Game 3 goes Thursday night in Beantown, and if it's not over already, it will be if Boston doesn't win Game 3.
Today on Sports Desk, Mario Lemieux and company look to stick handle their way to a 3-0 series lead. A California Angels bus crash leaves manager Buck Rogers in hospital. And Jeff Courtnall's season is over. Can he score with double overtime? And welcome to this edition of Sports Desk. I'm Gordon Miller. Also coming up in this half hour, Mark Rippon is set to talk contract with the Toronto Argos. And we'll have highlights of Thursday night's NBA playoff action. But up first, Mario takes his show on the road for Game 3 of the Wales Conference Final. Well, for a guy who isn't supposed to be playing, Mario Lemieux is certainly doing a decent imitation of a world-class hockey player, one who can dominate a game like no one else and make those around him look pretty good, too. Last year, Lemieux was the top scorer in the postseason. He needed only 3 points Thursday night to take over top spot this year, while his Penguins were looking for a commanding 3-0 series lead against the Bruins. Dave Poulin gets the job of shadowing Mario Lemieux, gets away here, heads up the rush, drops for Jaromir Jagr, over to Kevin Stevens, and it's a 1-0 Pittsburgh lead. Now, Penguins on the power play. Ron Francis from behind the net, out front to Stevens, who beats Andy Moog far side. 2-0 Penguins. Later in the period, Lemieux to Stevens, who flips it over Moog. Natural hat trick for Kevin Stevens. Pittsburgh leads 3-0. Before the period was over, Tom Barrasso robbed Stephen Leach from in close, keeping the Bruins off the board. Second period, Penn still leading 3-0. Brian Trottier takes the pass from Troy Loney, beats Andy Moog between the legs. 4-0 Penguins. And Tom Barrasso on his game. Vladimir Ruzicka all alone in front. But it's Barrasso who comes up rosy with the great glove save. Later in the period, Lemieux breaking down the wing. Ruzicka pulls him down. But Lemieux keeps stick handling. This would have been the goal of the decade. Lemieux just missed scoring. Now, third period, Joe Juneau had finally put Boston on the board. Pittsburgh leading 4-1. Jagr to Lemieux to Stevens. Goal number 4 of the game. 11th of the playoffs. Pittsburgh wins 5-1. The Penguins have won a franchise record 6 straight playoff games. Lemieux and Jagr had 3 points each. Barrasso 30 saves. Stevens had the 4 goals. Trottier had 1. Joe Juneau responds for Boston. And hey, it's been pretty easy for the Penguins so far.
Yeah, I'm a little bit surprised. We saw some of the games against Montreal. They played very well, but you know, we've been playing very well too. You have to give us a little bit of credit. We played well in the last 2 games at least.
Right now, they're playing great hockey, and you know, they're making it really tough on us to get anything established. And not only offensively are they playing well, they're playing well defensively, and Barrasso's really playing strong. So they're really hitting on all cylinders right now.
We're guys that's supposed to score goals and are offensive players, and you know, it's just great to play with them. But like you said, it's always nice to get on a roll here, and hopefully we can take this right into the next game.
And if they win that next game Saturday, it's off to the Stanley Cup Final for the 2nd straight year as the Pens look for the sweep against the Bees. In the Campbell Conference, the Edmonton Oilers and Chicago Blackhawks are in unfamiliar positions. The Oilers haven't been down 3-0 in a series since 1983 when they were swept by the Islanders in the Stanley Cup Final. The Hawks, meantime, are 1 win away from getting to the Stanley Cup Final. They haven't been there since 1973. Ken Chillibeck has a series update from Edmonton.
Now, one shot has put the Oilers in a real hole. It was Jeremy Roenick's goal in overtime in Game 3. The Blackhawks, as a result, lead the series 3-0. Let's face it, if the Oilers had scored instead, the story would have been entirely different. It's a long hill now to climb for Edmonton.
You never want to give anybody life, you know, and we realize that 4th game is going to be the toughest. And like I said, the Oilers are a proud group of guys.
It's certainly not a place for a nervous chicken, but I'm a nervous coach. But at this point, it's time to dig down deep, try, and just give your best effort.
Now, Oilers coach Ted Green knows there is little left to be said to his players, and motivation comes from within. And according to Green, they're facing the biggest challenge the organization has ever faced.
One thing we've never done in this organization is give up, or we've never allowed anybody to quit. And the players here are bleeding themselves all year, and they're certainly not about to quit because we're down 3-0.
I feel a little bit responsible. You know, I want to help the team, and you know, my job is to provide offense and score goals, and I haven't scored a goal yet in the series, and you know, it hurts a little bit. I want to win real bad. I want to win as bad as anyone, and you know, I just wish I can contribute a little bit more, and you know, I'll try hopefully get something going in the fourth game.
Blackhawks coach Mike Keenan downplays the possible sweep by his club. He has his players playing, though, at their peak. One reason, a change in priority this season. This is what he was getting his team ready for.
We changed our approach a little bit. We wanted to prepare the club for Game 81 more than anything else.
I've played in some good teams, but I think right now we're playing as good as any team I've ever played on.
It'd be safe to say that winning 4 straight over the Edmonton Oilers is a priority for Mike Keenan's Chicago Blackhawks, because for one thing, it would give his team a bit of a break before the final series would start. But already they're talking about the number 5 instead of 4 straight, because it would be 5 straight victories for Chicago to win their first Stanley Cup in 31 years. Ken Cholobek, TSN in Edmonton.
It's been 17 years since a team blew a 3-0 series lead. Teams have come back from this before, only twice in NHL history. The Dave King sweepstakes appear to be coming down to the...
Coming up on Sports Desk, it will be an All-American Stanley Cup final as the Oilers are swept aside by the Hawks. Dave King chooses the comforts of home and will coach the Calgary Flames. And the Expos are the first to fire their manager. Runnels is out, Alou is in. Welcome to Sports Desk. I'm Chris Seaton. Also coming up in the next half hour, baseball. The Jays face their old teammate, George Bell, with the Chicago White Sox at Comiskey Park. We'll have the highlights. And the St. John's Leafs, they make up for a couple of losses in St. John's, and they're back in their American Hockey League final against Adirondack. But first to the Stanley Cup playoffs. And the Chicago Blackhawks trying to wrap up a 4-game sweep in Edmonton on Friday night. A win Friday night would not only send the Hawks to the Stanley Cup final for the first time in 19 years, but also establish a new NHL record for playoff winning streak. Chicago had won 10 straight games entering Game 4 of the Campbell Conference Final. They were looking for the sweep, and they're pressing early. Steve Larmer is denied by Bill Ranford in the Oilers net. Bad news for Chicago. Keith Brown forced to leave the game with an injured shoulder midway through the first period. A great individual effort by former Oilers Steve Smith. Rob Brown will bang home the rebound, and the Hawks are on the board. It's 1-0. Then the Oilers come undone in the second period. Bernie Nichols draws a 5-minute major for elbowing Brian Marchment. Then Norm McIver cross-checks Chris Chelios, giving Chicago a 2-man advantage, and they would capitalize on that. Jeremy Roenick from the circle rips the shot past Ranford to the glove side, and it's 2-0 Chicago. Then Brian Noonan will deflect the pass. 5th goal of the playoffs, first of the game, 3-0 Chicago. More to come. Short while later, Mike Hudson will redirect Igor Kravchuk's pass. 4-0 Chicago. The road continues. Oiler giveaway. Blackhawk breakaway. Noonan makes no mistake. His second of the game. 5-0 Chicago. Eddie Green congratulates Mike Keenan on a job well done. The Blackhawks peaking at just the right time. They win the game 5-1 and advance to the Stanley Cup final for the first time since 1973. Noonan with 2 goals. Brown, Roenick, Hudson had the others for Chicago. Kelly Buchberger with the lone goal for Edmonton. And speaking of 11th heaven for the Hawks, 11 consecutive wins. That is a single-season playoff record. They won 3 against St. Louis, then 4 straight against Detroit, then swept Edmonton in 4 straight. The Bruins, by the way, held the former record of 10 straight wins in the playoffs. They did that back in 1970. With a post-game report now from the Northlands Coliseum in Edmonton, let's join TSN's Ken Cholobek.
It was an impressive effort by the Chicago Blackhawks as they knocked off the Oilers in 4 straight. They did very few things wrong. It was disciplined hockey at its best.
By having 20 guys working hard every night and
and playing through some difficult times. Hard work pays off in the long run.
We knew it was a long journey, and we knew we had a long way to go, and you know, we've dealt with a lot of adversity over the course of the year. We've had trouble getting ourselves together, and I think we peaked at the right time. We've stuck to our system, we've stuck to our hard work, we've conditioned ourselves all year and prepared ourselves for playoffs, and there's no doubt at this point it's paid off, at least to this point.
I'm certainly not bad, or I guess I'm always disappointed. I always like to win, but I'm also very proud of what the team did. I'm proud that they jumped back from some of the tough times ahead during the year. I remember a year ago, most of the newspapers in our town were saying great discontent, the end of the Oilers. All of a sudden, we jumped into the Final Four this year, and we weren't there, but I think we made a good showing.
I hope Chicago goes all the way. I really do. They've got a hard-working team. They've got a team that's really committed. They're very physical, and they play the same way every shift, every night. They're certainly by far the better team in this series, and I bow to Chicago. They took away a lot of our game. They took away our power play. I had to make some changes, but in hindsight, it's easy to do it all.
It was a record-setting performance by the Chicago Blackhawks, 11 straight playoff victories, a new NHL record. But more importantly, it advances them now to the Stanley Cup final for the first time since 1973. Ken Tolobek, TSN in Edmonton.
The Pittsburgh Penguins are looking for a sweep as well. They haven't lost in quite a while either. 3-0 they're up in this series, trying to wrap it up in Game 4. And that, of course, is coming up on Saturday night. Pittsburgh at Boston at the Garden. At the Boston Garden, rather. The Penguins with a chance to advance to the final to meet Chicago.
Ahead on Sports Desk, Mario is magnificent as the Penguins look to put away the Boston Bruins. Kelly Gruber is anything but magnificent as the Blue Jays take on the Chicago White Sox. And Michael Jordan lights it up as the Bulls face the Cavaliers.
Hi, everybody. Welcome to the show. We have got all kinds of highlights to show you, including Tim Wallach, right where Expo fans want him, the fast lane Blackhawks and all the golf and football. But we begin with two words that sum up the Wales final. No contest. The Penguins looked vastly superior, and there was really no reason to believe that as the season was winding down. The Penguins, in fact, finished with just 3 more points than Boston, but they look like they're 30 points better right now. They took a 3-0 series lead into Game 4 on Saturday night at the Boston Garden. And the question wasn't really whether Pittsburgh would win. The question was which way would they beat them. And you could tell early on the Penguins were coming out rolling. Watch the move by Yager. So fast to the backhand. There was no room, but still he put it in. It's 1-0. Then Rick Tocchet and Brent Hughes collide. And Hughes gets the extra penalty. Rick Bowness can't believe it. He spent a lot of time complaining about the officiating. He should have been complaining about Mario Lemieux, saying, get rid of this guy, do something, but you can't stop him. That's Ray Bourque, but he plays Bourque beautifully. Bourque tries to hook him, can't do it. He's like a bull, and then he snaps one past Moog. Lemieux at the peak of his game, and Mike Milbury says, this is going to be a long night. Second period, Francis is a very nice feed to Paul Stanton. The Massachusetts native makes it 3-0. Then Lemieux plays Gordon Murphy perfectly. Look at him turn on the Jets right there. Murphy caught flat-footed, tries to hook him, but you can't hook Mario Lemieux. He's unhookable. 4-0. Lemieux's 11th to the playoffs now. Time winding down. Hey, let's let everybody get in it. That's Jock Callender scoring. 5-1 for the Pittsburgh Penguins. Barrasso says, yes, we swept them, and they certainly did. The Pittsburgh Penguins jump all over the Boston Bruins. 5-1 the final score. Really no contest at all. Lemieux had a pair, including his 11th. Yager with his 9th. Stanton with just his 1st. Callender with his 1st. And Steve Leach had his 4th. By the way, the Penguins sweeping and the Blackhawks sweeping, it's only the 2nd time in history that the 2 semifinals have been swept. Penguins have now won 7 straight. That's a franchise record. And Francis says they really were thinking about the sweep.
You know, we knew we were in a good situation tonight, and
we wanted to capitalize on it, and the guys came out with a big effort, got a good lead in the first period, and played solid from then on out.
Well, we've won back-to-back Patrick Division championships now. We've won back-to-back conference championships now. It's not like we're done yet. I think everyone feels like there's one more level, there's one more notch that we want to be able to crank it down.
Every time you have a chance to play in the final and have a chance to win the cup, it's a great feeling, and it's the same thing this year. Guys want to go in the final, and at least we have a shot at it again.
We're in a pretty good position. We gave ourselves a chance, I guess. That's all it takes. And Chicago's going to be tough. It's going to be a damn good series, and I think it's going to be great for hockey. It should be a lot of fun. I can't wait to get it started. Right now I don't want to really think about it tonight, but tomorrow we'll get back and watch them. I don't know what we'll do. Maybe we'll play golf tomorrow. Who knows?
Well, they can afford to take a little rest and then focus in on the Chicago Blackhawks. Great-looking series. Penguins have all kinds of talent. I just get the feeling maybe Pittsburgh, but then the more you think about it, the Blackhawks are rolling as well. So if that's not a non-committal, I don't think I know what is. Exactly what the league has to want. A great matchup. Two blazing hot teams at the peaks of their games and contrasting styles. No one can wheel with the Penguins, but so far no one has handled the Blackhawks' aggressive style. The Hawks don't have the talent of the Penguins, but they are operating on all cylinders. As a matter of fact, if the Blackhawk machine was entered in the Indy 500, they might be the favorites.
What has made Team Blackhawk such a high-powered performer? For starters, great defense and hard work in the corners. It's all part of the work ethic Mike Keenan has been preaching.
By having 20 guys working hard every night and playing through some difficult times, hard work pays off in the long run.
It's just hard work, determination, and the will to win, and that's what we're going on.
The most important parts of the finely tuned Blackhawk engine have been at peak performance as well, starting with Jeremy Roenick. He set up 4 goals and scored 4 on his own for 8 points in 4 games. This is the kind of performance a team needs from its superstar. Steve Larmer is clicking on all cylinders too. Consequently, he's another big reason why the engine is humming. Larmer has exactly the same numbers as Roenick. 4 plus 4, 8 points in 4 games. In his 10th full season in Chicago, Larmer is the most driven Blackhawk to bring a Stanley Cup to the Windy City. The forwards are definitely effective.
It's got to be a nightmare for other teams. They get in so quick, they get things done, they create turnovers, and they play smart at the same time. They're not taking the penalties, and they're not getting their sticks up, and they're doing everything they can to win.
The real force turning Chicago's wheels, Chris Chelios, quarterbacking the team from the blue line. Chelios scored 1 goal and set up 6 others, including Roenick's overtime winner in Game 3. Chelios has once again staked his claim as one of the best offensive defensemen in hockey. Finally, the Blackhawks won on special teams. They were 6 for 24 on the power play and killed all 19 penalties. Credit Keenan for team discipline.
They were on a mission. I mean, they were hungry, like, you wouldn't believe. And they were, executing all facets of the game. Their power play was great. Penalty killing, 5-on-5 situations, forechecking. I mean, they did it all.
And the Hawks played as well as I've seen a team play in a lot of years. Too much Smith and Chelios, too much Roenick, Larmer, Graham, Sutter, and Belfour, I guess.
After a record 11 straight playoff wins, Team Blackhawk has the pole, is fueled up, and ready to go.
Well, it kind of puts me in the mood for go-karting. In the American hockey...
Today on Sports Desk, we'll preview the best-looking Stanley Cup final in years. It's the Blackhawks and Penguins. Scott Goodyear returns home to Toronto to a hero's welcome. And flashback with Willie Stargell, one of the all-time greats.
Sports Desk is brought to you by Motomaster, Canada's #1 selling replacement parts.
Welcome to the show, everybody. I'm Michael Landsberg. Also ahead over the next half hour, McEnroe plays at the French Open. Was it the last time? CFL is thinking about returning to Montreal, and we talked to Buck Martinez about what is ailing the Jays.
But we begin in Pittsburgh, where the best-looking Stanley Cup final in years begins tonight. On the surface, this final is everything you could want. You have two teams that are at the absolute peaks of their games, and two teams that have left absolutely no doubt they are the best in their respective conferences. You also have one of the best players this game has ever seen. The Penguins will begin defense of their title in less than an hour, and we go live to Pittsburgh, where our Gord Miller is standing by. Gord, I guess in terms of this series, there is no question who the key is.
Well, Michael, the focus of this series, which has yet to begin, was the player who wasn't even here this morning. Yes, it's a testament to Mario Lemieux's magnificence that even though he skipped the morning skate today, he was still the central topic of discussion for both the Blackhawks and the Penguins. Making room for Mario has been the subplot of this year's Stanley Cup playoffs for the Penguins, and they've done a great job, especially at the Civic Arena. Lemieux has played only 4 games in this arena, but has scored 8 goals.
I don't do it. I mean, he's got a lot of ways himself of staying up high, affecting the forecheck, maybe going to another player, getting into position. And a key also is what the other players are doing for him.
I think that's kind of overblown. I mean, you know, any game and during the season or an exhibition game or even a playoff game, and he's the best player in the world, and you know, he's always got to be protected. So I think it's just magnified more because it's the finals, and you know, you're playing the Blackhawks.
To listen to all the pregame publicity surrounding the Blackhawks, you'd think they'd be trying to play scoreless ties against Pittsburgh. That, of course, will not be the case. And Chicago is quick to remind fans that the Blackhawks have a pretty decent offense of their own.
Well, if the truth are known, the Blackhawks have generated more offense in the playoffs than the Penguins. And if you look at the offensive records, the Blackhawks have scored 4.5 goals per game. The Penguins have scored 4. So we do respect their solo ability, their one-on-one ability. In particular, Yager and Lemieux have demonstrated throughout the playoffs.
When you have a good defense, it's going to turn into a good offense, and we have guys that really make good of their opportunities early in games and sometimes late in games. Michel Goulet scored over 500 goals. He really knows when to put the puck in the net, and Steve Larmer, if he gets a good scoring chance, he's going to put it in pretty much 90% of the time.
But of course, whenever Mario Lemieux is on the ice, he will be the subject of very close scrutiny from all of the Blackhawks. Throughout the playoffs so far, Chicago coach Mike Keenan has stayed away from trying to match lines. But in Game 1 of this series, look for Brent Sutter to play most of the game against Mario Lemieux. As well, Chris Chelios and Steve Smith will be on the blue line most of the time when Lemieux is out there. From the Pittsburgh side, not many changes, although Bob Airey is ready to return to the lineup. Scott Bowman will make his decision just before game time whether or not he'll play. He could make his first appearance in Game 2 of this series. And one other note from these Stanley Cup playoffs, posting press clippings on the bulletin board won't be a problem. At least here in Pittsburgh, both newspapers are going through a strike right now. So the players are operating mostly in darkness, and both teams are pretty happy about that. The less they read about each other at this point, the happier they are. That's it from Pittsburgh for now. Let's go back to you, Michael.
Thanks, Gord. Gord Miller will follow the series for Sports Desk right through to its conclusion, which might very well be 7 games from now. You could make a great case for each team winning the series. The Penguins have the game's most explosive offense right now and have used it to beat the 2 best teams in the regular season to get to the final. While the Hawks, on the other hand, have played the explosive Red Wings and Oilers and have handled them both. So it's Game 1 tonight in Pittsburgh. 2 different styles of teams with great results in common. The Hawks have won 11 straight, the Penguins 7. Both have great records considering the competition especially. Interestingly, the Hawks are scoring almost as often as the Pittsburgh Penguins, while Chicago has a clear edge at the other end. Specialty teams, now keep in mind, Mike Keenan said that they were scoring 4.5 a game. Not quite that, but they're pretty close. In terms of specialty teams, the Penguins have the better power play right now, but Chicago's killing penalties better. And of course, the key will be stopping Mario Lemieux. Now here's what Harry Sinden had to say about that. This is a quote. So far, I haven't seen anyone who can neutralize him or bring him back to earth. I haven't seen anyone figure him out. I think the best help you can get is from Mario himself if he doesn't show up, which is certainly unlikely. That's Harry Sinden, general manager of the Boston Bruins, who found out recently just how good Mario Lemieux is. But the best matchup is behind the bench. In Mike Keenan and Scotty Bowman, you have 2 of the game's premier coaches. Also 2 of the game's premier hardliners. Bowman and Keenan are both old school. They both dole out compliments about as often as they dole out smiles. They are perhaps the only 2 of that kind left. And they do have a history together. When Bowman was coach and general manager in Buffalo, Mike Keenan was coaching the Sabres' AHL team in Rochester. Bowman wouldn't promote Keenan to the big team, so Keenan left. Perhaps the reason Bowman didn't move Keenan up was that he saw too much of himself in him. Too much ice, perhaps.
Scotty Bowman will go down in history as one of hockey's greatest coaches. Just consider his record: 778 coaching victories, 5 Stanley Cup championships. He's been in the finals 9 times. He's won a Canada Cup. Mike Keenan also has an impressive coaching resume, but he is missing one critical reference: a Stanley Cup championship. He's won the Calder Cup in Rochester. He's been to the Memorial Cup with Peterborough. He's twice led NHL teams to first-place finishes overall. He's won 2 Canada Cups. This will be Keenan's 3rd trip to the finals, and probably his best chance at winning North America's oldest trophy.
Now the Penguins bench. Oh, Scotty's hot. Scotty.
Mike Keenan! They have to restrain him. He is so mad.
Both men obviously have a deep, burning desire to win, and they go about it in similar fashions, especially when it comes to the players. Friends are nice, but apparently, according to these two, they don't win championships. Said Rick Tocchet of Mike Keenan, he's a guy you wanted to kill one day and hug the next. Said Bob Gainey of Scotty Bowman's coaching style, I remember we won. We won a lot. The finals are less than an hour away, and this series is important for both men. It could be their last chance to win Stanley Cups as coaches, but whoever wins, don't expect even a championship to melt through the ice.
Got a little frosty in here.
Coming up on Sports Desk, both teams take a pounding in Game 1 of the Stanley Cup Final. More applause for Scott Goodyear as he returns home. And hit the deck, it's Game 5 of the NBA Western Final.
Sports Desk is brought to you by the Great Western Garment Company, bringing quality and comfort to Canadians since 1911.
Hello there and welcome to Sports Desk. I'm Paul Romanuk. A packed show coming your way. Lots of other news in the hockey world other than just the final, although that is the feature attraction. Also, Game 5 of the NBA Western Final. That was a pretty good one. Went into overtime. But first up, Game 1. 1 year to the day that the Penguins returned home with their first Stanley Cup, and this was a great game. Brilliant goals, a walk along the edge of a razor blade for Chicago penalty killers in the dying seconds, and it was only Game 1. It is only going to get better in all likelihood. Jim Belushi's in the crowd. Pass the cup, he says. He's pulling for the Hawks and has reason to cheer early because Chris Chelios looks brilliant, beating Tom Barrasso through the legs 1-0. And then the game gets tough. Ulf Samuelsson laying out Steve Larmer. Mike Peluso hammering Ron Francis. And off the great Chicago forechecking, Michel Goulet will pick up one and blast it home. 2-0 Blackhawks. Then 26 seconds later, more Chicago pressure. Belushi is loving it. Dirk Graham alone in front of the net. And it's 3-0 Chicago. What is going on, Pittsburgh? Second period, it's now 3-1. Steve Larmer to Brent Sutter. It is 4-1 for the Blackhawks. They are looking great, but the rest of the period belongs to Pittsburgh. Rick Tocchet, without his helmet, will deflect Paul Stanton's shot. It's 4-2, and then Mario Lemieux will bank the puck off of Ed Belfour. Look at him. He's almost at the goal line, and he ricochets it off of Belfour. The lead is now a single goal. And Pittsburgh fans dancing in anticipation. Jaromir Jagr, watch this. What a goal. Ties the score at 4, and then with the game destined for overtime, Steve Smith pulls down Lemieux, and I talked about those Chicago penalty killers being on the edge of a razor blade. Well, they got cut. Mario Lemieux banging home a generous rebound from Ed Belfour, and Pittsburgh wins it 5-4 is the final. Lemieux scoring the winner on the power play with 12.6 seconds remaining in the game. Just to review the scoring for you, Chris Chelios, Michel Goulet, Dirk Graham, and Brent Sutter for Chicago. Mario Lemieux with a pair. Phil Bourque, Rick Tocchet, and Jaromir Jagr for Pittsburgh. Gord Miller files this post-game report.
A year and a day after winning the franchise's first Stanley Cup, the Pittsburgh Penguins almost encountered disaster in Game 1 of the 1992 series against the Blackhawks. But thanks to their outrageous talent, the Penguins won an outstanding hockey game to lead this series 1-0.
Oh, that was probably the greatest goal I've ever seen. You know, I've scored a lot of big goals, but you know, one down and picked up the puck, beat 3-4 guys, and he's got such great balance. Can beat a guy one-on-one at will, and he's very strong with his upper body, and that was a great goal.
Well, after Jaromir was able to tie up that game, you're just like you're in overtime, and then the penalty we got, you know, it is overtime actually, because we only had a few seconds left, and then I think after we got rid of the penalty and Mario got through the middle and the guy brought him down, you know, it's sort of, the pendulum really swung in our favor.
Well, it was a quick play. I don't know. I just saw the puck going at the net, and you know, I was able to get it over Belfour. Actually, he was there for the save, but I was able to get it over somehow.
It's tough. It's a tough loss to take, but like I say, there's nothing we can do about that now. It's very important for us to make sure that we come back in Game 2 and play hard.
Tell us about the game winner, if you would, Ed.
It was a bad rebound, and he put it in the net. Not much more than that.
For the Blackhawks, it's not so much the loss, but the way they lost. Instead of taking a 1-0 lead in Pittsburgh's building, the Blackhawks must now console themselves with the fact that for much of the game, they did outplay the Penguins. But they didn't score over the final 28 minutes of Game 1, and as a result, suffered their first loss in more than a month of playoff competition. Gord Miller, TSN, Pittsburgh.
Little speculation now. This final series will, in all likelihood, be Scotty Bowman's final coaching appearance. He doesn't want to coach next season. He took the job this season under extenuating circumstances, Bob Johnson's death. The Penguins need a coach who can tailor and work with an immensely gifted offensive team. So who to succeed Bowman? Well, a man who would fit the bill perfectly is Ted Green. Word is he may be looking to move on from his position in Edmonton. Stay tuned. Well, when you consider the great job
Today on Sports Desk, the Penguins steal one from the Blackhawks. We'll learn more about the Penguins' latest superstar. The Expos and Astros battle it out at the Big O in Montreal. And another painful first round for Jimmy Connors at the French Open.
Sports Desk, brought to you by Motomaster, Canada's #1 selling replacement parts, and by Chevrolet. Times change, values don't.
Welcome to the show, everybody. I'm Michael Landsberg. Also ahead over the next half hour, the Expos tell us how they feel about Alou. We look at Nolan Ryan's career, and a couple of crazed Hawk fans show up in Pittsburgh. But we begin with a team that, by its design, should be able to hold a lead. The Chicago Blackhawks are perhaps the most disciplined team in the NHL. They win by sticking to their game plan. Yet they can't seem to do it against the Pittsburgh Penguins, and it cost them last night. The Hawks looked great in the first period, fair in the second, and poor in the third, blowing a 4-1 lead to fall behind the Penguins 1-0. Now, blowing a lead against Pittsburgh is nothing new for the Blackhawks.
The Blackhawks must wonder what they have to do to hold a lead against the explosive Penguins. Last night's come-from-behind victory by the Penguins marked the third straight game this year that Chicago has blown a lead against Pittsburgh. Brent Sutter's goal midway through the second gave Chicago a 4-1 lead, but Pittsburgh replied with 4 unanswered goals to win 5-4. On March the 15th in Chicago, the Hawks built a 3-1 lead, only to see it vanish in the third period as Pittsburgh won 4-3. And back on October 22nd in Pittsburgh, Chicago led 4-2 at one point, but the Penguins battled back to salvage a 4-4 tie.
Early in the first period, we were doing what we do best, getting the puck in deep and
you know, on the body and creating some chances for us. And you know, we got that 3-goal lead. We kind of got away from that and sat back maybe, and you know, and tried to get a little too fancy.
We just have to make sure we play better. I mean, we didn't play very well last night. We got away from our game a lot, and when we were on our game, we dominated most of the play. Pittsburgh played very well. They, you know, they took advantage of every opportunity they had, and then, you know, they deserved to win the hockey game. They played a good game, and they came back storming. So we have to make sure that we get back on our game plan and work to our system more.
Most of the Hawks are playing in the Cup final for the first time, and playing with the jitters may have added to the Penguins' comeback.
I think we're all a little bit nervous. A lot of us have never been there or been here before, so you know, I think the next game will be a little bit more relaxed and be able to concentrate on doing our jobs a little bit better.
While Mike Keenan calls blowing the lead inexcusable, perhaps it's more a reflection of Pittsburgh's amazing talent than Chicago's sloppy play. Mario Lemieux got the pair, including the game winner, but the talk of Pittsburgh was unquestionably Jaromir Jagr. He is looking more and more like the game's next superstar. Or perhaps that should be the game's latest superstar. But how much do any of us really know about Jagr? Gordon Miller joins us from Pittsburgh. Gordon, I guess only a real superstar could score the kind of goal that Jagr scored last night in Pittsburgh.
Michael, this city is still buzzing about Jaromir Jagr's goal last night, the game-tying marker that was the turning point in Game 1 of the series. And it was a goal that only served to enhance Jagr's reputation as a rock star-like figure in this city. Wherever he goes in Pittsburgh, Jagr is mobbed by fans, mostly young female fans. He has become an idol in this city, and when a casual mention of a love for chocolate bars was mentioned, Jagr was caught in a chocolate avalanche.
I had over 1,000 Kit Kat home.
Why?
I don't know. I think Michael Lang said something on the TV. I like Kit Kat, and people send me. I had over 1,000 home. I eat it all.
He's just a kid who has a lot of fun. I mean, he speaks broken English. He's getting better all the time. He learns English from watching the Bundys, the TV show The Bundys. Plays video games in bars. I mean, he's just a guy who's having fun. He loves America, and he likes girls. I mean, he's just like a normal American kid.
Even on the off day, when most of the superstars took the day off, Jagr was back on the ice, and on the ice longer than most of the other players. He's a young man who simply loves to play the game.
Yeah, we play for a couple of bucks, you know, it's fun. If you play for money, it's fun. Play hockey. You can do whatever you want. It's fun to play hockey.
Yes, he does love speed, on the ice and off, which has been a bit of a problem for the Penguins. You see, Jaromir Jagr has a bit of a driving problem. More than a dozen speeding tickets since last September.
I got 3 speeding tickets for 1 week. It's unbelievable.
Do the police know who you are now when they stop? They recognize you?
They know who I am, but they doesn't care.
Did Scotty already talk to you about maybe slowing down a bit?
Not Scotty, but general manager Craig Petty.
What did he say?
He says slow down.
You probably wouldn't want to be a passenger in Jaromir Jagr's car, and you probably wouldn't want to be his insurance agent either, but chances are you wouldn't mind being his accountant, because very soon Jaromir Jagr is going to get a huge raise from someone in the NHL. He's already established his credentials as one of the best on the ice, and if he can just slow it down a bit off the ice, he's got a chance to be a star for a very long time. That's it from Pittsburgh for now. Let's go back to you, Michael.
Thanks, Gord. You watch Jagr, you get the feeling the game doesn't seem to be that high pressure after all. Tomorrow's a big day for the Hawks and the Penguins, but also for the Lightning and for the Senators. Tampa and Ottawa will go head-to-head in a coin toss. Winner gets the first draft choice on the June 20th draft. The first NHL awards have been passed out.
Today on Sports Desk, Mike Keenan has some harsh words for Mario Lemieux.
He's embarrassing other players on the ice as well as embarrassing himself.
The Canadian Sports Hall of Fame has 5 new members. And New Jersey nets a new head coach.
Is brought to you by Motomaster, Canada's #1 selling replacement parts.
everyone, I'm John Wells, and welcome to this edition of Sports Desk. Also ahead in the next 30 minutes, highlights from the French Open. Montreal gets ready to host the World Bowl, and Nigel Mansell sits on the pole again. Hockey leads off the early report tonight with Game 2 of the Stanley Cup Final just an hour away. The Blackhawks are feeling the heat after folding in Game 1 on Tuesday. After the loss, Hawks coach Mike Keenan lambasted his team for an inexcusable letdown. Today, he tried another tactic to get his Hawks ready for Game 2. Gord Miller is in Pittsburgh with the latest on a vintage Keenan performance earlier in the day. Gord?
John, it certainly was. Mike Keenan's coaching in his third Stanley Cup final, and of course he's coached a couple of Canada Cup teams as well, so he really knows his way around a news conference. Today we were expecting him to talk about roster moves and possible strategy changes. What we got instead was a Keenan diatribe on NHL officiating and Pittsburgh star Mario Lemieux. The reason for Keenan's anger? Alleged dives taken by Lemieux in Game 1 of this series.
I can't respect Mario for diving. He's the best player in the game, and he's embarrassing other players on the ice as well as embarrassing himself, and I think embarrassing the game. 3 times he took dives, 2 of them resulted in calls, and I just think he's a better player. He has the ability to address people in a one-on-one situation with his ability without taking dives. The thing that's upsetting is that the NHL management set a mandate before the playoffs began about diving and said that those people could, in fact, be given delay a game, and Mario has got the Mario rule, and that is he's a protected player, and therefore they don't call the dives on him, which were obvious.
And Keenan adds that if something isn't done by the officials, the Hawks will retaliate in a most unusual way.
If that's the set of rules that we're playing under, which wasn't supposed to be the set, then we'll start diving as well. I mean, it's a farce. It's disrespectful to the game, and it's not good for the game.
Well, you've got to love Mike Keenan, and joining me now is TSN hockey analyst and Toronto Star hockey columnist Bob McKenzie. Bob, what was that? Was that pregame posturing, or does Mike Keenan have a legitimate beef here?
Well, I think he's got a legitimate beef, but I think it's probably a 50-50. A lot of posturing involved here. My big surprise, Gordon, was that he didn't do it yesterday. Yesterday would have been the perfect day to really mask the issues, and that's what coaches do at these types of news conferences. They want to come in and take away from the fact that Ed Belfour had a bad game, that Jeremy Roenick didn't play particularly well. Everybody would have been writing about Mario Lemieux and officiating in the National Hockey League, but here we are on game day and he does it. I think he probably has very earnest feelings about the way Lemieux dived in Game 1.
Now let's talk a little bit about other Keenan mind games. He really ripped into Jeremy Roenick and Ed Belfour after their performances in Game 1. How do you think those two players will react?
Well, he's done that all year. In fact, since those guys have become Chicago Blackhawks, he's never hesitated to be very hard on them. That's the way he feels. They're very young. They're very resilient. They'll come back and bounce back with that kind of motivation. Those two players say, hey, we don't need that kind of motivation to get ourselves going, but if Mike wants to give it to us, that's fine. You will note, however, Mike Keenan very rarely, Steve Larmer and Brent Sutter, ever give them the kind of criticism. It's always veiled criticism when there is any at all.
What about the actual hockey game tonight? What do the Chicago Blackhawks have to do to contain Lemieux and Jágr, particularly?
Well, they did a great job containing Lemieux and Jágr last game up until late in the third period. Really, you know, as long as Chris Chelios and Steve Smith are on the ice, Chicago's in great shape. There were 2 times they went off for very brief refs, 14 seconds each time. Pittsburgh capitalized and scored a goal in that last game. Mike Keenan talking tonight maybe about splitting the 2 up so he's got either Steve Smith or Chris Chelios on the ice at all times, but I still think you'll see an awful lot of them together in tonight's game.
All right, Bob, thanks very much.
Thank you.
Now, when you talk about this hockey game, you talk about a couple of teams that really feel they deserve to lose Game 1. In the military, they say the generals were always fighting the last war. Well, in these hockey series, it's safe to say that Pittsburgh and Chicago are still playing Game 1. The Hawks were at their most effective when they forechecked and hit the Penguins hard in Game 1. It directly resulted in this goal and kept the Penguins off their game in the early stages of the first encounter. The Hawks are promising a return to that style for Game 2, and the Penguins say, bring it.
If they want to skate, we can skate. If they want to play physical, we'll play physical. And you know, all the way through the playoffs, we've been in some pretty physical series with the Rangers in Washington, and you know, it's not going to be any surprise to us if they're running around out there trying to take us off our game. We've been pretty disciplined all the way through the playoffs, and hopefully tonight will be no different.
We want it to be physical. I don't think there's anything wrong with physical. We just want it to be clean. I think if the referee has his job to do, and obviously we don't mind hard-hitting hockey at all.
The danger, of course, is that more physical play will result in more penalties for the Blackhawks, something Chicago does not need with Pittsburgh's high-powered offense.
There's a fine line there, but the thing with it is that you know, you got to play with composure, and I mean, this when you know, you hear so much talk about physical, aggressive hockey, and you know, it's true, but doing it within the system.
It sounds like Keenan's putting a lot of pressure on their players over there to step up and do the job, but you know, we know they'll be ready, so we got to be ready to answer the bell here tonight.
No roster changes for the Penguins after Game 1 of this series. However, Chicago does have a couple of moves to make. Rob Brown will not play tonight. He has a pulled groin. And look for Rod Busquets to get into the lineup for the Blackhawks on the blue line. Maybe Brian Marchment will be the player taken out, but Mike Keenan not happy with the play of his blue liners, aside from Smith and Chelios. That's it from Pittsburgh for now. John, let's go back to you at Sports Desk.
All right, Gordon, a couple of final notes. In 53 previous best-of-7 Cup finals, the Game 1 winner has gone on to take the trophy 43 times. One of the teams to beat the odds, the Penguins, in last year's Stanley Cup finals. Meanwhile, rumors that Guy Charron was headed back to Hockey.
Coming up on Sports Desk, Mike Keenan's worst nightmare. Mario Lemieux comes up big again for Pittsburgh. Day 4 of the French Open, Yvonne Lendl pushed to the limit. And the Utah Jazz hope the return of John Stockton will inspire them against the Blazers.
Hi, everybody. Welcome to Sports Desk. I'm Chris Stevens. Also coming up in the next half hour, Chuck Daly has found another coaching job in the NBA. The Lightning and Senators flip a coin over first pick in the draft. And news about the Molson Indy and the upcoming World Bowl in Montreal. But first, Game 2 of the NHL Stanley Cup Final. And the Chicago Blackhawks, of course, rewriting the record books with 11 straight playoff wins. But that streak came to a grinding halt Tuesday in Game 1. Thursday night, Game 2 at the Civic Arena in Pittsburgh. The Penguins hoping to extend their playoff win streak to 9 straight games. Mike Keenan expecting a better effort from some of his big guns in Game 2. Mario Lemieux with some early game theatrics. Hawks on the power play. Bob Airey gets the breakaway, beats Ed Belfour on the backhand. Shorthanded goal, 1-0 Penguins. Jeremy Roenick has been quiet in the series, but Jaromir Jagr, here's him after this hit. Late in the first, Dirk Graham gets a shorthanded breakaway, but Tom Barrasso stones him. Second period, Lemieux takes a breakaway pass, and Belfour surprises him with the poke check. Hawks get a minor lift from the save. Brian Noonan does some good work, feeds Brian Marchment. He shovels it in, game tied at 1. Pittsburgh responds on a power play. Rick Tocchet finds Lemieux in the slot. Big Mario pulls the trigger. Pretty passing play, 2-1 Pittsburgh, still in the second period. Tocchet goes to work again. This time looks for number 66. Lemieux bags his second of the game, 3-1 Pittsburgh. Meanwhile, Roenick clocks some time on the Hawks bench. From then on, the Penguins kept all Hawks sharpshooters in check. Mike Keenan can't get anything to jump for the Blackhawks. The Stanley Cup clock keeps ticking away for the Penguins. 3-1 the final score. Pittsburgh now leads the series 2-0. Marchment, Lemieux with 2 for Pittsburgh, and Bob Airey with the other. Pittsburgh has won 9 straight in the postseason. Lemieux, 5-game winners in the playoffs. And Jeremy Roenick was held out without a point for the second straight game and has just 1 shot on goal so far in the series. Now let's have more from Pittsburgh and join our Gordon Miller.
After an offensive showdown in Game 1 of this series, Game 2 turned out to be more of a tight-checking defensive affair. Fine for the Pittsburgh Penguins, who leave this arena up 2-0 after an impressive 3-1 victory over the Blackhawks.
There are many things that we want to do tactically to improve our offensive chances, and we've discussed them, and we have to continue to try to educate our players regarding some of the things we'd like to do. They're not executing very well at this time.
Tonight's game, we had the lead, and we were determined that we were going to, you know, they'd have to really fight through us to score a goal. I think once we killed the penalty, give us a big lift.
Well, we felt it was certainly important for us to win the first 2, especially Chicago, the way they've been playing in their building in the playoffs. They're very tough to beat in there, and we certainly didn't want to go in their building 1-1. So the first 2 were crucial for us.
Once again, an interesting subplot to this series was Mike Keenan's bench jockeying in Game 2. Steve Larmer and Jeremy Roenick saw very little ice time in the hockey game. It drew surprised looks from the Penguins. And for Roenick, it just built up the frustration for a superstar who's been unable to get on track.
Well, it's frustrating. I mean, because you think you're going, you think you're working, you're making some good hits, some good plays, and all of a sudden they get a couple goals, and you're sitting on the bench.
I think everybody was surprised not to see Roenick play much tonight in Larmer, but you know, I guess it's up to Mike Keenan to decide who he puts on the ice.
Shortly after Game 2 was over, they began setting up for a circus here at the Pittsburgh Civic Arena. But the series moves on to the zoo known as the Chicago Stadium, where Mike Keenan will try to press the right buttons to get his Chicago Blackhawks back in the series. If he can't, the Penguins may not need this ice surface again. Gord Miller, TSN, Pittsburgh.
Game 3 of the Stanley Cup Final continues at the noisy Chicago Stadium Saturday, May 30th. The Hawks trying to get back in it. They're down 2-0 against the defending Stanley Cup champion Pittsburgh Penguins. A coin toss was held at 6:30 p.m. Eastern Time in Pittsburgh just prior to the hockey game to decide which expansion team would get first pick in the NHL expansion draft and first pick in the entry draft. The Ottawa Senators won the expansion draft coin toss, while the Tampa Bay Lightning on the toss for the first pick in the entry draft, which will be held June 20th in Montreal. And
today, for Chicago, it will hopefully be their first step back against Pittsburgh. See Mike run, see Mike jump, see Mike throw. And the red play, not okay, for Edberg and Chang in Paris.
Sports Desk, brought to you by Wiser Locks. Quality locks made for Canadians by Canadians.
Hello again, everybody. Welcome to this edition of Sports Desk. Also during the next 30 minutes for you, Game 2, Blue Jays weekend series with Chicago. Wanted NHL coaches. There are several jobs open. And so what's new? Mansell is on the pole again. But first, how much is home ice worth? It's an awful lot when it is the Madhouse on Madison. The Chicago Blackhawks are back home, trailing Pittsburgh 2-0 in their Stanley Cup final. But no, they've only lost once in 7 playoff games at the stadium this season. And with more from Chicago, where it is quiet now, but won't be for long, here's TSN's Gord Miller.
Vic, you're right. Whenever the playoffs come to Chicago, the stadium becomes a part of the story. The Blackhawks certainly hope that's the case in this Stanley Cup final, that this building will help get them back in the series. As soon as you walk in, you know you are in a rink unlike any other. You are in the Chicago Stadium, the arena that gives the Hawks their huge home ice advantage.
I don't think there's any question about it. Our club feeds off the energy in this building, and our fans are being tremendously supportive. We've played, as I mentioned yesterday, extremely well in the stadium, not only in the playoffs, but during the course of the year, and we expect to do the same again tonight.
Certainly the Hawks need to change their strategy to try to slow down Mario Lemieux and company, but the friendly confines of the Chicago Stadium won't hurt either.
Well, it's a smaller building. We pride ourselves in playing that in-your-face style hockey, and that's the kind of hockey we have to play here. Things happen a little faster here. We can get on top of them a little quicker, and hopefully tonight it's going to be to our benefit.
Well, we're allowed to play a little more aggressively because of the size of the rink, and I think that's the main difference. And hopefully they won't be able to freewheel and get that speed in neutral zone.
For their part, the Penguins are used to playing in buildings like this. Just last week, they completed a sweep of the Bruins at the Boston Garden. And Kevin Stevens, who had a 4-goal game in Boston, says don't look for any changes in the Pittsburgh game plan.
The crowd's going to be a factor, but we like that, and it's not going to do anything to our game. We're going to go out and play. We played well on the road. We're an experienced team, and we know what we're to expect, and we'll be there when we have to be there.
There's not as much room out there, so things are a lot tighter. You got to make decisions a lot quicker, and if you don't adjust, you're going to get destroyed. We were able to do it in Boston. Now we got to try to do it here in Chicago.
And once again, the games being played off the ice are almost as interesting as the ones taking place on it. Mike Keenan said today that Jeremy Roenick's thumb is bad, but that he'll play tonight. Keenan was asked what he'd say to those people who would say that perhaps Roenick isn't that seriously hurt. Keenan got very angry and said that question struck at the heart of the Hawks' integrity. Scotty Bowman was asked if he thought Roenick might be bluffing a bit, and he too got angry, saying he will not turn this series into some kind of a circus. One thing's for sure, this building will be a circus tonight as the Blackhawk fans try to get their team back in the series in which they trail right now 2 games to none. That's it from Chicago for now. Vic, let's go back to you.
Gord, thank you. Some other Stanley Cup things. Teams leading the final 2-0 have won 32 of 35 Stanley Cup championships. Jeremy Roenick, you mentioned him, Gord. Well, he has just 1 shot in the 2 games played so far. Mario Lemieux with 14 goals is just 4 behind the playoff record of Reggie Leach and Jari Kurri. And Pittsburgh has won 7 straight playoff series. The record, 19. The Islanders did it from the years 80 through 84.
Coming up on Sports Desk, the Stanley Cup Finals shift to Chicago and things heat up. Michael Smith continues to gain momentum as he gets set for Barcelona. And the seeds get buried at the French Open.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to Sports Desk. I'm Gino Reda. Nice to have you here. To today's top story now. Blackhawks Penguins, Game 3 Stanley Cup Final, and the very noisy Chicago Stadium. Pittsburgh leading the series 2 games to nothing. 35 Stanley Cup Finals have been decided in the best-of-7 format. In 35 years, only 2 teams have come back from 2-0 deficits. A lot of talk about Pittsburgh's high-powered offense, but let's talk defense. Game 2, the Pens only gave up 4 shots in the second and just 4 more than in the third. And Jeremy Roenick, the Hawks' leading scorer, just 1 shot on net in the first 2 games. But the Hawks were back at home now. Would this make any difference? Jeremy Roenick back without a cast. Jeremy Roenick not treated with kid gloves at all. Gordy Roberts sends him flying. Midway through the first period, Hawks come close. Steve Larmer lets it go down the wing, off the iron. Mike Keenan shakes his head, says, what have I got to do to get a goal? Very physical. Ulf Samuelsson, big hit on Jeremy Roenick again. Later in the first, Penguins open the scoring. Jim Pack's shot tipped in by Kevin Stevens, 1-0 Pittsburgh. Chicago kept close tabs on Kevin Stevens as Brent Sutter rides him into the boards. To the second period now, Jeremy Roenick with the great rush up ice, but Tom Barrasso kicks out the leg and keeps the puck out of the net. Early in the second, good scoring chance now for Jaromir Jagr. Puts on a great display, goes to the backhand, but Belfour makes a stop and stops Troy Loney on the rebound. Late in the second period, Mark Lemieux sends in Rick Tocchet on the breakaway. Rick Tocchet cannot beat Belfour. Still 1-0. To the third period now, Chicago trying to tie it up. Brian Noonan moves in, but Barrasso makes the big stop. Still 1-0. Hawks trainer Lou Varga feeling the pressure as well. 1-0 Penguins. Less than 30 seconds to go in regulation. Larry Murphy baits Chris Chelios by roughing up a little bit. Chris Chelios keeps his cool. No, he spears Murphy. Not a bright move. Loses control. And as Mike Keenan watches, Chris Chelios just goes after Murphy as Murphy turtles. Chelios gone. Ed Belfour watches as time ticks off the clock, and Pittsburgh wins the game by a score of 1-0. Kevin Stevens, the only goal scorer. Chicago now trails the best-of-7 series 3 games to nothing. They are in big trouble. Gord Miller with this post-game report.
It wasn't exactly pretty, but the Pittsburgh Penguins will take it. They'll take a fluky goal. They'll take a 3-0 series lead. And when the series resumes on Monday, the Pittsburgh Penguins will have a chance to take their 2nd straight Stanley Cup.
Yeah, we're certainly not used to that, winning 1-0, but everybody talks about our offense, but I think what won us the Cup last year was our defense, and again this year in the playoffs, if we got to the final, it was because of our defense also, and that's how you win Stanley Cups.
A lot of times, you know, when you have Lemieux and Jagr and guys like that, you know, sometimes, you know, they get all the press and the defense doesn't get anything. And you got to really give a lot of credit to guys on defense tonight. They won the game tonight, defense and goalies.
You could see it as they came off the ice, and you could hear it in their voices. The Chicago Blackhawks aren't yet out of this series, but they're close.
You could say we're a little bit snake-bitten, or we never got a bounce tonight. It's hard to explain how a game could unfold as this one did. They scored a fluke goal. The point man took a shot and hit somebody in the sideboards and went into the net. And and we just didn't generate any offense.
You know, you can blame a lot of things like JR's hand and this and that, but, you know, Barrasso made some big saves and made some big stops when they need it, and, you know, you're not going to win any games not scoring any goals, that's for sure.
Perhaps most indicative of the Hawks' troubles in this series, Chris Chelios losing his cool late in the third period of Game 3. Chelios and most of the Blackhawks stars bolted from the Chicago dressing room without speaking to the media. And really, what's left to say? 50 years ago, the Toronto Maple Leafs came back from a 3-0 deficit to win the Stanley Cup. But a similar comeback seems unlikely here. The Blackhawks have scored just 2 goals in the last 8 periods. It's been all Pittsburgh. And soon it appears it will be a second straight Penguins Stanley Cup. Reporting from the 1992 Stanley Cup Final, Gord Miller, TSN, Chicago.
Incidentally, just before the game, Lemieux finally spoke out about Adam Graves. He said that the slash that broke his hand was intentional, no question about it. Lemieux said he's never been hit that hard in his entire life. And John Ziegler may be ousted as early as Monday. The NHL...
Coming up on Sports Desk, an injury brings Michael Smith down to earth in a Barcelona tune-up. More late-inning heroics for the Jays in a weekend series sweep. And it's a race to the finish between Senna and Mansell at Monaco.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to Sports Desk. I'm Gino Reda. Nice to have you here. Also ahead, the Penguins 1 win away from the second consecutive Stanley Cup. Patricia He hits a roadblock at the French Open. And the IAAF, a complete story for you from Nancy Zinos a little later in the show. But first, the Gützis wraps up in Austria. 8 weeks to Barcelona. Michael Smith in Gützis for the final decathlon tune-up to the games. Dan O'Brien, the world champion, Dave Johnson, a fellow American, are both conspicuously absent. But that hasn't slowed Smith down. He had personal bests in the 100 and 400 meters and led going to the final day of competition today. Unfortunately, he also brought with him a sore hamstring, so it was a rough day, too. He finished third in 110-meter hurdles, dropped to second. Next, the discus, a very subpar performance for Smith. His best throw, 44.40 meters, keeping him in second. Pole vault next, and Smith does even worse. He just barely clears the opening height on his last attempt just to stay alive in the competition, but that was it. Improved slightly in the javelin, his best throw there, 63.62 meters, and because of that, Smith would drop to third. Last event of the day, the 1,500 meters, and he needed to beat the leader, Robert Zmelik, by 17 seconds to win this event. But it was not meant to be. Zmelik finishes second in the race. Smith finishes way back. He had to settle for third place in the overall standings, which overall shouldn't be very disappointing, but the fact that Dan O'Brien and Dave Johnson were not at the event, it is very disappointing for Michael Smith, finishing third. Zmelik first, Eduardo Hamalainen of the CIS finishing second. Incidentally, the good news for Smith is that his hamstring injury is not expected to hamper his preparation for Barcelona. Blackhawks in big trouble thanks to a 1-0 win last night. The Penguins are now just 1 win away from a series sweep. A pair of Samuelsons, Murphy, Pack, and Roberts as your core of defense. Tom Barrasso in net. Not exactly the defensive personnel that you would pick to lead you to the Stanley Cup final, but they had definitely been getting the job done. Chicago with just 1 goal in the last 2 games.
The Penguins were prepared for a strong start by the Blackhawks. Chicago came on strong but didn't get anything out of it. Steve Larmer had the best chance, but he hit the post.
We talked about how they'd have a quick start, and that was the game, I think, when we didn't fall behind in the first period, and that was actually the difference in the game.
It's appropriate that the only goal of the game would be one of the ugliest of the playoffs. After much debate, Kevin Stevens was given credit, and the Penguins had a 1-0 lead, the only goal in a defensive game.
Great stingy defense by both clubs, and the winner goes home with a win because of a fluke goal.
After that, it was all up to the defense and the goaltending. And once again, Tom Barrasso had a very solid game.
Even with 30 seconds left, you know, you still have to realize the game's not over. We still had some time to get off the clock, and really that's the bottom line. It's not over till the final horn goes.
The Pittsburgh defense was so aggravating, Chris Chelios attacked Larry Murphy with less than a minute to go in the game, and Chicago still fighting for the tie. In the end, an ugly goal. Tom Barrasso and the Penguins defense won Game 3.
You know, when you have Lemieux and Gallagher and guys like that, you know, sometimes, you know, they get all the press and the defense doesn't get anything. And you got to really give a lot of credit to the guys on defense tonight. They won the game tonight, defense and goalies.
I think what won us the cup last year was our defense, and again this year in the playoffs, if we got to the final, it was because of our defense also, and that's how you win Stanley Cups.
Gordon Miller now joins us from Chicago. I guess experience is a key factor now. Majority of the Penguin team earned their first Stanley Cup ring last season.
You know, you're right. This experience is old hat for most of the Penguin players who went through this experience last year with Pittsburgh. But for one, winning the Stanley Cup is a dream that is yet to be fulfilled. And Rick Tocchet has certainly played a major role for the Penguins. He's been arguably their best player in this final series. Of course, he's been here before, the last time with the Flyers in 1987, a 7-game heartbreaker. And there were times when Rick Tocchet gave up hope.
Well, after 87, I said to myself, and I remember talking to Scotty Mellenby in the summer, saying, well, we'll get there again. And lo and behold, 4 years later, you know, you just figure, I'll never get here. I mean, it just seems like you don't see that light at the end of the tunnel. It just goes to show you that you don't take winning for granted.
The trade that brought Tocchet to Pittsburgh from Philadelphia was a surprising one at the time, surprising to fans and to Rick Tocchet.
I bled orange and black for so many years. I loved them and I loved playing for Flyers. But this year it just seemed, when I got back in the Canada Cup, it just seemed different. It didn't seem like the Flyers. It didn't seem like I wasn't myself. And for me, it was just better for me to leave. You know, it's not an excuse. It just sometimes you have to leave certain situations, and I needed to leave that situation.
He has a lot more character than I thought he has, and I'm really appreciative of that. We knew he was a great character player, but we didn't realize how great a character he was. And, you know, his presence on our team and on our bench and in the dressing room has been a big plus for us.
And right away, Tocchet was a physical presence for the Penguins, but during the playoffs, he's kept his cool. There's been a lot less of Rick Tocchet in the penalty box and a lot more of Rick Tocchet on the score sheet.
Against the Rangers, I don't know how many punches in the head that I took. It's tough to swallow, but then, you know, it's funny because you go by, you know, fans of mine, or, you know, they want to see me grab somebody and kill them and stuff, but, you know, they don't understand that, you know, I'll take a cut in the face just to win.
Now, whenever the Stanley Cup is presented, it will be done by NHL President John Ziegler. On Sunday, his spokesman Bill Wilkerson held a briefing and announced that a committee of 5 governors, Ed Snyder, Marcelo Boo, Bruce McNull, Dick Patrick, and Mike Ilitch, had been formed and will discuss with Ziegler all aspects of succession. Now, that committee will then report to the NHL Board of Governors during the draft, June 21st and 22nd in Montreal. It's worth noting there are 3 camps of owners, those who would like to see Ziegler go right away, those who would like to see him stay on for about a year or so, and those who would like to see him fulfill his full term, which is June of 1996. But it appears John Ziegler's fate will be decided at the NHL Board of Governors meeting in June. That's it for now from Chicago. Gino, let's go back to you at Sports Desk.
Thank you.
Today, what's happened at the Stanley Cup? The not-so-great series, Chicago and Pittsburgh. The latest great Canadian quarterback hope in the CFL. And from playing baselines to minding baby, it's a great change for Chris Everett.
Sports Desk, brought to you by Motomaster, Canada's #1 selling replacement parts, and by Western Union, the fastest way to send money.
Hello again, everybody, and welcome to the start of another week here on Sports Desk. Also coming up during the next 30 minutes for you, we have quarterfinals. They are now set at the French Open in Paris, as well as the ever-popular Plays of the Week. But first, it's only been done once before. These Toronto Maple Leafs came back to win 4 straight games after losing the first 3 games to beat the Detroit Red Wings. That was the 1942 Stanley Cup Final. Now, 50 years later, Chicago, these Blackhawks, face the same situation, down 3 games to the Pittsburgh Penguins. Suddenly, this great series has turned into a dud. I think most people expected Chicago and Pittsburgh to go at least 6 games, if not 7.
but instead, we're now looking at a possible Penguin sweep. Gord Miller joins us from Chicago, and I'm sure, Gord, a lot of people are surprised there as well, aren't they?
Vic, it depends entirely upon who you talk to. The Pittsburgh Penguins say this series has not been close because they're a better defensive team than most people thought, and they've played their defensive style perfectly. The Chicago Blackhawks think they've been unlucky, that they probably should have won either game 1 or 3 to make this a much closer series. The fact of the matter is those games may have been close, but the series is not. And as the NHL goes to June for the first time with the Stanley Cup playoffs, the Penguins are looking to close it out tonight.
It is frustrating. I mean, we haven't gotten any breaks this series so far. I mean, you see the goal that they won on the other day. It was kind of one of those things where it wasn't even a shot on net, really. And it's frustrating to see that happen when you hit a hot goaltender like Tommy Barrasso, who's playing exceptionally well. It's tough to get to him, and it starts to get frustrating.
Sure, things have happened in the past, but we can't dwell on the past. We have to look to the present right now, and that's today, and that's the game tonight, and come out of the chute, and maybe we get up a couple of goals on them. We can win a hockey game and give ourselves a chance to play another game.
But while the Chicago players are concerned about a quick start, Coach Mike Keenan refuses to put all his eggs in the first goal basket.
It would be nice to gather some momentum, certainly, and I think that you're alluding to the fact that that Steve Larmer ran one off the post, and if it had gone in, it probably would have helped garner some momentum here in the stadium for us. But you can't determine how that's going to unfold, and you certainly can't build a game plan based on who scores the first goal of a game.
And while the Hawks are playing just to extend this series, the Pittsburgh Penguins, giddy in their pregame practice, would like nothing more than to put a bow on this thing tonight.
Obviously, it's not do or die for us, but in a sense it is, because you know, you can't let any game slip away, and we don't want to let this game slip away because you know, anything can happen. Fluke goals, power plays, injuries. So the longer things go, the more advantage that something like that could happen.
We don't want to let them back into the series, and today would be a great day to finish it off. You know, they're a great team over there, and they'll never give up. So, you know, we have to, I guess, kick them while they're down.
Every Penguin player knows that getting your name inscribed on the Stanley Cup is a rare experience. It has not been uncommon, however, for Brian Trottier, who today will try to become only the 12th player in NHL history to have his name put on the cup for a 6th time.
I came to Pittsburgh because I felt there's some hockey left in Brian Trottier, and I felt if I went to Pittsburgh and was just myself and didn't change myself or try to fit in as a role player, I just wanted to be myself, that good things were going to happen. I thought the talent level in Pittsburgh was really good, and talking to Craig and Bob Johnson, there was a feeling of want there that made me feel pretty good about myself.
I think what he brought to the team is naturally the winning tradition from the Islanders. I guess the ability to keep the players not as much relaxed as focused on what they have to do. He's a big team guy.
In most sports, just winning one championship would be enough to have a team considered great. But in the NHL, it takes more than that. Over the last 18 years, only 6 different teams have won the Stanley Cup. And so now, as the Pittsburgh Penguins stand on the verge of their 2nd straight NHL championship, talk of another hockey dynasty is already beginning. That's it from Chicago. Vic, let's go back to you at Sports Desk.
Corey, thanks very much. Some other things to consider heading into this Game 4. Pittsburgh are trying to win their 11th straight game in this year's playoffs. The Penguins would be the first team since the Islanders in '82 to sweep both a semifinal and a final in the same year, and a Pittsburgh win would make it 8 straight winning series. Also, the Penguins have some history on their side. No Pittsburgh team has ever lost a championship final since the Pirates of 1927. That includes 4 Super Bowls for the Steelers, 3 Pirates World Series, 1 ABA championship, and even a title in World Team Tennis. As for Chicago, well, they also have some history to look back on, and it looks awful. The Hawks are 0-14 in a playoff series when they lose the first 3, and there is no doubt that scoring the first goal goes a long way to winning. Chicago's 7-1 in the playoffs when they score first.
Today on Sports Desk, the Pittsburgh Penguins stand alone as NHL champions once again. The Ryan Express blows out a wheel and is derailed again. And Lions quarterback Danny Barrett tees it up in Vancouver.
Sports Desk brought to you by Chevrolet. Times change, values don't.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to Sports Desk. Also ahead on the show, Dennis Martinez mows them down in Houston. We've got highlights from the French Open and news from the CFL. But first to the Stanley Cup final, and the Pittsburgh Penguins have done it again. They had the Chicago Blackhawks on the ropes Monday night. Only the 1942 Toronto Maple Leafs had ever rebounded from a 3-0 deficit to win 4 straight and take home the cup. But in the end, the Penguins would prove to be just too much for the Blackhawks. This was a tremendously entertaining game. Blackhawk fans not giving up. Early in the first, Pittsburgh that opens the scoring. Jaromir Jagr's quick shot finds the corner, and the Penguins are up 1-0. Later on, the Hawks finally score on home ice. Dirk Graham gets his own rebound and ties the game up at 1. Then just 12 seconds later, it is Lemieux to Kevin Stevens, and his weak shot slides through Belfour. That made it 2-1 for Pittsburgh. Over at the Hawks bench, Keenan was furious. He says, "Get ready, Hasek, you're going in." So he did. Just 18 seconds after that, Chris Chelios over to Dirk Graham. A great pass. Barrasso, no chance on it, tied the game up at 2. But then Chelios follows it up with a stupid play. Still angry at Larry Murphy, runs him, ends up getting an elbowing penalty, and it costs the Hawks. Mario Lemieux, he takes the pass, then he lets it rip. His 16th of the playoffs, put Pittsburgh up 3-2. But Chicago does not quit. Brian Noonan in the corner finds Dirk Graham, his 3rd of the night for the Chicago captain. And the hats, they came right out of the balcony, littering the ice at Chicago Stadium. The game was tied at 3 after 20 minutes. On to the second period, and Pittsburgh starts fast. Rick Tocchet, who's having a great final, scores his 6th of the spring. Lemieux and Stevens with assists on the goal. Pens are up 4-3. Later on, Lemieux again, some incredible moves. He sets up Stevens. Yes, that pass goes through his legs, but he fires it wide. That was tough. Later on in the second, Jeremy Roenick finally gets on the board, and his shot bounces in off of Larry Murphy. It was 4-4 after 40 minutes. But the fans remain behind their Hawks. The noise and cheering did not let up. Third period now, still 4-4. Mario Lemieux on the breakaway, but an outstanding glove save, and this robs Super Mario. Then just moments later, Rick Tocchet from behind the net finds Larry Murphy at the point. His shot beats Hasek. It was 5-4 Pens. Now with 12:01 left in the game, Chris Chelios caught in a pinch. Ron Francis on the 2-on-1. His blast beats Hasek, and it was 6-4 Pens. And it looked like Lord Stanley's mug would be returning to Steel Town as it waited in the wings. Less than a minute to go in the game. Pens up 6-5. Chicago pressing, but they cannot get the equalizer. The clock runs out, and the Pittsburgh Penguins win their 2nd straight Stanley Cup. Boy, have I got goal scorers to tell you. Jaromir Jagr, Kevin Stevens, Mario Lemieux, Rick Tocchet, Larry Murphy, and Ron Francis for Pittsburgh. For Chicago, Dirk Graham with 3 goals, Jeremy Roenick with 2. Some interesting facts. Scotty Bowman becomes only the 3rd coach to win Stanley Cups with 2 different teams. The Penguins have won 11 straight in the postseason, tying the Hawks record that's set earlier this season. And Pittsburgh becomes the first team to sweep the semifinal and the final since the Islanders did it back in 1982. Now, the Conn Smythe trophy winner, was there really any question? No way. Mario the Magnificent. He is only the 2nd player in playoff history to win back-to-back Conn Smythe trophies. Bernie Parent of the Flyers won it back in 74 and 75. So Lemieux joins Parent, Bobby Orr, and Wayne Gretzky as the only multiple winners of the Conn Smythe Trophy. Now with more, standing by in Chicago, here's our Gord Miller.
They saved the best for last, did the Penguins and the Blackhawks. Game 4 of this series featured the kind of high-powered, end-to-end offensive hockey we've been expecting at the start. What few could have expected was a Pittsburgh sweep, but in the end it was too much experience, too much good goaltending, and too much Mario Lemieux for the Blackhawks to handle.
I didn't expect to win the Smythe. I thought it was Tommy all the way. I missed 6 games, and Tommy was superb. The last 3 games against Washington, against the Rangers, he was unbelievable, and against Boston, and again in this series. So, you know, this should have gone to Tommy, that's for sure.
You know, that's 11 games in a row for this team against real top teams, Rangers, Boston, and Chicago, you know, and we just got on a roll. We're down against Washington and came back, and, you know, to win so many games against so many good teams, we had a lot of breaks, we had good goaltending, and we had great leadership from Mario Lemieux.
We've done it, so we can say we're champions. We can blow our own horn for a couple months.
These guys made me know what it feels to be with winners, and I can't say enough for each guy on this team. Guys like Brian and everybody else, like I said, I just can't say enough.
To win one, sometimes you can be a little bit lucky, but to win them back-to-back, I think is quite an accomplishment.
I was proud of our team and proud of our players. I thank them from the bottom of my heart for their contribution in making us a very successful organization this year. For coming together as a team that went through extreme number of changes. I'm extremely proud of their efforts and their contributions, both as individuals and as a team.
I'll guarantee you one thing, I'm going to bust my ass every single game that I play in this National Hockey League to get back here again and win one of these things. Because I got a taste for it this year, and that taste is never going to go away. And I'm determined to win this thing one of these years. It'll happen.
Well, I'm just going to go in the room and try to dive in the cup now.
Much like the National Hockey League itself, the Pittsburgh Penguins endured a turbulent season. But in the end, talent prevailed. And already the questions have begun. Can this Pittsburgh team establish itself as one of the truly dominant National Hockey League teams? That question has yet to be answered. But clearly for now, Mario Lemieux and company have no rivals in the National Hockey League. Reporting from the 1992 Stanley Cup Championship, Gord Miller, TSN, Chicago.
So the Pittsburgh Penguins win their 2nd straight Stanley Cup. And you know, I hope that if the Penguins are honored at the White House again this year, I really hope that President George Bush can remember who Mario Lemieux is, because last year he forgot who Mario Lemieux was. And after all they've been through this year, old George owes them.
Today, another Stanley Cup might finally mean some respect for Pittsburgh. Monica Seles leads the ladies at the French Open. And what the Blackhawks really needed was Glenn Hall.
Sports Desk is brought to you by MotoMaster, Canada's #1 selling replacement parts.
Hello again, everybody. Welcome to this edition of Sports Desk. Also, during the next half hour for you, Danny Barrett working very hard trying to sell Lions tickets in Vancouver, and it will be Air Jordan against Clyde the Glide, an NBA final preview. But first, for about 10 minutes of the first period last night, it really was the kind of series that everybody expected. Problem is, we didn't see enough of it, and now we won't see any more. There were no miracles at the Madison Madhouse as the Pittsburgh Penguins once again overpowered Chicago to sweep their way to a 2nd straight Stanley Cup. The Penguins arrived home around 4 in the morning. Wendell Young leading the team off the plane with the Stanley Cup. Only a small crowd on hand at Pittsburgh Airport after police urged people to stay away, avoid the problems that 20,000 caused a year ago. The official Civic Victory Party will be held Thursday at Three Rivers Stadium. 4 hours earlier at Chicago Stadium, it was a 4-4 tie as they started the 3rd period, and Dominic Hasek stops Mario Lemieux on the breakaway. However, Hasek couldn't stop Larry Murphy, who scores from the point to give Pittsburgh a 5-4 lead. Then, with 8 minutes gone in the 3rd, Chris Chelios is caught. The Penguins away, a 2-on-1, and Ron Francis beats Hasek, and it was 6-4 Penguins. And it really did look like the Stanley Cup was Pittsburgh's again. Jeremy Roenick scored to make it 6-5. The Hawks pressed for the tying goal, final minute. But time in the game, the series, and the season ran out on Chicago. Mario Lemieux and Pittsburgh win their 2nd straight Stanley Cup, and they do it in a sweep over Chicago in the NHL's 75th season. You know, after last year's Stanley Cup win, you could almost hear most people say, sure, but let's see them do it again. Well, they have. The Pittsburgh Penguins have overcome the death of their coach, then the adjustment to Scotty Bowman, and some mediocre play during the regular season to prove they may indeed be the next NHL dynasty team. Yeah, it's time to admit it, folks. This is a very good team. There has never been a more dominating team than the Montreal Canadiens of the late 50s. Toe Blake coached Montreal to 5 consecutive Stanley Cups, a record which still stands. Then in the early 80s, the New York Islanders had a stranglehold on the rest of the NHL. They won 4 straight cups before relinquishing the title to a young team with some of the most talented players the game has ever seen. The Edmonton Oilers collected 4 championships in 5 years. And that brings us to the Penguins. Yes, Pittsburgh. Could this really be the next team on the verge of a dynasty? Oh, man, wait a minute. Back it up. Rewind. Dynasty? I mean, dynasty is a word often spoken too quickly and used too freely. But not about the Penguins. The Penguins have a wealth of it. The average age of the team, 28.8 years of age, which certainly indicates the veterans have a great influence in Pittsburgh. Scotty Bowman engineered his 6th Stanley Cup as a coach, and Brian Trottier also won his 6th, which just goes to show that winners breed winning.
It's like sitting at Liberty Tunnel and you don't see that light at the other tunnel. But when I first got here, I saw that light, and I just knew that coming here, these guys made me know what it feels to be with winners, and I can't say enough for each guy on this team.
With the loss of 42 goal scorer Joey Mullen, certain Penguins picked up their game a notch with crucial goals at critical times. Consider this. In 49 playoff games, Lemieux has 97 points and has won 2 straight Conn Smythe trophies.
When you talk about dynasty, who knows? We'll know next year, I guess, at this time. But, you know, I like our chances for the next few years.
Many of the least-known Penguins are the defensemen. With the additions of the Samuelsons, the Penguins now have a solid defensive core. Love him or hate him, Ulf Samuelsson is as steady as they come.
Guys like Mario, still very young. Kevin, a lot of our nucleus is young, and we feel we're capable of doing this again.
As many coaches will tell you, you only go as far as your goaltending. And Tom Barrasso finished with a 2.40 goals against average in this year's playoffs. According to Lemieux, Barrasso was the real Conn Smythe winner. A large degree of the Penguins' success has to also go to General Manager Craig Patrick. The acquisition of several players through trade strengthened Pittsburgh to make them an even better team than their first that won a championship a year ago. All this means, of course, another trip to Pennsylvania Avenue, the White House. And you can bet this year's conversation will be just a little bit different.
And you are? Mario Lemieux. There you are, talking about it. I had that feeling.
One other thing about those Penguins, Pittsburgh was 39, 32, and 9 during the regular season. However, in the playoffs, they were 16 and 5. All right, so what happened to Chicago? Hard to believe they went into the final winning 11 straight games. The problem is the style that beat teams such as St. Louis, Detroit, and Edmonton just didn't work against the faster Penguins. And what about Hawks coach Mike Keenan, who for the 3rd time takes a team to the final, only to lose? Here's Gord Miller.
Despite the rousing ovation from their fans, despite the accomplishments of the regular season and the playoffs, for many of the Blackhawks, it was too much to take. Jeremy Roenick couldn't bear to watch the cup being presented to the Penguins.
I don't know if I'll ever get back here again or how many times I'll get back here again. I'll guarantee you one thing, I'm going to bust my ass every single game that I play in this National Hockey League to get back here again and win one of these things. Because I got a taste for it this year, and that taste is never going to go away.
The toughest thing is that we just never quite got at what we wanted to achieve, and that's hard to, you know, it's hard to accept. We worked hard to get where we're at, and it's a hard thing to deal with. You know, the thing about it, I guess, it's a hell of an experience for all of us.
This team never quit. I mean, through thick and thin, all season long. I think we learned a lot all year. And what we learned got us to where we were. It's just a matter of taking that next step, and we didn't.
Not surprisingly, the most emotion came from Mike Keenan, who paid tribute to his mentor, Scott Bowman, in an emotional scene on the ice, and then paid tribute to a team that oftentimes seemed to resent his tight control.
We're coming together as a team that went through extreme number of changes. I'm extremely proud of their efforts and their contributions, both as individuals and as a team.
Over the past 12 months, Chicago head coach Mike Keenan made more than a dozen trades. For now, he says he's happy with his club and doesn't plan any more moves. But assistant coach Darryl Sutter wants a chance to coach an NHL team. And with Keenan under intense criticism for the way he handled his club during the finals, the biggest question mark on the Chicago roster is the one that appears next to the name of the head coach. Gord Miller, TSN, Chicago.
Still with the NHL, empty seats, poor ratings during the playoffs. Advertisers say viewership in the Toronto area, which is the largest market in the country, was off 25%. In fact, some games between Montreal and Hartford drew less than 1 million viewers. And what about those empty seats in cities such as Edmonton? Unheard of. I mean, you couldn't sell out a playoff game against Vancouver.
Today on Sports Desk, Monica Seles and Gabriela Sabatini put on a show in the French Open semifinals. The Pittsburgh Penguins' cup runneth over as Trottier and 35 others celebrate. And the draw for post positions at the Belmont Stakes.
Desk is brought to you by Motomaster, Canada's #1 selling replacement parts.
Welcome to the show, everybody. I'm Michael Landsberg. Also ahead over the next half hour, World Bowl festivities begin in Montreal. We'll preview Spruce Meadows this coming weekend, and as well, we'll look at Sean Burke, the catcher. But we begin with the French Open semifinals. One turned out to be a dazzling display of shot making and power tennis. #1 seed Monica Seles taking on #3 Gabriela Sabatini. Those two have had some great matches in the past, but none greater than today's. Seles had won the past 2 French Opens, and early on in this one, it looked like she would cruise to a spot in the final. Well, we all had to look again because this one changed midway. There's Monica Seles looking for her 3rd straight title against Gabriela Sabatini. This is her 5th French Open semifinal berth. She's never won one. First set's tied at 3. Seles rips the forehand winner to take a 4-3 lead. Now watch this great point. Sabatini with a beautiful volley at the net. Right there anticipating, but there is Seles to run it down, and she scores the forehand winner, taking the first set 6-3. But second set, Sabatini battles back. And watch this forehand passing shot right there down the line. It just caught the tape, and you see her reaction. That's as excited as she gets. 6-4, Sabatini won the second set. Third set, we're tied at 4. Here's the key point of the match. Just wide. Seles scores the break to go up 5-4. And Seles can smell victory. Watch Monica Seles just rip a forehand, freezing Sabatini. She swings and misses. And we go to match point now. Gabriela Sabatini with the bad mishit of the serve. Bad way to end it, but it turned out to be a terrific match. 6-3, 4-6, and 6-4. Monica Seles advances to the final. She will look for her 3rd straight French Open championship on Saturday. And Seles says, yes, this one could have gone either way.
Told myself to hang in there. I had so many chances in the second set, and I had like 2 or 3 40 left, and very impressive to change the match. And I just said, you know, you bully her again, the same thing like in Rome. You know, you were leading, and she came back, and just go for it. And some shots just really went in, which I couldn't kind of believe. And then, you know, it was very close. It could have gone either way again, I think.
But it went to Seles. There are 4 top players in women's tennis, and after the big 4, there is a big fall-off. All 4 were in the semis. The other saw #2, Steffi Graf, taking on #4, Arantxa Sanchez-Vicario. And remember last year, Sanchez-Vicario completely destroyed Steffi Graf in the French Open semis, beating her 6-love and 6-2. And Graf must have had to give her head a shake, because this match started as if she still hadn't woken up from the nightmare last year. First set action. There's Sanchez-Vicario. Graf does not win a single game in the first set. It went, just like last year, 6-love. Sanchez Vicario on her game, Graf was not. But the second set, a different story. Steffi Graf starts to take control. Watch the forehand by Steffi Graf. Boom! She loads it up and passes. Graf leads the second set 4-1. Steffi Graf also had some luck on her side in the second set that she didn't have in the first. Here she hits the tape and scores the point. She wins the second set 6-2. After losing the first two games of the final set, Graf regroups once again. This one went back and forth. Perfect topspin lob. There's nothing you can do. Then Graf comes in behind her serve and rips a cannon forehand. She wins her fifth straight game. She leads at 5-2. We go to match point now. Sanchez Vicario's backhand is just long by that much, and Steffi Graf can give a big smile and a big sigh of relief. This one ends up, check out the scores, love 6, 6-2, and 6-2. And considering last year, Steffi Graf had to be really pleased that she was able to come back over those final two sets.
I think what I showed in the last two sets was pretty strong performance, and I just feel good about being in the Saturday final, and I hope to be ready for it.
Looks like it should be a great final. There was a berth in the men's semifinals left today because of darkness yesterday. Peter Korda, the 7th seed from Czechoslovakia, faced unseeded Russian Andrei Cherkasov, and we'll pick it up at match point. It'll be Peter Korda in the far set, just completing his serve, and Korda wins it with a forehand and wins his quarterfinal match. Again, this is men's quarterfinal play, advancing to a place he's never been before, the semifinals of the French Open. Number 7 seed Peter Korda, 6-4, 6-7, 6-2, 6-4 victory in the quarterfinals, so Korda advances to the next round. So the men's semifinals look like this. Jim Courier will take on Andre Agassi. Courier, the defending champion. Agassi simply devastating against Sampras. That will be live on TSN at 1 o'clock Eastern Time tomorrow. And the other men's semifinal looks like this. Peter Korda against hometown favorite Henri Leconte. And if you saw the French fans in the Davis Cup, you know they will be wildly supportive. Tough place for Korda to be. The mixed doubles team of Jill Hetherington and Glenn Michibata were bounced from the French Open today. In the quarterfinals, they lost to Laurie McNeil and Brian Shelton, both from the United States. Great tennis today, but lots more to come in this edition of Sports Desk. When we return, Michael Jordan. Those two words sum up last night's tip-off of the NBA Final. Jordan was just unstoppable in the first half, and that set the tone for the Bulls' blowout of the Portland Trail Blazers. And Pittsburgh, for the second straight year, gets to whoop it up over the Penguins. We'll show you the whoop it up ceremonies right after this.
Get ready for the hottest new cars in the world. Sizzling new for '92. Donruss, a radical redesign with action so big, facts so bold, rookie and elite cars so great, they're almost too hot to handle. The sizzling new '92 Donruss cars. They're turning the collecting world upside down.
Nice catch. Thanks a lot, Mike.
No one packs excitement like Donruss.
The problem's obvious. You need a new muffler. Well, right now at Canadian Tire, we'll install any Motomaster muffler for both imported and domestic cars for just $34.95. And they're guaranteed for as long as you own your car. Now, that's one deal that looks as good as it sounds. Motomaster, Canada's #1 selling replacement parts.
They say in sport that it's so tough to repeat because to win a championship, so many things have to fall in place. The Pittsburgh Penguins have proved that wrong, not because they repeated, but because they did it through all kinds of injury and all kinds of trauma and adversity. They simply found a way to win. So for the second straight year, the city of Pittsburgh was able to whoop it up and say, we're #1.
We will begin the parade of everybody involved in the Penguins organization, so I will tell you, get in the fast lane, Grandma. The bingo game is ready to roll.
$35,000 screaming Penguin fans didn't let a little rain stop them from cheering on the Stanley Cup champions. Three River Stadium was rocking.
Certainly like like to thank all the fans for supporting us again this year and believing in this team, even though we struggled for the early part of the playoffs, but came back strong against Washington, and the guys showed a lot of character against the Rangers, and we never quit. We showed a lot of character, and you guys were a big part of it. So on behalf of the team, we love you guys, and hopefully we'll be here next year.
How about those reporters who said it couldn't be done? Let's do away with them. Anyone got a gun?